Check. Alright, check. Yes. morning. Esteemed dignitaries on dais, Shri Harsh Malhotra, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, Ms. Cynthia McCaffrey, UNICEF Representative to India, Shri Yanishwar Kumar Singh, Director General and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, distinguished guests, partners and delegates. A very good morning and a warm greetings to one and all. At the outset, on behalf of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, I express heartfelt gratitude to the dignitaries who have honored us with their esteemed presence in this morning. We are privileged to host this important congregation under the banner of the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct 2025, themed Integrating Environmental Social Governance for Viksit Bharat. To formally commence this auspicious occasion, I would now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp to inaugurate this national conference. The Deep Prakash ceremony, lighting the ceremonial lamp, symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, sustainability over exploitation, and collective good over individual gain. May the eternal flame inspire our deliberations and illuminate the path of responsible business for generations to come. Now, to capture the spirit of this landmark occasion, I would begin by invoking the profound insights from our Honorable Prime Minister. And I quote, "Today the world looks at the country's development in all sectors. India has become the fifth largest economy in the last 10 years. India's development has been achieved through the mantra of reform, perform, and transform." At the Asian Leadership Forum, Seoul, our Prime Minister had also said that our footprint on earth must become lighter as our economic weight increases. Reverence for nature is part of our shared heritage. Combating climate change is in our enlightened self-interest. Ladies and gentlemen, these words do not merely inspire, they set a direction for governance and enterprise alike. They urge us to integrate environmental consciousness and social equity into the very fabric of our economic systems. Especially at this epoch-making moment when India is undergoing profound transformations amid an era of geopolitical flux, climate urgency, and evolving institutional norms. And therefore, the environmental, social, and governance framework serves as an enabling mechanism through which this national vision becomes a reality. At IICA, under the stewardship of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, this vision is translated into impactful initiatives from the design of India's national guidelines on responsible business conduct, duly endorsed by Honorable Prime Minister, and also under the strategic guidance and support of our parent ministry, IICA, through its School of Business Environment, has emerged as a leading institution for ESG capacity building policy research, and sectoral engagement. Our partnerships with ministries, public sector enterprises, private industry, as well as international organizations have collectively nurtured India's rapidly evolving responsible business ecosystem, which is deeply in line with the core ethos of ease of doing business as well as trust-based regulations. I'm proud to share that this NCRBC series, National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct series, has grown in ambition and impact since its inception in 2023. From embracing ESG in India to accelerating ESG for Viksit Bharat, we have now entered a decisive phase of integrating ESG into corporate strategy and policy. Over the next 2 days, we will be engaging in the thematic panels ranging from the board level governance to sustainable finance, decarbonization strategies, sector-specific adaptation, workforce innovation, all converging on India's roadmap to becoming a developed nation by 2047. And we are confident that those gathered here today are not merely participants, but we all are co-creators of this journey, stakeholders in a Bharat that is resilient, inclusive, and future-ready. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to now invite a stalwart whose visionary leadership has elevated ISA's stature as a national anchor on responsible governance, a distinguished thought leader and institutional builder, our Director General and CEO, Shri Ganeshwar Kumar Singh, who has been our guiding light throughout. Sir, we eagerly look forward to your welcome address to set the tone for the deliberations to unfold over the 2 days. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister of State for Corporate Affairs, Sri Harsh Malhotra ji, Sri Sanjay Sanyal ji, Member Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, Ms. Sindhia, distinguished panelists, colleagues and delegates. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this third edition of National Conference of Responsible Business Conduct hosted by Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs under the aegis of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This is the third in series, and Garima ji has set the tone that why we have chosen this time. The topic is integrating ESG for Viksit Bharat. So what I'm going to cover, there is a lot of misconception about the disclosure framework, whether it is required, whether it is not required. I joined Ministry of Corporate Affairs in 2016. And then we got a letter from Secretary External Affairs that we have to come with some kind of a write-up, some kind of our national framework, how we are going to address ESG framework. That time it was called Business and Human Rights. So all are connected. So what I'm trying to do is trying to put a perspective that SDG is a national commitment. And similarly, at the Human Rights Council, we have among the guests, Dr. Bala Bhaskar. He has just retired as ambassador of Norway. So we had a lot of discussion and deliberation. That time we were hesitant because we were working on ease of doing business. We were thinking whether this kind of a reporting will increase our compliance burden. Then we had a lot of discussion and we realized that there is a need. We have to develop a business case. Then we started interacting with sustainability officers of big 4, 5 companies. And all of them, they said, whenever they are going to any developed world, they have to come with non-financial reporting. So we realized, and they said that there is a lot of pressure since there is no framework. There are all international framework, and we don't have anything where we can, because each country development path is different. We are a unique country. Our development path is different from the West. So whether we have to adopt, there are lots of framework. All of you are aware. TCFT is there, GRI is there, IR is there, ISO 26000 is there. So they were lost. So I realized in the ministry, that we have to do something, we have to come up something which will have a business case, which will help our corporates, which will help the professional to understand what needs to be done. So this is the origin. And many countries in the Western development, even the Malaysia, Indonesia, and emerging economies, the MEA is the forefront in developing this kind of a framework because they are at the international forum, they understand the challenges. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm saying that there is a business case, and when I was the chairman of BRSR, some of the members, those who were part of BRSR, we were discussing, we are not here to increase the compliance. We are here to make a business case, and the business will work if it is related to their profit. We have to calibrate our approach in such a way that business should not take it something coming from a regulator and trying to impose it. So at the time, when BRSR report was finalized in 2020, SEBI was quick enough because SEBI had already implemented BRR report, which was published by the ministry and IACA in 2011. So they had the background of for top 500,000 companies, somewhere they were reporting non-financial reporting. So they made it for those 2,000 companies with exemption, they are already reporting. This report is slightly different. Earlier reporting was more of a subjective. This reporting is both subjective as well as quantitative. It can be measured. So that way it has come. So we were interacting with some of the students, those who are undergoing the course, ESG course, 6 months with IACA. They were asking, so I will answer 5-6 questions. We have panel here. Honorable Minister was last year also, graced the occasion. By profession, he understands the role of non-financial reporting, and that's why he is always giving us guidance how to navigate in a difficult terrain where we should be seeing that we are not imposing compliance for the business. At the same time, we are nudging business to come up to the challenges, whatever is required to get the access to capital, access to market. We have with us Sanjeev Sanyalji. He is a thought leader within the bureaucracy. He has, due to his intervention, many reforms we have seen within, and he is a champion of light touch approach. So he will give his own perspective. Then we have Ms. Scindia from UNICEF. We are working on AS very closely. So I will cover 5 things. Disclosure. So disclosure has improved a lot in the sense right now there is a disclosure where we are trying to capture under ESG, and ESG we are trying to capture whatever government of India has mandated, nothing more than that. So under E, whatever government of India's policy is there, we are trying to measure on some of indicators. Then S, whatever government of India policy is there. So ESG is nothing but whatever government of India policy is there, how the business are responding. G is the governance, and if you map ESG with SDG, there is a complete convergence. So this is some way ESG approach is how the business, how the private sector is responding to the agenda of the SDG, because as a country we have committed, there is a role of government, there is a role of business. Disclosure is, it has improved a lot. Now the challenge is, there are concern of greenwashing. This will happen because we have to develop the ecosystem, and the ecosystem development, there are very good practices. There may be challenge some of them because professionals are not there. Data point is a problem. So in disclosure, what is the challenge? Challenge for us as a group is to decide how to capture the data, how the data can be verified. Even SEBI is struggling. That's why this year SEBI wanted to make it mandatory for value chain also. But SEBI has said we have to further wait. It will be voluntary because we have to see the readiness of society, because value chain is a big issue. If you want to capture value chain on that, but value chain is required to be done, because if you have to develop this country from 5 trillion to 10 trillion, that is our ambition. Some way we have to get the access to capital, access to market, and we have to also join supply chain. So we have to do in such a way that this transition should be gradual. It should not give a break. It should not emerge in a situation where business find it difficult to implement. So SEBI was mindful of the fact, that's why this year they have allowed. SEBI has also come up with a framework of how the BRSR core, BRSR is there, BRSR core is trying to capture on some key indicators so that comparison can be easy. So that also is a gradual approach. There is another question yesterday, many of the participants, those who are here, they were asking, can we make it mandatory for a small business? So my answer would be, the business knows what is good for them. Our job is to give the framework. I've been told there is a data, if it has been made mandatory for 1,000 companies, there are many more companies, they are reporting on voluntary basis. So we are engaging with MSMEC Association, telling them, so this is not something mandatory or voluntary. If it is a good, our job as a regulator is to tell them world is changing and this is required if you are going for an international market. So as of now, I don't think in BRSR we were mindful of the fact that we should not increase the compliance burden on small companies. So we made it BRSR light, very small. This is more of a trying to think, trying to create the report so that in future. Now another challenge for us sitting here is, if we have to go for supply chain, if we have to really think of verifiability of the data is so huge, how we can use technology so that cost of compliance is less. So this group, we are going to have 2 days deliberations. So we will look at how we are coming up with a solution, and solution should be what can be easily implemented. Now the background is this, if you compare this ESG reporting, this is based on BRSR report. BRSR is based on National Guidelines of Responsible Conduct, and this is nothing. We are saying that development has to be inclusive, development has to be a stakeholder. That's a dominant framework, and this framework has emerged not from us, this framework has emerged throughout the world, how we are trying to address the concerns of society, concerns of our environment and governance. Honorable Prime Minister always makes it, we are here for a inclusive growth. Even our Companies Act, from where we are deriving this strength, 166(2) talks about Board of Directors. This is very unique provision that is not there in many of the countries' Companies Act. It talks about a Board of Directors should be responsible for employees, supply chain, environment, society. So this framework is coming from gradual nudging approaches there. So this is our framework. We are trying to develop our framework because each framework has its own origin. They are trying to address economic development at a particular level. There is another point. This business responsibility report came in 2019. BRSR came in 2020. Now there is a time, world is changing very fast. What needs to be done? Whether we need some revision of the principles. Yesterday we were discussing with some of our experts. They are saying that now we need to also make 10th principle, that is supply chain, value chain. The economic framework also, how the business is responding of various issues like taxation, how they are complying with the government. So idea is government should move away, business should take over their own field. There is another concern that right now the world economy is changing, so we have to address innovation and competition. How this framework, somewhere this framework is not addressing directly, so whether there is a need for changing the, revisiting the framework. There is another issue which is very important. That issue is whether we need to have action point as per the principle. There is a role of interministerial role, that also we can do it. So there is another framework which will emerge, and this will be more of an action oriented if you go by principle wise national action point. There is another requirement when we look at the ESG framework. Sector wise it is different sector will have a different kind of a focus. So there is a huge role of research. There is a role of our management institution. I am very happy to note and also to share most of the management institution, they have started ESG, they have started a stakeholder. Earlier it was totally a shareholder, that has come. There is a need to do research in the sense how the voluntary compliance is helping the business. So unless there is a business case, business will find it difficult to adjust it. So those who are implementing it, how they are getting benefited. We have to come, we have to have the CEO's conference, we have to more of the research, we have to more of the best practices. Idea is rather than imposing from the above, business, they should themselves decide what is good for them. So all those things are required to be done. Last, but that is most important, is creating capacity of the professionals. So IACA has been pioneer, and IACA has been doing this job from 2012 onwards. We had short-term, long-term courses. We are very happy that many stakeholders, they have started course. Personally, I am encouraging, at least we must engage with the debate. We should decide what is good for the country. So in the last, we have to assess the whole framework, whether it's a risk, whether it's an opportunity. I call it, the way we have started, this is an opportunity for the India to place it, take advantage of emerging technology, take advantage of the emerging framework, and join the global economy. And for the global economy, we are right now already there. We have to, this is our aspiration to become 10 trillion economy. For 10 trillion economy, we have to also understand what is happening, and we have to have our own framework. So now time has come after 5 years to revisit, come up with an action plan, whether the 9th principle is okay or not. And personally, I feel that voluntary approach will be the lasting approach. Whole debate in UN started with John Ruggie, UNGP, United Nations Guiding Principle. There were many countries, they were saying, right now also, that is one of the agenda is in the United Nations Human Rights Council, make it mandatory law. But John Ruggie always said, make it voluntary. Let the countries respond. Similarly, as a regulator, we are of the view that some nudging has been done. Now the rest of things will come as a voluntary guidelines. And if it is good for the business, business will pick up. And business has started. I am interacting with many of the business people. This year, it is not a assurance or reassessment phase, but many good businesses are going for that. They are trying to test, they are trying to collect the data, they are trying to find out what are the challenges. With this, thank you so much, and we are very blessed that today we have dignitaries on the dais. They are there in the debate, and they will give us guidance how to go forward. And I'm personally again thanking our Honorable Minister, Sri Harsh Malhotra ji, for taking time. He was very positive. He has guided last year also, again this year. And Sanjeev Sanyal ji, he will give a perspective as he is very critical of government coming up, imposing, increasing compliance burden. He will place how we can go forward. And Cynthia, Miss Cynthia is UNICEF country representative. She will give a perspective how world is moving. So we are waiting for their speech. I will not take much time. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I welcome all the participants in this gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for these illuminating and context-setting words, as well as for steering the IICA towards even more impactful national service. As we explore ESG from the prism of intergenerational equity and social responsibility, it is fitting to be guided by a voice that champions children's rights and inclusive futures. I now invite Ms. Cynthia, the UNICEF representative to India, to kindly deliver her special address. And I must mention that UNICEF has been partnering us since many years to take these agenda forward.
Honorable Minister Malhotra, Mr. Sanyal, Mr. Singh, Professor Nadich, all of our partners from across the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, IICA, and our partners from across the business, academic, civil society sectors, and international organizations, namaskar. I want to start on behalf of UNICEF commending IICA for convening this august group. We're thrilled to be back because of the opportunity. It's becoming a much anticipated event for the opportunity to exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, all with, as we heard at the opening, challenging each other to move towards change and solutions. Countries, India, all have choices. And India's government and private sector have decided that aligning ESG with its developmental agenda is something they want to do. Looking at Viksit Bharat, that bold agenda and goal, India has decided, let's make sure we're aligned with ESG so it is a sustained journey and sustainable when we reach it in 2047. I may have asked this last time I was here. Why are we here to talk about children and their rights and their well-being? Isn't this a meeting that talks about business productivity, strong economic growth? And UNICEF would say absolutely. And when we look and think about ESG, UNICEF often has a mantra, ESG without children, without that C, is incomplete. And when something is incomplete, it's not very stable. When we look at the environmental horizon, the degradation, the challenges around climate change, children are often the first and the most affected. So 3 things to just paint what that looks like. Today, 1 billion children live in areas that are extremely likely to have at least one extreme climate event. At least 40 million children every year are out of school because of a climate event. And killer childhood diseases are on the rise, like diarrhea and malaria due to climactic impact. Economists, business leaders, decision makers know that when you have such instability that creates impact negatively on health, learning and education, on safety, it's not good for business. So I think it's important when we say it has an important impact on children, that's how stark it is. But UNICEF and I did not come here to bring doom and gloom. We came because we have been proud to be working with IICA for the last 7 years and with many of you about things that we're doing and we can do more of, changes we can make. And 3 fundamentals: having a strong policy framework, making sure we have tools that take that policy and put it into practice, actions, and then partnership. Everyone across all sectors has a role. This isn't just India's challenge. We're looking around the world, UNICEF, and finding lessons. In nearby Nepal, they have decided that their nationally determined contributions, what we call NDCs, they've embedded children into that. So Nepal has NDC 3 that looks at vulnerability for children. And that's a policy, as well as putting practical actions in Nepal, and then partnerships across all sectors. But bringing it back and closer to India, if we look at the policy framework, India has created a global model. And that framing is important. Again, to build on it, the National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. That's meaningful. India has volunteered that. Businesses are looking at how to bring those rights, that well-being, that good conduct into business. Secondly, the business sector is applying business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Sometimes we forget what it stands for. We often talk about BRSR. That is a systemic way that businesses are reporting on sustainability and holding each other to account. That policy framework is extremely important on which to build. But it's not meaningful if it's not in practice, reaching real people with real solutions. So looking at some practical solutions, UNICEF has proudly worked with IICA and other partners to create e-courses on ESG that embeds children's rights and children's perspectives. Putting in people's hands, this is the type of thing that you should think about, that you should consider, that you can do to make ESG truly inclusive and sustained. IICA and UNICEF have been working on family-friendly policies, enabling businesses to think through how do we create those policies that create and generate productivity. Around the world, we see again and again, family-friendly policies help create healthy families, which creates productivity, loyal employees, and then healthy families and children who grow to be the next buyers, employers, and employees of the future. They work. Finally, What does this mean for all of us? Who are the partnerships? It's all of us in the room, and I would challenge us to also look and work with young people themselves. Young people are not only the ones who may be impacted the most, but have an opportunity to learn with us as we try to find new solutions. And I applaud the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which is innovating into action the Prime Minister's internship scheme, aiming boldly for 10 million young Indians to be placed in internships across 500 of the country's top corporations. This will be a two-way street. They will see what it's like working in corporate industries, but corporations will also see the types of skills that young people have, that they may already realize that they can enhance further or that may be missing. And we create this incredible dynamic that I believe the Prime Minister's idea envisioned. A second way that we are tangibly engaging young people is UNICEF's Yuva program. Created a platform inspired by the Prime Minister's mission life. We created the Merry Life app. It's a place where young people could go and learn about climate change, sharing knowledge, but also a place where they could share actions they've taken, how they've worked or how they haven't worked. UNICEF launched that with the government of India, and less than 2 years later, there have been over 20 million pro-planet youth-led actions for climate. So let me end where I began, which is keep in mind that ESG without that important C for children is incomplete. And it's like a stool that's not quite balanced. It's not as stable. And how do we make sure that we look at these policies that enable us to be inclusive for children because it creates present strength but also future? How do we put that into practice with a number of the guidelines, trainings, and actions? And then how do we use partnerships to be truly inclusive across everyone? I hope everyone heard me. Do you want me to start over? And with that, thank you, and we look forward to the lessons and the guidance that we will get from all of you and the work that we'll continue to do in the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cynthia, for again bringing into focus the intergenerational lens that must guide responsible business conduct in the years to come. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored by the presence of a dynamic policymaker, historian, and institutional economist who has redefined India's strategic imagination in governance, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member, Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Sir, your perspectives on responsible capitalism, civilization ethos, and India's economic trajectory are eagerly awaited. May I now invite you to kindly deliver a special address, sir.
Honorable Minister of State for Corporate Affairs, Shri Harsh Malhotra ji, Madam Cynthia McCaffrey, Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh, Director General and CEO of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Dr. Garima Dadich, Associate Professor and Head of the School of Business Environment at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, I am particularly pleased to be here at the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct because this is an issue actually that I have been working on for some 30 odd years. Many people may not realize this, but actually almost 3 decades ago I began to work on issues relating to put valuations on environmental, social and other indicators which are usually looked on, or at least at that time, in very subjective sort of ways, or in physical terms. And some of us began to argue that maybe we should attempt to put valuations in them. So some of the very early papers on things like green GDP, etc., were written by me when I'm in my 20s and early 30s. And I co-authored with people like Pavan Sukhdev, Rajiv Kumar, Hari Priya, Goody Mida, who had all gone on to make a name for themselves in that field. I, of course, remained in the field of finance and later in the field of policy making. But it is an issue that I have been engaging it with for a long, long time. And I have to say that while I'm pleased that this line of thought has gathered now almost a movement, I've also been somewhat concerned about the direction that it has taken in many ways. So I'm going to talk about some of the things I'm concerned about. I'm saying this up front because you may think that because I'm going to be quite critical about some of the things, that I actually have a problem with environmental, social, and governance norms. I don't. As I said, I am actually have been at the forefront of this for many years and have written some of its foundational papers. But as I said, I will be critical because I think if we don't think about these issues, we run the risk that this whole thing will fall apart. And we have reached that point rather quickly, in fact, faster than I thought, where we have a moment of reckoning in many of these issues. So where did this ESG sort of effort come from? After all, people have been talking about responsible governance, environmental issues for thousands of years. This generation is hardly the first to think about it. You can see these issues even reflected in some ways in the writings 2,300 years ago of Acharya Kautilya in the Arthashastra. So, the questions that I will now raise will relate to the way it has now developed. But basically, this particular round of thinking about this arose about 20 years ago, around about 2006 or so, from a series of papers that the UN came up with on the need for environmental, social, and governance norms of some sort. And initially, this term ESG, etc., were sort of an academic sort of term that was being thrown around. But a decade later, it was taken up by mostly think tanks and NGOs, mostly in the North Atlantic, and it began to organically develop some hard edges to it. And before we knew it, ESG became something that was a set of supposedly globally accepted norms began to emerge. Now, what is important about this is that by the time this became kind of getting hardwired into policy in places like the European Union, it had not yet been discussed with anyone. It was just turned out the way it was, without a wider discussion, getting hardwired into multilateral guidelines, into country policy, and even into things that were being imposed on the rest of the world by entities like the European Union through CBAM. Now, we have to be very careful about this for a number of reasons. I know there are many academic studies that have talked about how ESG type companies that do well in ESG, turn out to give, in the longer run, better shareholder value as well. Now, there are many methodological problems with it. So first of all, you should take them with many pinches of salt. But my first problem with this whole thing is the following, which is a philosophical one, which is that once you convert an indicator into a target, it stops being an indicator. As a policymaker, and those of you who even run large companies will know, that once you convert an indicator into a target, you will get credentialism, tokenism, you will see the system being gamed, you will get greenwashing, and there's no point in saying that, oh, we'll do a slightly better job than the previous generation. This is almost an inevitable outcome of this line of thought. I'm saying this because if you begin to make this anything other than voluntary, you will get this. You will end up with tobacco companies with the best ESG ratings, which has already happened, by the way. It's not something I'm just making it up. And the reason this happens is that the logic of turning an indicator into a target almost always leads you here. I know because, as I said, I created many of the methodologies that are used. I know that when you're dealing with some highly subjective things and trying to put numbers to them, it will only work if you are doing it without forcing it, because the moment you do that, there are incentive structures of the agencies, consultants and others who very quickly capture these spaces becomes misaligned. So this is a major issue that we need to think about and simply cannot brush under the carpet by saying, oh, we will do better than the last lot. Second, and this is a major issue that we have, is that a lot of this has already been captured by essentially North American NGOs, think tanks, and such, and consultancies. And this is a big, big problem, because very quickly, this also, we found, it's not just about their geographical location, but the fact that they are essentially end up being ideologically captured, or captured by corporate interests, or by geopolitical interests. I will illustrate this with the example of something where ESG-like thing has existed now for some time, which is in sovereign ratings. So many of you may not realize, first of all, the sovereign ratings worldwide are essentially done by 3 sovereign ratings that are accepted: Fitch, S&P, and Moody's, all in the North Atlantic. And 20% odd of the weightage there is given on things which are considered governance type thing, points and indices that are given. So I began to look into how did they give this 20% weightage, how did they derive it? And I found that if you dig a little bit, you will end up with something called the World Bank's governance indicators. So I went to their website and dug through it. Now I thought that maybe the World Bank spends a great amount of thought about how to choose indicators to put in there. But then at the bottom of that page, I discovered that in fact, the World Bank didn't run it at all. It was run in fact by 2 independent researchers over which the World Bank took no responsibility. They were both associated with USAID. And effectively what they were doing is that they were sticking on that World Bank page friends and family and ideological co-travelers and their indices. So what did you end up with? You ended up with VDEM for democracy. This is a Stockholm-based think tank called Varieties of Democracy Indices. There was Freedom House, and so on and so forth. So I went and looked at them. And once I dug into them, I discovered that almost all of them were funded by these 5 agencies. 1, Soros's Open Society, Rockefeller Foundation, Ford Foundation, USAID, and certain European agencies. Many of them, by the way, had funded each other as well into this huge network. And so basically what you had is that the views of a tiny cabal was being reflected and essentially given legitimacy. It's a form of legitimacy washing through the World Bank's world governance indicators that in turn were being hardwired into the sovereign ratings. So I raised questions about it. I wrote extensively about it. Many of you may have even read these newspapers. And ultimately, last year, the World Bank was forced to actually investigate the matter, and they agreed with the points I was making. So now, the World Bank is relooking this whole world governance indicator framework and taking responsibility for it. Because earlier, when I questioned these indicators, all they would do is send me off to these 2 random independent and entirely sort of unsupervised 2 researchers, who I will not name, who were doing whatever they wanted. And yet they had their political and ideological views whitewashed on the World Bank's website. So now the World Bank is doing something about this. But I'm saying this because if we are not careful, you will have the same problem. Mr. Soros's views will essentially be the one that the world will use. None of you will know them. But as a result of their control over the frameworks, we will end up perpetuating into every national policy the views of this small cabal, which of course they are manipulating for their own geopolitical, financial, and ideological agendas. Next, and the third point, that if we are not careful, we will also end up with another problem, which is that you will end up with either a network of consultancies or government officials themselves creating a system of rent seeking and frictions to the way corporates function. And this is already an issue. You already have a situation where the European Union effectively uses CBAM, which is derived from the ESG framework, essentially to create non-tariff barriers for countries like India to export into the European Union. This is, by the way, a major discussion point in our negotiations on a free trade agreement with the European Union. This is actually a form of neocolonialism. Did the European Union discuss with countries like us or the rest of the world before coming up with their own ESGs? Do they work? When you come up with a framework for green steel, is it not suspicious that all those systems that you consider green have nothing to do with being green, but with the fact that the patents for those technologies are all owned by Europeans? Should we not be suspicious of this? Should we not be suspicious of the fact that when many of these ESGs began to get uncomfortable and inconvenient in the European Union, many of these are now being happily diluted? It turns out that nuclear power is very green because the Russians have turned off the gas. So this kind of hypocrisy is something we have to be careful about. So now, having made all these rather caveats, let me get on to what I think is important. This is not to suggest that environmental and social governance issues are not important. They are. But we need, in India, therefore, to engage with them proactively, because if we are not proactively a part of creating the rules, creating rules for ourselves, we will unwittingly end up in an environment where somebody else's rules, which we haven't dissected or participated in, will end up on our heads. Ironically, many of our ways of thinking may turn out to be good for the rest of the world as well. Because as it's turned out, the European Union is discovering that its own rules have handed its automobiles industries to, guess what, the Chinese, who don't actually apply any of these rules to themselves. So very often, actually, those who thought they were being very clever by coming up with these rules have actually ended up tripping themselves on it themselves. So rather than blindly rush in where it happens to be whatever happens to be the latest fashion, and as I told you, these latest fashions, international fashions, are very often driven by an extremely small, agenda-driven, ideology-driven group, which we need to be suspicious of. So, we in India need to create our own rules. We need to look at why it is what they are. If we know why those rules the way they are, we will be then flexibly able to change them when they turn out to be not quite what they seemed to be in the beginning. We need to create our own systems of consultants and professionals who are able to engage with these, and also for the world. Because if this is what the world will do, well, we are in some ways the office to the world today. We will have a network of GCCs and back office operations who can take this as a business that they can develop. So we can play this at the front foot. But for that, we actually need to understand the technology ourselves. And finally, let me end by saying that we should, to the extent possible, continue to treat these as voluntary measures where we can, and not as regulations, but as a system of providing greater transparency. There's a difference between a regulation and something that demands more transparency from corporates, which I think is fair. But the moment we begin to confuse the two, we will end up with a heavy-handed approach which will lead to the same kind of license permit type situation, which will not just add friction, but will lead to rent seeking. We don't want another new system of Inspector Raj, where they're not called health inspectors but called ESG inspectors. This will not lead to better environmental, social, and governance in this country. Far from it, you will deteriorate the culture. Just like having more tax inspectors didn't lead to greater tax compliance, but to rent extraction. The same thing will happen with ESG. So we need to be very, very careful in this whole thing. And I'm saying this as actually, ironically, one of the pioneers and well-wishers of this field. So I have taken it upon myself to be a little negative about this, but I hope it will be taken in the right spirit. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving a very different perspective and particularly highlighting that we need our own rules, our own framework, our own systems to take this agenda forward. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are now privileged to be joined today by our chief guest, whose guidance continues to shape India's corporate governance, Shri Harsh Malhotra, Honorable Minister of State for Corporate Affairs and Road Transport and Highways. Sir, your visionary leadership will certainly set the tone for this conference. Requesting you to deliver keynote address.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद गरिमा जी। आज इस IICA की नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, थर्ड नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस कंडक्ट, मुझे यहाँ आकर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। मैं दूसरी बार आ रहा हूँ और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो मेरे से पूर्व सिंथिया जी, जो कि यूनिसेफ की रिप्रेजेंटेटिव टू इंडिया हैं, उन्होंने अपनी बात रखी। उसमें उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो PMIS योजना है उसके बारे में बात की। संजीव सान्याल जी जो मेंबर है प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स इकोनॉमी एडवाइजरी काउंसिल के, उन्होंने अपना और देश का पर्सपेक्टिव हम सबके बीच में रखा। ज्ञानेश्वर जी डायरेक्टर जनरल एंड CEO IICA, उन्होंने एक पेस सेट किया है इस 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस का। सही मायने में ESG बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और इसको इंडियन पर्सपेक्टिव से देखने की आवश्यकता है। आज भारत विश्व की 4थी बड़ी इकोनॉमी बना है। आज हमने जापान को भी सरपास किया है और तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी की तरफ हम अग्रसर हैं। विश्व की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई इकोनॉमी आज भारत है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में। एनवायरमेंटल सोशल गवर्नेंस, मैं अगर इसको, आप लोग आज सारा दिन और कल पॉलिसीज पर, गुड गवर्नेंस पे, रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंडक्ट पर डेलिब्रेट करेंगे, पर मैं आपको बताना भी चाहता हूं कि पिछले 11 वर्षों में जो ये पेस सेट हुआ है आदरणीय मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में, बहुत छोटी छोटी और हमारे देश की ज़रूरतों के अकॉर्डिंग वो पेस सेट हुआ और आज उसके कारण से 25 करोड़ लोग देश में गरीबी रेखा से बाहर भी आए। और वो ऐसे ही नहीं है, सिर्फ बात करने से नहीं है, वो इस तरह से है। जब 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री लाल किले के प्राचीर से आधार कार्ड को बैंक के साथ लिंक करने की बात करते हैं, तो आधार कार्ड बैंक से लिंक होता है, बैंक अकाउंट से लिंक होता है, मोबाइल से लिंक होता है और जनधन योजना के रूप में 50 करोड़ के लगभग जीरो बैलेंस के अकाउंट देश में खुलते हैं। मतलब जिन लोगों ने कभी बैंक की शक्ल नहीं देखी थी वो जीरो बैलेंस का अकाउंट खोलते हैं और उनको अगर सरकार की योजनाओं का लाभ मिलना है तो बीच में कोई बिचौलिया नहीं है। ये ESG का S है। आज अगर उज्ज्वला योजना की सब्सिडी किसी गरीब मां को, बहन को मिलनी है तो वो किसी ऑफिसर के थ्रू, किसी पॉलिटिशियन के थ्रू नहीं मिलनी है। वो सीधा एक बटन दबा के ऑफिस से, मंत्रालय से, डिपार्टमेंट से उस बहन के अकाउंट में सीधा ट्रांसफर हो रहा है, 100% ट्रांसफर हो रहा है। और ये अपने आप में देश की इकोनॉमी को आगे बढ़ाने का सबसे बड़ा इनिशिएशन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया था। केवल ये बात नहीं, आप देखेंगे 200 से ज्यादा गरीब कल्याण की योजनाएं प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश में प्रारंभ की। छोटे से लेकर के बड़े से बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट तक का ध्यान रखा गया। IICA, MCA, गवर्नेंस और गुड गवर्नेंस की बात हम करते हैं। जो रेडी पटरी पर बेचने वाला एक छोटा गरीब व्यक्ति है, उसको भी इकोनॉमी के मेन स्ट्रीम में लाने के लिए उसको भी लोन की, सस्ते लोन की व्यवस्था की गई। और न केवल की गई बल्कि ये पॉसिबल भी किया गया कि ये पॉसिबल हो सके। आज देश का, आज आप छोटा सामान भी लेने जाते हैं तो यू नीड नॉट टू कैरी मनी विद योरसेल्फ। आज रेडी वाले के पास भी QR कोड है, आप उससे उसकी पेमेंट कर सकते हैं। आज विश्व का 48% डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन भारत में हो रहा है। मेरे पास रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट भी है। मैं अगर उसके माध्यम से ESG की बात करता हूं तो आज हमने पिछले 11 साल में 60,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे बनाया है। ये नेशनल हाईवे केवल कंक्रीट की रोड्स नहीं है, ये देश की बढ़ती हुई इकोनॉमी की रोड है। केवल रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कारण से हमने देश में 650 करोड़ मैन डेज का एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट किया है, चाहे वो डायरेक्ट हो, इनडायरेक्ट हो, इंड्यूस्ड हो। आज देश के अंदर 7.5 लाख किलोमीटर का ग्रामीण सड़क योजना है। ग्रामीण सड़कें हैं जो गांव को शहर से, मार्केट से जोड़ती है। एक समय था जब गांव का प्रोड्यूस मार्केट तक, शहर तक आने में उसको कई दिन लग जाते थे। दूध, फल, सब्जी खराब हो जाता था। वो वहीं पर, मैं अभी रिसेंटली असम के बहुत रिमोट एरिया में, वेस्ट कार्बिलॉन में गया। वहां पर अनानास, पाइनएप्पल की खेती बहुत ज्यादा है और सड़क के किनारे पाइनएप्पल उग रहे हैं। लेकिन वो पाइनएप्पल पेरिशेबल आइटम है, पकने के बाद वो 2-3 दिन से ज्यादा नहीं रह सकता। तो मैंने वहां बात की कि आप इसे गुवाहाटी तक पहुंचने में पहले एक समय था जिसको 8-10 घंटे लगते थे वेस्ट कार्बिलॉन से। आज प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना के कारण से वो 3-4 घंटे में गुवाहाटी पहुंचता है। वहां पर कोल्ड स्टोरेज की व्यवस्था नहीं है अभी। तो ये छोटी छोटी बातें हैं जिसको एनवायरनमेंट, सोशल और गुड गवर्नेंस, और उसके अंदर हमारा जो बड़ी कंपनीज का हो चाहे MSME का हो, रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंडक्ट होना बहुत आवश्यक है, जिसके लिए आज आप ये तीसरी कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं। ये सिर्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस कंडक्ट, रेगुलेटरी या कंप्लायंस का इशू नहीं है, बल्कि ये अब नेशनल बिजनेस मूवमेंट बन रहा है। आज पूरा विश्व क्लाइमेट चेंज और इनइक्वालिटी जैसे दोहरे संकटों से जूझ रहा है, पर मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत अब सिर्फ चेज नहीं कर रहा, आज नेतृत्व भी कर रहा है और पूरा विश्व आज भारत की तरफ हर फील्ड में देख रहा है। जहां वर्ल्ड वाइड क्लाइमेट फर्स्ट का मॉडल अपनाया जा रहा है, वहां भारत का दृष्टिकोण क्लाइमेट प्लस का है, जहां एनवायरनमेंट के साथ साथ सोशल इंक्लूजन, रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नेंस, ह्यूमन राइट्स और इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ की बात की जा रही है। हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार बात करते हैं। पूरा विश्व एक बड़ा परिवार है, तभी हम ESG को अपने बिजनेस कंडक्ट में इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हैं। पिछली 2 कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में, पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस में एम्ब्रेसिंग ESG इन इंडिया की बात की गई, डेलिब्रेशंस की गई, एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस की शुरुआत की गई थी। दूसरी एक्सेलरेटिंग ESG फॉर विकसित भारत। आज आप रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस कंडक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं। आज हम इंटीग्रेटिंग ESG फॉर विकसित भारत की बात कर रहे हैं। रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस अब कोई एक्स्ट्रा या केवल CSR का पहलू नहीं रह गया है, बल्कि बिजनेस के कोर ऑपरेशंस का अनिवार्य हिस्सा बनता चला जा रहा है। इंडियन बिजनेस को रिसिलेंट, ग्लोबली रिस्पेक्टेड और फ्यूचर रेडी बनाया जा रहा है। इसके ऊपर आप सब लोग आज और कल डेलिब्रेशंस करेंगे। मैं जब रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट की बात करता हूं तो उसमें मुझे ये बताते हुए अच्छा लगता है कि मेरा नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जाना बहुत ज़्यादा रहा अभी पिछले दिनों। आज हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी उन स्टेट्स में जहां पर कि एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान तक पहुंचना ऐसा टास्क हुआ करता था कि जिसके लिए केवल इवन मैं खुद भी अभी वेस्ट कॉर्बेलियन गया हूं तो वहां पर रोड्स की कंडीशन अच्छी नहीं थी, लेकिन हाईवेज गांव को टच कर रहे हैं, जिसके कारण से आज गांव की भी तरक्की उस स्तर पर हो रही है जिस स्तर पर आज हमारे शहरों की तरक्की होनी चाहिए। आज हमारी जो गवर्नेंस है इसको G20 और यूरोपियन यूनियन जैसे वैश्विक संस्थान अपना आदर्श बना रहे हैं। अगर मैं बात करूं तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉरपोरेट अफेयर्स की, तो हमने अपनी नेशनल वॉलंटरी गाइडलाइंस, जो कि हमारा पहला कदम था रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस के लिए, उसके बाद बिजनेस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रिपोर्ट, जिसमें सेबी के द्वारा जो लिस्टेड कंपनीज हैं उनकी रिपोर्ट मैंडेटरी की। हमने 2019 में नेशनल गाइडेंस ऑन रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस कंडक्ट को भी SDG के अनुरूप बनाया है। पिछले 5 या 6 सालों में मैं कहूं तो कंपनीज एक्ट में वो अमेंडमेंट किए गए जिसमें से 60 से ज़्यादा टेक्निकल वायलेशंस को डीक्रिमिनलाइज किया गया और 180 से अधिक प्रोविजंस ऐसे जिनको क्रिमिनल एक्ट्स कहा जाता था, जिनको हमने सिविल एक्ट्स में बदला है, जिससे कि गवर्नेंस और इजी हो। प्रोसिक्यूशन की जगह ट्रस्ट बेस सिस्टम बनाने का प्रयास हमने लगातार किया है। कंपनीज एक्ट का सेक्शन 233, इसके अंतर्गत हमने तेजी से होने वाले फास्ट ट्रैक मर्जर्स की सुविधा प्रारंभ की है। अब इसके लिए NCLT में जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है और ये पूरा प्रोसीजर हम 60 दिनों में पूरा हो, इसकी भी व्यवस्था करती है। आज स्टार्टअप, हमारे देश का स्टार्टअप विश्व का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा इकोसिस्टम है। आज हमारा युवा केवल नौकरी मांगने वाला नहीं, नौकरी देने वाला बना है और ये स्टार्टअप्स, हमारी स्मॉल कंपनीज, SMEs एक गेम चेंजर के रूप में निकल के आगे आ रही है। डिजिटल भारत के स्वप्न को कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस में भी साकार किया जा रहा है। MCA 21 वर्जन 3 के माध्यम से AI और मशीन लर्निंग आधारित जांच, एडजुडिकेशन और स्ट्रेट थ्रू प्रोसेस जैसे उपक्रमों से कंप्लायंस और स्मार्ट और ट्रांसपेरेंट हुआ है। आज 50 से ज़्यादा फॉर्म्स STP के माध्यम से बिना मैनुअल इंटरफेरेंस के एक्सेप्ट होते हैं और कंपनीज में इनकलकेट होते हैं। MCA इनकॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ द कंपनीज के मामले में भी अभूतपूर्व काम कर रहा है। अभी रिसेंटली मुझे एक यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर मिला, उसने मुझे बताया कि पहले के मुकाबले आज किसी कंपनी को इनकॉर्पोरेट करना हो, हमारी तो जानकारी में रहता ही है ये, लेकिन जब पब्लिक बोलती है, मरमरिंग करती है, पॉजिटिव बात करती है, तो उसमें लगता है कि हमारा डिपार्टमेंट, हमारा मंत्रालय, हमारे ICA, इन लोगों की जो एफर्ट्स हैं वो फलीभूत हो रहे हैं। आज किसी भी कंपनी को जब ये लगता है कि मुझे कोई भी फॉर्म बिना मैनुअल इंटरफेरेंस के, बिना ऑफिस में जाए मैं अपने फॉर्म सबमिट कर सकता हूं। तो ये ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। एक समय था जब कंपनीज को इनकॉर्पोरेट करने में 4 महीने, 5 महीने, 6 महीने लग जाते थे। आज एमसीए के पोर्टल के माध्यम से हम 3-4 दिन के अंदर अंदर कंपनी को इनकॉर्पोरेट भी करते हैं, और ना केवल इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हैं, जो मैंडेटरी रजिस्ट्रेशंस हैं, चाहे वो जीएसटी का हो, ईपीएफ का हो, या बैंक का अकाउंट खोलने का हो, टेन नंबर हो, टिन नंबर हो, वो सब जिस दिन कंपनी इनकॉर्पोरेट होती है उस दिन उसको वो फॉर्म मिलते हैं, ताकि वो अगले दिन से उस कंपनी का फंक्शनिंग शुरू कर सकता है। मैं आज यहां पर उपस्थित सभी डेलीगेट्स को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूं कि आप लोग गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए, ईएसजी के लिए और रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नेंस के लिए, रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंडक्ट ऑफ द बिजनेस के लिए यहाँ पर 2 दिन डेलिब्रेट करेंगे। बहुत सी डिग्निटरीज यहाँ पर अपनी डेलिब्रेशंस में हिस्सा लेंगी, अपनी एक्सपर्ट गाइडेंस देंगी। मैं एक बार पुनः आईएसीए को इस बात के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। आप सबको भी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights, giving us a strategic direction and actionable pathways to reinforce ESG as an embedded norm across Indian enterprises. With this, may I now request our DG and CEO to kindly felicitate the dignitaries on dais with a memento, please, with a plant. May I please request backstage to Honorable Minister Shri Harsh Malhotra, sir. Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, sir. Miss Cynthia. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the closure of the inaugural session, but with a full of technical sessions ahead. First, I acknowledge also the presence of Chairperson, Competition Commission of India amongst us. Thank you, Madam, for joining us. As we conclude the inaugural session of the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct 2025, it is my privilege to again extend a warm and respectful vote of thanks on behalf of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. We express our deepest gratitude to Honorable Minister of State for Corporate Affairs and Road Transport and Highways for delivering the keynote address. Sir, your presence and insights on India's corporate governance vision have added immense value to this gathering and reaffirmed the government's unwavering commitment to foster responsible business conduct in every sphere. Our sincere thanks to Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister for his special address. So your perspectives has also provided a way forward task to all of us. We are also grateful to Ms. Cynthia McCaffrey, UNICEF representative to India, highlighting the importance of aligning ESG goals with child rights, community welfare, and inclusive development. A special word of thanks to Shri Ganeshwar Kumar Singh, Director General and CEO, for his leadership and steering IICA's mission to integrate and keep the momentum alive of ESG into the India's corporate landscape through action, research, capacity building, and policy support. To all our dignitaries, partners, and delegates, thank you for being part of this important inaugural session. Your presence reflects our shared resolve to build a responsible, equitable, and sustainable business ecosystem. We also acknowledge the invaluable support of our parent ministry, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and our partners, UNICEF India, ACCA, Partners in Change, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, NSC India Limited, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, Access to Nutrition Initiative, International Labour Organization, and Responsible Business Alliance for walking alongside us in this journey. I'm confident that the conversations over the 2 days serve as a catalyst for collective action and lasting impact as we move together on the path to integrate ESG for Viksit Bharat. May I request the dignitaries on dais just to come forward for a group photograph, and then we break for a tree.
Distinguished dignitaries, respected guests, and esteemed delegates, I request everyone to be seated as we now transition to our first thematic panel of the day, the rise of ESG in the boardroom. As India strives towards the vision of Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, the boardroom is no longer just a nucleus of financial deliberation. It is a crucible where governance meets conscience and values shape vision. In this era of stakeholder capitalism, responsible business conduct is not a regulatory compulsion, but a strategic imperative, deeply embedding in India's civilizational ethos of lok kalyan and dharmic karma. This session brings together esteemed leaders from policy regulation and business to deliberate on how ethical stewardship, risk foresight, and sustainability are redefining the DNA of boardroom strategy. Before we begin, I request delegates to maintain the decorum of the room and be seated as we are about to invite the panelists for the next panel. Thank you. Uh, to transition to our first thematic panel of the day, the rise of ESG in the boardroom. I request all the delegates to be kindly seated as we are about to begin the first panel of the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct 2025, integrating ESG into Viksit Bharat. Thank you. We request your cooperation in proceeding smoothly with the events of the day. For that, I request all the delegates to be seated and maintain the decorum of the room. Thank you. As we all know, that India is striding towards the vision of Viksit Bharat, towards the 2047 envisioned by the Honorable Prime Minister. This session brings together eminent leaders from policy, regulation, and business to deliberate on how ethical stewardship, risk foresight, and sustainability are redefining the DNA of boardroom strategy. Requesting all delegates to be seated. Thank you. Requesting team to ensure that the house is in order as we are getting delayed in proceeding with our first panel. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. As we begin the first session, the rise of ESG in the boardroom, we have a distinguished panel. But before that, we have an extremely visionary keynote address by Ms. Ravneet Kaur, Chairperson of the Competition Commission of India and National Financial Reporting Authority. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Ravneet Kaur, who is a senior IS officer with over 34 years of service across key roles in Government of India and Punjab, contributing significantly with her deep expertise in finance, industry, corporate affairs, and infrastructure. Madam's expertise in corporate affairs, management, and business operations encompasses leadership role as chairperson and managing director of India Tourism Development Corporation, Axim Bank, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, and Punjab State Transmission Corporation Limited, as also as CEO of Punjab Infrastructure Development Board, Punjab State Industrial Development Corporation, Punjab Communication Northern India Institute of Fashion Technology, as director on the board of various development financial institutions, banks, including Small Industry Development Bank of India, Punjab National Bank, Export-Import Bank of India, and enterprises engaged in manufacturing activities. Ma'am gained valuable insights and knowledge in these diverse sectors. This was coupled with experience in public policy and administration as the secretary in the departments of revenue, rehabilitation and disaster management, cooperation, forest and wildlife, labor, food processing, power and education. Ma'am has worked in quasi-judicial capacity throughout her career as educating appellant, reviewing and revisional authority. Ma'am has received many awards, medals during her academic and professional career, including President of India's Census Silver Medal and ISAW Women Achievers Award at ITB Berlin. We are privileged to have amongst us Mrs. Ravneet Kaur. I request all the delegates to please extend a very warm welcome.
good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable dignitaries, fellow panelists, and distinguished delegates. It is my privilege to be here today and to participate in this very timely topic relating to the importance of ESG in corporate governance. In the last few years, ESG has moved into the mainstream of the way business is conducted, and there is a general forward-looking approach which involves long-term value-added creation. That is the objective with which ESG is being adopted across organizations. From the standpoint of the competition law, that is where I would like to talk about ESG. We do not find any conflict between ESG and competition law. So that this impression which has been there in the past, that there is some sort of tension between the two, is really not there. So that is something which we need to understand, that the competition law is intended to ensure that companies compete fairly, innovation thrives, and that consumer welfare remains paramount. And that is something which is also there as part of the environmental, social, and governance principles which are being enshrined in the way business is being done. Environmental sustainability, inclusive growth, and accountability are also the values which a well-functioning market would support. Therefore, we need to look at how the collaborations are working on the ESG front. Now, the collaborations which are coming up in ESG are looking at setting common standards, looking at reducing carbon footprints, and sourcing responsibly. Now, some of these collaborations may have anti-competitive aspects to them. So really we need to differentiate what are those things which the Competition Act allows and what are those things which fall foul of the Competition Act. Competing fairly, there can be no bar to that under any act. So therefore, as long as there is fair competition, markets are open and contestable, and transparent mechanisms are being followed, the competition law stands behind all such developments. It's only when these collaborations start looking at some form of cartelization, or there is an abuse of dominance by any particular players who are working in the market, that the Competition Act comes into the picture. So the ESG collaborations which are without distorting market dynamics are fully supported by both the competition law and the regulator. But when sustainability is being used as a pretext for any kind of anti-competitive conduct, that is when the competition organization agency comes into the picture. Some of the competition organizations all across the world have issued guidelines as well, what constitutes green guidelines, and they are more like indications as to what are the things which can be undertaken and will not be frowned upon by the agencies. Therefore, the key challenge when we look at ESG is that it should not be indulging in any kind of greenwashing. It should not be any way of looking at cartelization or cartel-like conducts or anti-competitive agreements. So the dominance and its abuse, that is one area where if the company, dominant player is looking at creating entry barriers or restricting other players or indulging in discriminatory practices, unfair practices which are meant to ensure that competition gets limited, those are the things that the competition agency looks at. We have so far been having a very proactive and trust-based approach even when it comes to mergers. So our merger framework is such that in case there is any merger happening which is having behind it the adoption of green technology or which is relating to digitalization all such mergers are being supported by the competition agency so long as the competition principles are being adhered to. Coming to the issue of what is the kind of things which can be red flags for us. If I were to look at the digital economy, in the digital economy, the use of algorithms or the use of AI-driven decision making or the using of online platforms, they may enable ESG efficiencies, but in case they are leading to any tacit collusion, those are the concerns which we look at as a competition regulator. So as long as the ethics is a very important part of the ESG, the environment, social and governance standards require ethical business conduct. And what is ethical would actually be transparent, would be fair and accountable. And that is where, in case those principles are being adhered to, then we are looking at fair markets, we are looking at no limits on competition, and there can be no issues on that front. Now, so far as the regulator is concerned, we ourselves are also focused on looking at understanding what are the developments which are happening. So there are two major studies which we are doing. So we have this framework of market studies through which the understanding of markets is to be developed within the organization also, and we also share it with our stakeholders. One is the market study on AI and competition, where we are looking at what are the possible ways in which collusion can happen, and is there some kind of a guidance that we can provide. So as a proactive player in this journey towards Viksit Bharat, can we be upfront and indicate what are the things that could be red flags for the organization or for the competition law framework? The second study that we are doing is a market study on renewable energy, which is the impact of renewable energy, and this is a collaborative study which is being done for all BRICS countries. So India has taken the lead on that, and we are trying to understand what is happening in the renewable energy space, in the renewable markets, what is the kind of landscape which is emerging, what are the possible issues, and what could be the possible challenges. So in our endeavor to support the industry, we are all the time trying to ensure that our knowledge base is updated and our people are having the capacity to be able to differentiate between what constitutes competition and what constitutes anti-competitive practices. Now, when it comes to this issue of integrating ESG and looking at the competition law framework, taking the two things together, what can be the possible things that can be looked at? A very important aspect in this is that as long as we are looking at internal audits, we are looking at a board oversight, and the board oversight has to be very clearly geared towards anything that is impacting price, impacting market access, or impacting supply chains. So those are the three areas where the boards can actively ensure that the ESG adoption, the ESG frameworks which are being put in place are not in any way limiting competition. The entire debate with regard to ESG is also with looking at inclusion. And as long as the inclusive frameworks are being adopted by the corporates, which are looking at not restricting the smaller innovative players, the startups to come forward, then those practices can always be considered pro-competition. So as we move towards this Viksit Bharat, the important things that the boards need to look at is that Viksit Bharat is looking at an India which is future ready, resilient and inclusive. So as long as in this journey we embrace pro-competitive practices, there are no measures which are being undertaken with regard to limiting the independent commercial business decisions of a corporate entity, or which are restricting the smaller players, or those which are involving the sharing of commercially sensitive market information. So as long as all these practices are avoided, all the adoption of ESG would be in consonance and in line with the Competition Act and the competition framework. Therefore, we at the competition agency as a regulator feel that there is really no tension between ESG and competition law. And as long as this basic framework is kept in mind, then we are together in this journey towards Viksit Bharat, because Viksit Bharat can only come up, can be shaped only through markets that are open, fair, contestable, and where the adoption of ESG goals and ESG collaborations are keeping these very aspects in mind. Because if we are working with transparency, we are fair in our dealings and are accountable both to our boards and to the stakeholders, I think that is the way to go forward. And there cannot be any restriction from the competition front with regard to the adoption of ESG. Therefore, we fully support the corporate entities, the enterprises in their journey towards responsible business conduct, adoption of ESG goals, and even in going into ESG collaborations, because as long as we are working towards a vibrant, inclusive economy, we are all together in this journey towards Viksit Bharat, and the Competition Commission would be very happy to support all such initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. May I now request Dr. Garima Dadij, Head School of Business Environment, to kindly felicitate ma'am with a token of gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. Let us now take a moment to introduce the distinguished panelists who are gracing the session on the rise of ESG in the boardroom. Please put your hand together for Ms. Abanti Shankaranarayanan, who leads public policy and regulation and sustainability at the Mahindra Group. Ma'am serves on the boards of several Mahindra subsidiaries and is an active voice in the industry bodies like SIAM and FICCI. A former TAS officer, she held strategic leadership roles at DIGO, India, and worked across startup companies globally. Recognized as one of the Fortune India's most powerful women and Fast Company's 100 most creative people in business, Ms. Abanti has over 30 years of experience in strategy, marketing, and corporate affairs across the consumer and automotive sectors. Very warm welcome, ma'am. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, sir. He is the 73rd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 2025 to 26 term, and a practicing chartered accountant for over 34 years. A 6-term Central Council member, he has chaired several key committees and led ICAI's pioneering work in forensic accounting and investigation standards. He represents ICAI on various national and international forums, including SAFA, PAFA, and AFA. He has contributing significantly to corporate governance and regulatory reforms, including representation on IRDAI, CBDT, and ASSOCHAM committees. Sir's leadership reflects a strong commitment to accounting excellence and policy advocacy. Very warm welcome, sir. Thank you. Now we have Mr. Ashok Sethi, former chairman of PXIL India and independent director at IndiGrid. He is a power sector veteran with over 48 years of experience in generation, distribution, trading, and consulting. Formerly COO and executive director at Tata Power, he has chaired several key subsidiaries An IIC certified ESG professional and independent director, Mr. Sethi has driven digital transformation, policy advocacy, and leadership development. He has authored technical papers and received the CBIP Award 2019 for his contribution to the power sector. His governance acumen and industry foresight make him a respected thought leader in the industry. Now, please join me in welcoming Mr. Deepak Tandon, who is the Executive Director at the ONGC, heading the Carbon Management and Sustainability Group. He leads ONGC's strategic decarbonization initiatives focusing on net zero goals, emission reduction, and sustainability alignment. Representing ONGC at national and global forums, he plays a pivotal role in shaping ESG strategies for India's energy sector. Mr. Tandon's work bridges corporate responsibility with global climate imperatives, positioning ONGC as a proactive player in India's energy transition. Very warm welcome, sir. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Harish K. Ahuja, who heads the Power and Carbon Markets Product Strategy, Investor Awareness, and Primary Market Relations at National Stock Exchange of India Limited. A former civil servant with 25 years of experience in energy markets and infrastructure finance, he has served in the Ministry of Power and Delhi government before transitioning to the private sector. Sir also founded India's first solar e-commerce platform, India Go Solar. Dr. Ahuja combines policy insight with entrepreneurial acumen, advancing innovation in India's energy and capital markets. Very warm welcome, sir. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming again Dr. Garima Dadich. She is the Distinguished Associate Professor at IICA, leading the School of Business Environment, Center for Business and Human Rights, and Center for Responsible Business Advisory at IICA. A visionary in corporate sustainability, she has been pivotal in advancing ESG, CSR, and strategic partnerships. An active member of SEBI's current ESG Advisory Committee, she also mentors top government officials and corporate leaders. With credentials from ILS Law College, Pune, Queen's Mary University of London, Harvard Extension School, and a recognition as a sustainable finance analyst by the World Sustainable Finance Institute, she has also authored influential works including Demystifying ESG, Benchmarking ESG in CSR, and CSR Ready Reckoner. We are having an extremely distinguished panelist and looking forward to really insightful deliberations. A huge round of applause for our panelists, and then over to you, Dr. Garima. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm indeed delighted to sit amongst the dignitaries on dais and definitely the committed, I would say, the champions of ESG this side. Now, indeed, it's a great pleasure to moderate this very important topic, which is rise of ESG in boardroom. Now, before I go to the, jump to the taking the expert comments from the speakers, let me again reiterate what my DG and CEO has highlighted, that in today's world, we have moved from Milton Friedman to Freeman. He says we have moved from shareholder theory to stakeholder theory. And the term stakeholder is broad enough to cover different stakeholders which we are talking under the theme of ESG. Therefore, there is a strong business case for businesses to take it forward. And I also quote what our adjunct faculty Shankar Viraf often quotes, that the entire NGRBC begins with the top line which says that the governance structure shall ensure. So there is a huge responsibility on the board to take this agenda forward. And let me begin with Ms. Abanti from you now, because we know Mahindra has set some very aggressive targets, carbon neutral, scope 1+2 by 2040, 100% renewable energy by 2030, 100% improvement in energy productivity, water positive operations, and the list is very, very long and aspirational list. So how would you say what board level mechanisms are in place to ensure this commitment, and what are the ESG strategies, that are resilient through this leadership transition as well as the economic shocks which our previous guest of honor speaker was highlighting?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you all for having me here for this very, very important discussion, but also the 2 days which are captured very well in the title on responsible business, which I think all of us represent here in this room. Garima, I'll actually start the answer by saying that I have worked in 2 groups, the Tata and now the Mahindra, where ESG values are core to the DNA and the purpose with which the groups were set up. And that makes governance by the board and everything else really sort of easy, because it's very much part of the ethos and the founding fathers' vision. And here, anecdotally, I will just say that, the Mahindra Group was born in 1945, 2 years before independence. And the first ad of the group, and it was actually Mahindra and Mohammed. The first ad of the group in the newspaper in 1945 actually had no mention of the product that it was trying to sell, which was steel and, steel processing and trading. Instead, it spoke about the business wanting to serve and to employ all irrespective of religion, caste, creed, gender. And that was back in 1945. So no mention of the product. And instead, a mention of what it believed in terms of really what we now label as inclusive, as an inclusive society and inclusive business. And when India's independence occurred, actually, Mr. Mohammed, who was the fellow co-founder, chose to move on to Pakistan and became Pakistan's first finance minister. And the little story is that, there was so much stationery which said M&M that we just made, we didn't want to waste that stationery, frugality as an Indian business. And so we just stayed with M&M as the name of, the company and the promoter company. So I think that's the story I wanted to start with, to say that when ESG, or what is labeled today as ESG, is at the core of the ethos and the DNA of a business, then everything else follows very smoothly. In our case, we have board oversight through basically 2 mechanisms. One is the board CSR committee, which actually works very well in the sense that, it forces a disciplined review and discussion every quarter on ESG topics that we as management bring in. And there is a very vibrant discussion. The members of that committee are those who are particularly interested or keen in or well-versed in matters to do with ESG. So that is one sort of mechanism through which it works at a board level. But the other is the executive board, of which I too am a member, and that's called the Group Executive Board of the Mahindra Group. And their ESG is a regular conversation, and that's the group that's the highest level of leadership in the group, which actually signs off on all the commitments, the public commitments that you just now mentioned, but also importantly, the group strategy towards sustainability. How do we bring different group companies who are in different sectors? How do we bring them in? How do we create a shared vision for all companies? And, big strategic themes are discussed. And the third way of the governance is actually by integrating ESG into our group balance scorecard. So we have ESG as one of the 7 goals, and it has a 5 to 10% rating. And it's taken very, very seriously because it ultimately determines, you know, the incentive payout and bonus, etc. So, and the two executive directors on M&M, Dr. Anisha and Rajesh Jejurikar, who are Group MD CEO and CEO of the largest business, which is Auto and Farm, have personal KRAs, and again, their annual payout is therefore linked with a certain weightage. So that's how it works.
So thank you. Yeah, that's indeed, you know, wonderful to know that there are not just strategy, but there are regular monitoring, there are KIIs to review, and it's a regular talk. Now, let me move to Shri Charanjit Singh ji. We know that Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has created a Sustainability Reporting Standards Board. And at one level, when we talk about rise of ESG in board, there's a lot of talk about reporting, whether it's a reporting or it has to be, you know, the culture or the strategy. And since ICI has developed frameworks for reporting, assurances and all that, if you can just highlight what new responsibilities and capacities you envision for the chartered accountants who in boardrooms, you know, to ensure that ESG becomes integral to corporate decision making and it's not just a tick box reporting exercise.
Madam, you have very rightly pointed out that ESG becomes integral to corporate decision making and not mere compliance. Compliances will ultimately do ticking. And if strategy level incorporation is done, things would be totally different. We at ICA level always advocate, which is our traditional strength, that financial integrity, risk management and assurance, these things have to go hand in hand. We have always been speaking on financial disclosures, on financial reporting, but the contemporary times speak about non-financial reporting. This is very, very important. So when I speak about the strategic architects of ESG integration, the first point comes is integration of ESG into business strategy. If it is not a part of business strategy, if it is left alone, no results can ever be held. ICA is very keen on the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board. I have my chairman sitting here, Madam Preeti Savla, the vice chairman, Dr. Sanjeev Singhal. We have always focused very importantly on creating risk management and internal controls for ESG. If the entire framework is not fit into ESG, nothing great is going to happen. So at ICA level, we are keenly working towards creating expert navigators for disclosure frameworks and risk matrices. If these matrices are not clearly evident, you won't be able to take a call. Why we want reporting? Why IFRS? The reason is very simple. A person sitting in India or Frankfurt or New York, if they want to take an investment decision, that has to be truly creating value out of it. So that valuation is only possible when we go ahead. We do BRSR compliance, and we have been very actively been involved with SEBI in making those standards, which are now very important. Carbon footprint measurement and national carbon pricing. We at ICI have yesterday was our 77th Chartered Accountant Day. We launched this program. Now you could go ahead and take care of the carbon footprint measurement and a calculator for carbon credits. Social responsibility maturity model, one very great initiative of ICI. Any company could go and test its basic connotations into creating a social responsibility maturity model. How mature you are, you can always take care of that and see where you need to work into making things more better. We also create ESG information which ultimately gives independent assurance on ESG disclosures. This is very, very important. We have a study group also to work on creating the disclosures on ESG. Driving value chain ESG management, which Madam Ravneet also discussed during her discussion, which is very important. We can ultimately work in sustainability reporting standard boards to create value. You'll be happy to know, Madam, we were awarded by UN body on as the best sustainability standards working in ICI. So ICI works to create value in this regard. I would also like to tell you that a carbon neutral World Congress of Accountants, after 108 years in India, IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, gave us the responsibility to conduct World Congress of Accountants. They will be happy to know the entire first time in the world, the 21st World Congress of India was totally carbon free. We created carbon footprints which were ultimately compensating all carbon emissions that were taken care of. So to conclude, I would like to say that ICA is keen in doing capacity building and training. We undertake advocacy and policy matters, and more importantly, to conclude, the social awareness is important. I remember a small couplet which says, पेड़ काटने आए हैं मेरे गांव में कुछ लोग, पेड़ काटने आए हैं मेरे गांव में कुछ लोग, अभी धूप बहुत तेज है कहकर बैठे हैं उसकी छांव में. This is the basic thought process which I wanted to put.
Wonderful quote. And since you have also mentioned about some stock exchange, let me now go to Dr. Ahuja from National Stock Exchange. We know, we have been reading, there are a lot of large conglomerates also raising funds on sustainability linked bonds and all that. So how NSE is leading by example for other companies on ESG practices, and what specifically NSE is doing, to institutionalize the entire practices across companies.
Thank you, Dr. Garima. First of all, on behalf of National Stock Exchange, I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to IICA, Institute of Corporate Affairs, and the organizer for arranging such an event. And it's very timely because 2 weeks before all, the SEBI has come with the GS Plus framework. We call it Green, Social Linked and Sustainability Linked and Social Bonds. So it's a very timely event. I'll try to take your question in 2 parts. The first part would be how exactly the market, because market ka hu to market ki baat karunga, how the market is reacting to the ESG compliant companies, and the second part is definitely how NSE is leading it. Maybe slightly longer answer, but try to reduce in a short time. First and foremost, as my fellow panelists already suggested, that ESG compliance is bringing a lot of credibility in the market. Invest this compliances very seriously, and they value it appropriately. And I share some numbers which will surely clarify what I'm saying and what I'm speaking about. Last year, in terms of number of IPOs, when I say last year, last calendar year, we did around 258 IPOs, kind of a world record. So number of IPOs which we did were larger than cumulative what China, Singapore, Australia did together, 258. The amount of money we raised in 1 year through this 258 IPO, 168 around SME IPOs and 90 main board IPOs, $19.8 billion, which was larger than Nasdaq raised. So it's a kind of world record we are creating in terms of IPOs. And the good part, which is the key thing here, is around 17 to 18% equity was raised out of the entire $19.8 billion. 17 to 18% equity was raised by the green companies or transition linked companies like electric vehicle companies, solar manufacturing companies, EPC companies, green financing companies, kind of world record again. And even the green bonds, I mean, they also get some kind of momentum. But having said so, even on the debt side, we raised around $120 billion. Ideally, we raise around 110 to $130 billion. Last year, again, the debt raise also we are the highest. And out of those $130 billion, again, 17% came for the companies which are using these proceeds. These were basically NCDs and CPs and the bonds going for the, again, green causes. So I think market has really rewarded green compliant companies or E aspect of ESG very handsomely last year. We have also 3 indices. We call it ESG indices, Enhanced ESG Index, and Leadership Index. Around 103 plus companies are registered here. These 3 indices have raised around 12,000 crore in past couple of years. there were certain rumors, a lot of stories that ESG compliant funds are not doing great. I would partially agree with this because they are not able to successful in terms of raising a lot of money. $1.6 billion is nothing. 12,000 crore in such a big, where we have got $5.3 to $7 trillion market cap is nothing. But I think the returns wise, this indices are doing good. So alpha is slightly positive, is obviously the broad-based Nifty indices, but all these three ESG-based indices are doing reasonably okay. Now, the second part to this is, to answer Dr. Garima, before I come to what NSC is doing as a leadership event, I have got some take on this entire ESG piece. My take is, since 2009, governments are pushing ESG agenda. SEBI also, since 2015 or 2012 onwards, are kind of putting, initially they put business responsibility, now they're putting business sustainability reporting. Having said so, I think there is a high time that we should talk about not a top to bottom approach, but bottoms to up approach. I think policymaker, regulators, initial institutional investors, now even retail investors are rewarding ESG compliance, but I think till the time the retail revolution in terms of asking the ESG compliant companies to deliver the right products doesn't come, transformation, real transformation will not happen, you know. Today, Mr. Trump in America has decided that they will not support ESG. Most of the big institutional funds have withdrawn from net zero commitments, you know, and it will have its own fallout effect. India is following its own trajectory. Having said so, till the time my customer is conscious, my consumer is not asking this, you know, green or ESG conscious companies to deliver those products, I think real revolution will not happen. And how can we do it? I think Green Trade Program of Government of India is good, but I'll park my thought later on. Garima, you want me to answer second question right now, or we'll come back to again on leading the example? What do you suggest?
I can come back to you.
Yeah, okay.
I can come back
okay,
to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahuja, for sharing all the insights and the latest developments. Now, let me again go back to ONGC, since ICI was talking a lot about carbon calculation and all, and we know that, you know, ONGC has published a detailed decarbonization roadmap. I think it was in July 24, sir, and targeting net zero operational emissions by 2038. And again, you know, there is a lot of social and governance. ONGC continues that traditional CSR in health, education, community, and even the CDP climate disclosures, you have been rated B. I would like to just, you know that how do you assess ESG risk and double materiality in such, you know, joint ventures and international operations? Because when we generally talk about ESG, what is the business case, the first point which everybody says is that it is about risk identification, risk mitigation. So your take on this from ONGC perspective.
Thank you, Matt. As you are aware that we have published our detailed decarbonization roadmap. The ESG is a buzzword after COVID. This is a general perception. But in ONGC, we have started taking actions way back in 2007 itself, when this department was formed. In our JVs, or for that matter, we have also overseas operations. Geopolitical risk as of date, nobody can predict. Lot of geopolitical risk emerge, and we have to take decision as per the emerging risk. So ESG is embedded in our DNA. I can say this thing because we were the first one who are signatory to the US EPA, non-US company, to take a pledge that we will reduce methane emissions. Until date, we have, to our credit, we have reduced some 70 million standard cubic meter of methane emissions we have deducted ourselves. Now, in JVs and this, your overseas operations, wherever we are having, because we have to be, every new foreign territory has its own compliance. We have to abide by that. You are aware that in Mozambique, there were some terrorist attack and that LNG project got stalled. Immediately, we withdrew force measures were imposed. Now, Exim Bank of USA has granted 4.5 billion US dollar aid to start that project. It is all because that ESG has been embedded in our system itself. Now coming to your question, double materiality, how we are risking, and what is the impact analysis of our business, and how the regulatory regime or the social aspects are going to impact our system, our business operation. This is the exercise. Generally people are aware of this materiality issue, but double materiality is a rather new concept, and this concept, you will be soon, I am going to take this thing to our board. We have carried out an extensive exercise mapping all stakeholders' expectations, be it government regulators, our value chain partners, what are their expectations from us, and how my business is impacting. If we want to go for the Viksit Bharat by 2047, MSMEs have a role to play. Huge role to play. Unless and until they are uplifted, they are made being aware of what ESG strategy is. Because for them, we need to make them aware. Look, it is not only the environment. You have to go for the social aspects also, wherein whether human rights violations are there or not, child labor you are not there or not. So all these disclosures are becoming a part of them. So we have to take them, and based on the double materiality assessment which we have carried out, we have identified 4 major objects. That is, you have to have zero accident, because our nature of operations is as such is an accident-prone nature. Then, in the surveys, biodiversity didn't came up as a major issue as of now. But since most of our operationals, which are in sometimes far-flung jungles, far-flung forest areas, environmentally protected area, we have to undertake these environment impact analysis. So our board has taken a decision, let us undertake a biodiversity risk management, biodiversity risk assessment of our operations based on the TNFD framework on a macro level. Based on that macro level, let us find out what are our priority areas, and then what funding is to be there for the risk mitigation. This is one aspect which ONGC has undertaken in spite of other 4 major things which came up, that how to go for the better energy management. In our investment decisions, since we are signatory to zero routine flaring, World Bank initiative of zero routine flaring, as well as we have also signatory to the oil and gas decarbonization charter in COP28, wherein we have committed that we will be reducing our operational emissions, that is scope 1, scope 2, latest by 2050 or earlier. I can proudly say that OGDC has recognized our effort, and this is the second time in a row. We were the first one to publish our data and share that data with the international community also. And coming to based on that, we have energy management system, so that 10 gigawatt we are planning to have by 2030. Already actions has been initiated. We have acquired Anya Energy, and 4.1 gigawatt of portfolio will come. Already we have installed some 198 megawatt of renewable energy in our portfolio. So 4.1, 2.1 is already operational, 2 gigawatt is under operational. We have already floated a tender for the 1 gigawatt round-the-clock renewable energy in the form of 500 megawatt of solar, 100 megawatt of your wind, along with the battery storage. So all these initiatives speaks volume how we have assessed our risk and we have found the opportunity as well as to meet the country's energy demand as well as diversify the portfolio.
That's really wonderful to hear, all the commitments from ONGC, and that prompts me to another linked question to you only, sir, is that, while setting all these targets, what role board played in aligning this ESG strategy with your corporate growth, or what specific challenges the board has faced?
See, where there is a will, there is a way. Challenges were there. First thing was from where to start. Now, the inventory, how to measure. See, there are two things, two school of thoughts. One is the exact measurement of your carbon emissions, carbon footprints. Since we have published this decarbonization strategy, I'm only confining myself to the decarbonization roadmap only. The first thing is, how much is your carbon dioxide emissions? Technologies are available, but it comes with a cost. I will give you one example. A lot of people say that methane mitigation is one of the key aspects in our decarbonization strategy, wherein we need to measure the fugitive methane emissions. As far as IPCC guidelines, we are reporting, say, 4 to 5%. But the actual emissions, as per World Bank report, it's a 12 billion lost opportunity across globe. So this much amount of money is involved. Now coming to the technologies which are available to measure these exact emissions, like methane emissions, we have a commercial satellites available like GHGSat and Mapper. Then UN has, if you are a signatory to OGMP 2.0, then your UNFCCC IMO site, that is IMO site along with the Mars, that is methane alert and response system, gives alerts to the government of India to take measures, immediate measures. But since we are not OGMP 2.0 signatory, they are not giving us anything. The GHGSat data, they are the most accurate data you can get at the point source level emissions. But it comes with a cost. The cost is $0.3 million bi-weekly data for a year of a single site. I have 48.3, I have some 166 sites to me.
Okay.
So it's a huge money, $49.5 million just for the data acquisition. Then you have another responsibility that you have to meet the country's energy demand. Our fields are brown field. So at the same time, if you want to take a repair program, there is a case that we may have to replace the asset. For that, you need to shut down the well. And if wells are... So we have to take a balanced approach.
Got your point.
So we have to meet the energy demand of the country. That is, we are energy import country. 85% of our energy is being imported. Only 15% we are producing. Out of 15%, 80% ONGC is giving. But if I take these programs, then there is a chance I have to close the well, and there is a probability that it may not come up to that same level of production.
Right, thank you. I really,
because these
appreciate
are
your commitment.
Some of the dilemmas.
Yeah.
How to go ahead.
How to navigate the dilemma, and your commitment with all the numbers is quite visible.
So production is there.
Thank you, sir. I'll come back to you, sir. I'll come back to you. Thank you. Let me move to Mr. Ashok Sethi. He's someone who has led large infra and energy organizations. So from your perspective, sir, what core principles are required, that the board should adopt to meaningfully embed ESG? And ESG is often linked with long-term value creation, especially in these sectors like, power and infrastructure. So your take on it.
Thank you, Dr. Garima. And, I had experience of inside-out view, and then now from outside in view both. And on a lighter sense, I'm like an independent director in the executive directors which are on the sitting here. And not to say, independent director is being given weightage today of his opinion quite a bit. So let me come to the question of, I think when we look at how do the board starts, can they avoid not looking at what country wants? Because country, whatever wants, is after a lot of research, we heard Mr. Sanyal, they actually have studied a lot of policies word over. They have studied things which are happening, how the countries have developed, what is coming as important. They know what is good for the development, what is good for the people. So it is all coming from the country is giving you direction. And when we many times say in this that you should follow the top, here is the top. So, you know, there is a direction which is, and I feel it does not matter whether company is big or small. I don't think any director sitting there can avoid that keeping in mind. You know, like if I say the infrastructure, the question which is raised, infrastructure, we are doing housing for all, we are doing roads, you know, the big number was, okay, why are we doing that? Because the development takes place, energy is another, power is there in the energy, electrification of everything is taking place, so energy is getting converted into power for usage purpose, although the basic energy exists. So these are all coming directions from there, and one of the directions has been on NGRBC principle, and they said the governance, she mentioned, Dr. Garima mentioned that governance has to, you know, be done on these. So I firmly believe today that nobody can, sitting on the board, can avoid this thinking. Question is, to what extent in one company to another company, it is being discussed transparently, and the first principle is integrity and transparency of the NGRBC. So I will, although all principles are happening and a lot of work happens in the committees of the board, like if I talk of the people, the NRC is there, and today I have seen the boards are changing into creating many own committees so that the useful discussion can take place on those topics which the main board may not have time, like investment committees. So that this is a positive thing which is happening on the boards. So those committees are actually doing all the spade work and all the thinking and the deep thinking and going into the logic of where board may not have the time to do all that. And that is why the importance of the committees becomes extremely important. And I have seen that apart from mandated committees like NRC or the audit committee, but there are many committees companies are going forward. So big or small, I think things will catch up. Now coming specifically, you know, we also have external things which are happening. Can we avoid climate change? No, it's like signals which a battalion or the army gets it, they can't avoid overlooking that. You know, General Patton had said that you must look at weak signals if you want to succeed. And so I don't think they can avoid the climate, because if in infrastructure I am there, when I am building the infrastructure, whether it is power or otherwise, I must look at the recent calamities or the things, the way they are changing. If there was a heavy rain which is happening in Chennai, I must look at how I'm, you know, developing the infrastructure there, which will take care of these things. The storms are much stronger, and we hear a lot of earthquakes. So I think climate change is there, pollution is there, which is affecting. So I don't think, again, the knowledge exists so much today in the universe that anybody can avoid it. And I'm very sure the board members cannot avoid it. Thinking on. Similarly, the technology changes which are taking place. Why are the technology changes taking place? Because there is a climate change, there is a competition change, and there are compulsions which are. So actually it is, one is the guidance which is coming from the country which is evolving and looking at the things ahead, and other is happenings and the events. When we do risk management, we always say, look at the events which are happening around. And so this is like events happening. Now let me take one example of the power specifically. Why are we going for renewable? You know, we can say, now, does it matter what Trump says? In my opinion, it does not matter what Trump says. Because those blips can always happen in the development cycle of any country or any, word can happen. Those blips can always happen depending upon the person. But those are blips. But there are things which will sustain for long because they are based on certain concepts, they are based on certain principles. They will not go away. The valley can form, but the mountain will again come. Let me put it that way. So when I look at the energy, why are we going for renewable? The first need which comes for the country is the securitization of the energy. And electrification is a bonus because then energy has, opened the ways of getting it from the renewable.
So, Mr. Sethi, I'm not intent to stop you, but if you can briefly mention about, specifically the core principles, which other businesses can adopt.
So there are, as I'm saying, they are all related to the core principles. When I said transparency, products and services. Products and services, that means why I'm thinking of renewable. It is very much linked to products and services, whether they are safe, whether they are long sustaining. One example I am giving. Stakeholder. Because in stakeholder, what is the impact on the others of this? Whether I should go for thermal plants, how much I should go for, what is my plan of decarbonization? Because it affects the whole across. So stakeholder. Similarly, environmental. So I am touching upon as an example of 4 principles. When I think that way, I am actually integrating with those principles.
Okay. Yeah.
So I will just carry on. So the whole principle is that when I am thinking of products and services, and this is not only for the power, but even when I create housing, I'm thinking of those things. Okay, how do my product and services will be for the future, which is aligned to the customer needs of the future.
Right.
And these are all coming in the future.
Thank you.
So let me.
So if you can briefly mention the principles because of the paucity of time, and I really don't want to miss on any.
I just gave an example of 4 principles.
Correct. Great.
But everything is applicable because something happens in the NRC, something happens. I'm not touching upon because then answer will become very long.
Right. So I'll quickly move to Dr. Ahuja now, if you can share some examples, best practices, and also if you can highlight, because we have been talking a lot about SMEs. So what is the incentive for SME as a value chain to follow ESG practices?
So I'll continue my last question and then SME piece, right? So when you see the vision of NSE as an institution, we don't see this trinity of 3 things in isolation. For us, the trinity is net zero energy transition, first. Second, ESG framework. And third, social stock exchange. I think when you connect this dot, this trinity is driving my action, our action. Let me come to how exactly NSE is leading by example, and then I'll come to how exactly we are setting some tone for the industry, and last but not the least for SMEs. NSE, though it's not a listed company, but very soon we are going to be listed. There are around 2,768 precisely the company listed with us, including today HDB Finance. And most of these companies, as per this SEBI BRSR rules, are following their compliance framework. But NSE, even if not listed, being a very premier MI institution, is following compliance to all the SEBI regulation in terms of our BSR, now BRSR submissions, our BRSR core assurance principles we are following. Most important thing is, if you see my core principles, let's talk about emissions, you know, around 17% of our energy is coming from green sources. We have our own wind farm, we have our own solar plant. In terms of gender ratio, ma'am, we are around 37% females are part of our workforce. And in terms of pay parity, I will not say we are following the best standard. Again, the 37% population of female, in our pay structure, they are getting a ratio of around 27%. In both NSC, it is the independent director or public interest director leading from the front. They are kind of made the chairperson most of the time. And Ashok ji is also one of our associate company. He's independent director, he's chairperson of PXL. So we follow by principle on execution also we follow this. Very important thing is, which I think I personally appreciated, and this was the dilemma, I'm just to share this story. In fact, when we were talking about our carbon emission intensity of NSE, the question was, should we treat our carbon emission intensity by taking the numerator, definitely carbon dioxide emission, in the denominator, should we take per employee, revenue, or per square feet? We have all three options. And we have full ESG committee headed by a director. And we took a conscious call that we should not hide the number. Which was the worst carbon emission intensity figure coming, we should show this. We should not hide on the carpet, you know. And we took a conscious call that we show carbon emission intensity per kg as per the revenue, because it was the worst. So I think we are leading by the example. Now coming back to what as an institution we are planning to do. And I think here I like to quote that if you like to go fast, go alone. But if you like to go far, go together. And I think we believe in this responsible statement. We like to go far and with all together. So first and foremost, in terms of all the companies BRSR, we show it in our dashboard first. Second, it is our endeavor which pushed SEBI to come with GSS Plus framework. Green bonds, sustainability bonds, and social bond. Because if you see, social bonds are going to play a very important role. Globally, it is an $85 billion market. Not a single penny has been in India. There is an OTC money has been raised, but in regulated exchange phenomena, nothing has happened. We keep doing a lot of events on GSS Plus framework with the help of IFC and World Bank climate bond initiatives. Now, very important thing, seeing the last year, a lot of participation of retail investor on green equity companies. We are coming with the green equity principle also. We'll be the 4th exchange in the world. So NASDAQ has done it, Brazil has done it, we call B, and Switzerland done it. We'll be the 4th exchange which will come with the green equity principle. Here, every IPO issue, if they like to get them rated, it's a voluntary mechanism, we'll give them a choice to rate themselves as a green, we call dark green, light green, orange, and red. Now, what does mean by dark green? I'll quickly rush through because I know we're short of time. If you are raising the capital, the entire 100% capex is going for the making it a green products or green manufacturing facility or something green, you would call it dark green. So 100% capex, 50% opex, 50% revenue coming from green products, you are called dark green. If 50% capex, 50% opex, and 25% revenue coming from the green products, it's called light green. And if you are not meeting any of this criteria, you become orange. So this will give a lot of clarity to retail investors, which are the dark green companies which are definitely doing something for the emissions, which are light green, which are definitely orange, and they should not get, because last year we saw everyone who quoted they are green, they got oversubscription, they got high valuation. We like to differentiate between a dark green company and orange company. So that is a responsibility. Very important thing which I think I should highlight in terms of SMEs. I think I'm a firm believer that only if, and I'm making this statement very categorically, only if you are doing good in terms of making profits, you should do well in terms of ESG. SMEs which are fighting day to day, meeting their ends meet, cannot be strictly compliant to, scope 3 emissions. And here comes, I think with the ICI, help of ICI, ICCI, we are creating a BRSR core light. Light means a diluted version of BRSR core, which can be adopted initially by SMEs. And we are also coming with a tool Like today I pay around 8 lakh rupees to my BRSR core assurance provider, or around 10 lakh rupees to create my BRSR report. Can I create a IT tool which will allow all these SMEs to come and just punch their balance sheet, PDF download, and within 10 minutes they'll get a modified version of BRSR Lite Core, zero cost. We are working on this with the help of IACI. There's so many other things we are doing, but these are the nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, that makes me again move to Abanti, because since we're talking about SMEs, I would like you to touch upon two aspects particularly. First is that, you know, how the practices followed by Mahindra encourages MSME to adopt ESG principles. And the second part, as Dr. Ahuja mentioned, is that, you know, how your board assess ESG risk in the global supply chain and take it beyond tier 1.
Yeah. So, Garima, on the first, I would say that we, because of being, you know, a large corporation who is buying products from our suppliers and vendors, when we actually wield our voice to say, look, we expect our suppliers to follow certain ethical practices, have certain policies in place, and also have ESG roadmaps, I think that itself is a big carrot to our suppliers. In doing so, though, what we are also very cognizant of is that, as was mentioned earlier, that there are suppliers who are large corporations. So, you know, we have a Bosch, let's say, or a Henkel, who are large corporates, global corporates, and they don't need anything from us on, you know, support or even education on ESG. But there are others who are MSME sector, where what we do actually is to educate and build foundational knowledge and awareness of ESG. And the third way in which we help is also by identifying what could be low-hanging fruit and quick return, sharp business case kind of project. So renewable energy, switching for both our suppliers, MSME suppliers and dealers, switching to renewable energy, to solar or hybrid is a proven business case. So therefore, we urge them to start there first. Or let's say for certain folks, water recycling is really about also reducing cost, right? So we work with our suppliers and dealers on areas which are quick returns and therefore possible for an MSME also to start with. And the fourth and final thing that I would say is that we have in the last 2 or 3 years constituted a supplier ESG audit and rewards and recognition program. So we actually do an audit which we also pay for through third-party partners, and that helps our suppliers to know where they stand on a bunch of ESG parameters. And then we work with them in a subsequent year, it takes time, to actually identify a simple action plan. And then our annual rewards and recognition system also calls out and, you know, gives recognition to particularly MSME vendors for exemplary work that they do in this field. So that's the gamut of things that we do that hopefully acts as a force for good for ESG with regard to the MSME sector. On your second question, I would say that we have an industry, we are part of an industry in the case of, and I mean the auto sector here, which has a global value chain, right? So the value chain and the supply chain is very global. And it's not very easy, therefore, to even identify your tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers. And what we try to do in such a scenario is firstly work through our tier 1 suppliers so that they, and you know, put certain policies, codes, you know, like a critical minerals policy or green sourcing policy on our tier 1 suppliers, which we hope will then cascade down to the tier 2 suppliers, indirectly through the tier 1 suppliers, not directly. And I think a big theme, strategic theme for us, not just as Mahindra, but as auto industry and indeed as government as well, is to really lay out and identify points of vulnerability in the supply chain in terms of where are we very prone to issues and to risks arising because of, it could be dependency on only one country, which is the case on many products for China. It could also be dependency on extreme weather events. It could be geopolitics, where critical components have to be imported and they come through the Gulf of Hormuz, and what happens if that comes under conflict. So all of that is a muscle, I have to admit, we are building as we speak. I can't say we are all there. But what recent events have done is really brought into sharp focus the need for us to identify these vulnerable points. That includes, greater visibility on tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers. And that's something that we are therefore now putting our focus behind, but it's work in progress.
That's wonderful. I mean, sensitization, recognition, having the system structure in place is extremely critical now. Coming back to the ICAI, sir, how do you view the fiduciary responsibility of directors in this evolving ESG? Because we do have Companies Act, Section 166, that talks about directors' duties towards environment. We have CSR talking about social responsibility. So do you feel that, ethical leadership and the sustainability stewardship, that becomes a core professional code of conduct for finance or board members?
Madam, the answer is an emphatic yes. We need to understand that ethically, we have to create values for the fiduciary relationship, not only of the auditors, but the directors on board. We are very keenly advocating a paradigm shift. We are moving beyond the singular focus on the bottom line to embracing the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit, which is very important. This very clearly means a paradigm shift from just about financial performance, but also about positive social and environmental impact. The entire discussion today was on sustainability reporting. So that is not important only with respect to listed companies. We today have a sustainability reporting maturity model, which any company can use, even a company with turnover of 10 crores, 1 crore can use, because ultimately the impact on the globe of these emissions, of these environmental issue is going to be great. When you speak about the risk perspective, very importantly, because the boards have to sensitize this point. A company which may not remain if it is having some environmental hazards. So the valuation has to be totally corrected. You can't give valuation for it to perish at a later date. We speak about going concern concept. So these things are very, very important when you think on these lines. Ethical leadership and professional codes is again very important. We need to have sustainability stewardship. A person has to take charge. We need long-term value creation. Only then these initiatives will be in use. In Europe, you have the statutory backing for all reportings under sustainability. Mr. Trump may think on a different line, but largely what affects the globe has to rule the roost. Transparency and accountability. Yes, accountability is very important. People or companies who are not able to live up to the expectations of the society. I want to tell that Mr. Ahuja gave the reason, the data about 4 bourses. Internationally, all bourses, the investors today look at non-financial reporting with greater relevance than financial reporting. I want to tell you, we have to shift from financial reporting to non-financial reporting, and in times to come, 80% reporting should be non-financial reporting. And the last thing, we have constituted a joint study group under our Sustainability Reporting Standard Board and the Ethical Standard Board. It is to create first ever India's Sustainability assurance standard, SSA 5000, and critically a comprehensive sustainability code of ethics, which is code 5. So if we integrate both of them, the results shall be very fantabulous, and we shall be able to work in tandem with the best practices which are required in this sphere.
Thank you very much. Now let me, go to each one of you with just a 1 minute closing prompt. I would say that what are the new priorities and pressures are rising to board agenda today, and how do you see these shaping boardroom conversations, say up to 2030? I won't say a decade, I would say up to 2030. We have a lot of agendas and all. So if, within a minute, I would request each one, beginning with Mr. Tandon, if you can briefly mention new priorities and pressures rising to board agenda.
See, as sir has rightly pointed out, that international investors are looking for your ESG scorecard. So this is the pressure which most of us will feel. Though we have deep pockets, I will give you just one example, that our overseas arm went for the participatory bonds across globe. And till 7th July, nobody was willing to take nobody was willing to fund us. Then the news came that ONGC has published its net zero strategy. And this is not my statement, this is the statement of the DBS Bank of Singapore, who has funded one of the projects with $500 million aid. They said initially their past experiences, out of 300, they were able to sell just 30 or odd bonds. But once this news came that out of 300, they were able to sell 270 participating bonds. So this is the power of ESG, but at the same time, it comes with the cost, and then you have to make a balance.
Got it, investor driven. Moving to you, Mr. Charanjit, just one word probably.
Thank you, madam. 1 minute answer I'll give you. Yeah. We cannot undermine ESG. We cannot undermine the socialistic impact on financial statements. If you want to go on to total disclosure, you need to understand that in a holistic view, what is happening? We normally use our mind to create value, but heart is very important to add value. ESG will now come to the minds of the investors. Investors will never want to go to invest in any organization, any company where risks are not defined today, but they have a great risk impact in times to come. So to conclude, we have to understand that we have to live with ESG. It is the starting of a revolution. Wait for some time. You will see so many standards on ESG, reporting on ESG, and more importantly, synchronizing financial reporting with non-financial reporting to create a valuation model on the basis of which investors could come and invest.
Thank you. Yeah. So Abanti, if you can also share the new pressures and priorities.
Yeah. So I would say the new sort of emerging topics within ESG are evolving very fast, and they are complex. So for example, supply chain decarbonization is a big one. Similarly, another one I would throw in here is circularity, industry circularity, material circularity if you're a manufacturing firm. So I think new emerging topics, and within emissions, the focus is shifting to scope 3, product in use. So these are new complex topics which are emerging for the business. The second one I would say is just the heightened geopolitical and macroeconomic risks around the world, and therefore businesses and managements and boards need to be ahead of those risks, anticipate the risks, and have mitigation plans in place.
It's wonderful. Yes, Mr. Sethi, very briefly, please.
Yeah. So just two things. One is, risks which are emerging. As Madam also said, whether it is standard assets, whether it is climate risk, whether it is natural resources, because supply chains are across the world, or geopolitical risks. So these are risks which are emerging and the answer lies in ESG. And that is why, there is a linkage direct. And second aspect is, how do you integrate ESG into the main strategy, ESG strategy into main strategy? Now this involves, it's not a one-way process of only board thinking, but also the management and the lower management thinking in that way, so that whatever comes up to the board, because board only takes decision and gives direction, but the work gets done there. So I think other pressure is, how do you bring that integration through a culture? How do you create a culture in the organization that it both gets integrated? I think I'll put it at this.
Thanks, Dr. Rahuja. Just a closing.
Yeah, so NSC internally is planning to go for net zero. We need around 85 to 90 megawatt of wind, or roughly 110 megawatt of solar. So that is the possibility. Within the next 4 years, can you become net zero? And as a leadership, as an institution, we have got two priorities right now for the board. Can we operationalize the social bond mechanism? Because it has a game-changing impact on the entire industry, especially on the S aspect. And second is, at this stage, multiple rating agencies are giving different rating for the same company on ESG. Can we collate it and create one rating in terms of weighted average, something like that? If we can create that kind of dashboard, then retail investor can come at one place and see what is the aggregate score basis the collation of all the data. These are two priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, indeed, it's a lovely deliberation and we could talk for hours on this topic, but the floor is now open, ladies and gentlemen, for 3 questions as per the time I have in my hand. So those who raise hand for 1, anyone else? 2? We're very close, sir. 3, okay. Yeah, please go ahead. And please be very brief in your question, otherwise you don't get an answer to it. Or even if it's a comment, please restrict to a very brief. Kindly say your name and organization. Can somebody give him a mic, please? I can give.
I got a question, sir, and specifically the question is for Nanda, sir. Sir, do you really think the internal carbon pricing has to be taken into account while going for BRSR core reporting or some such kind of framework as compliance, what I mean to say?
Can you please repeat your question? Just ask him to repeat for a second. You want?
Yeah, sir, internal carbon pricing would have been taken into account while preparing BRSR core, or it is to be taken as one of the parameters of BRSR core for disclosure.
Sir, if you want to look at carbon credits, carbon footprints, you have to essentially understand one thing. The impact of it on the risk. Impact of it on the risk via the financial valuation. So when you do that, it becomes a part of the BSR code.
Okay, that's a very, very brief and right one. Please, let's go to the second one, and we know who has raised the third hand. Please help in giving the mics.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes. Perfect.
Yeah, as Avanti madam and Sethi sir, they belong to established organizations where they mentioned that probably the ESG has been a DNA or a culture of the system itself, and not much of buy-in is required when it comes to implementation or it comes to, I will say, adopting the systems. But when it comes to MSME, which is have major impact, when you look at the country as an overall entity, and we look at MSMEs and their impact, how we think of bringing that cultural change, because obviously, well, Madam Avanti has already explained that probably At Mahindra, you can actually influence your tier 1 or tier 2 partners and suppliers. But what about the others who are not actually linked to any major organizations who are into this sort of sustainability initiatives? So that was one of my questions. And the second part is sometimes you will obviously appreciate that the mental condition or the status which the organization is going through is a very important factor when we are looking at the buy-in from the board or the CEOs or the organizational leaders. So I think we need to look at that mental condition of the organization when you are talking of ESG, because some people are in a very mature state where they can look at it in a very holistic manner, and probably a startup will look at ESG from a very different angle. Would like your views on that.
Abanti, or would you like to speak?
So I think, you know, you've kind of answered it as well in your question. I would just say that, you know, when it comes to MSMEs, absolutely it depends on the stage of maturity. But I think there are some factors which are acting as catalysts. Reporting by larger organizations is a catalyst, because when you have to do value chain reporting, then you start measuring, you start as a large company, you start looking at the performance and the metrics, and then, you know, what gets measured gets done kind of thing. So, you know, that again acts as a reason for larger corporations to sit down with their tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, channel partners, and start looking at what do we need to do where the numbers are clearly not so great. So I think measurement and everything around BRSR, I think to that extent, value chain reporting is really a positive force. The other I would say is for MSMEs, you know, the business case needs to be compelling. And that's why I said earlier that we have to help MSMEs find the lower hanging fruit, because you're right, if something doesn't come culturally, then it has to make sense financially. Otherwise, why will anyone do that? So I think I would just underscore this case.
The question about MSME and a startup, this is very important. These questions are important. So whatever panelists have said, I just want to add, this is a challenge for us. This is challenge for this group. This is challenge for everyone. How to get our small businesses on the board of ESG reporting. I will share a small, in the beginning also we were talking about whether ESR reporting should be voluntary or it should be mandatory. What is the way forward? When we were having this business conclave, in the sense that we were trying to have a stakeholders engagement before we finalized the BRSR, one day we had full day session with MSME association. And when we started, all of them, they were up in arms. You are trying to increase compliance burden. We don't have capital. Who will pay for that? You are trying to increase our difficulty. When we started discussing where are your exports, where are your markets, after discussing after lunch, there were 5 associations. They said, don't ask us, please implement a core. And this is good for us because they have maximum market in the other countries. So they have to also be aware. So what is the way out? So we had Mahindra and Mahindra representatives saying hand holding. So more of awareness, more of a hand holding, more of the CEOs round table. So we have to invest, big business has to invest in their supply chain. Otherwise, MSME will not come onto the board. What our President ICAI has said and NSCA has said, that we need to also innovate. We are in that space. Technology can be used to innovate. How without much cost they are able to also report. And third thing is, someone has asked for a startup. How they start up, mostly as an ecosystem, they are also a small business. So this is a big question. We had in the beginning, in the inaugural session, DG of STPI, Software Technology Park, and we had a detailed discussion yesterday. He was surprised. There is a framework also. He was saying we get lot of such questions from our startup after some time when they want to scale up. They went to outside India and they are asked about non-financial reporting and they don't know how to handle it. Even the small business, if the idea is good, there are investors coming from outside. They are asking, what is your take on non-financial reporting? They have no answer. So what I said, as of now, challenge for us is how to make everyone aware that as a country, we have a reporting framework and how to help them to minimize their cost of compliance. So both are important. So we are going to have, IACA is going to have a MOU with STPI so that their startups, those who are working in this area, they should get aware that there is a framework, and light framework, they should start capturing it. So both are important. Next year, if we will have this conference, national conference, we'll have one full session on MSME and startup, because this is a new agenda for us, and this agenda is important because our ecosystem is not fully ready. That's why SEBI has to give this time a voluntary framework for our supply chain. And for supply chain, ESG reporting is a huge challenge. We are like a continent. So we have to have regional workshop. We were discussing, can we translate some of the metrics in the regional language? Because once you are going to tier 2, tier 3, English will not work. Can we have in Tamil? Can we have in Telugu? So some of the metrics, these are the challenge for us. We have to find ways and means. I came because these two questions are very important. If you ask me, all the issues, MSME is a challenge for us, and supply chain is challenge for ESG reporting. Business case, I think all the panelists, they have said, in 19, we were discussing whether there is a business case. Now ONGC representative has summarized in one line. There is no option. One, if you want to do business in a global framework, you have to follow ESG. So debate, choice is not there. How best we can implement, how smoothly we can implement, that is a challenge for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for very aptly summarizing and giving direction further. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a closure of this panel one. It's indeed a pleasure listening all of you. And just to add, so as Abanti has highlighted about, sensitizing MSMEs, recognizing them. At IICA, we are already into this. We are doing capacity building program wherein we are taking more than 30% in our course only from MSME with just 10% of the fee. And also we are handholding them in the reporting with no cost, just to make them understand. So that's what our aspiration is, and certainly sir will be having this session in the next year as well. And this time also we are talking about supply chain tomorrow, so we'll again discuss these issues. Thank you very much. It's lovely interacting with all of you and getting your expertise here. Over to you, Shivangi.
Thank you, ma'am. A big round of applause for an enlightened discussion on the rise of ESG in the boardrooms. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs and Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed panelists for sharing their invaluable insights and perspectives. Your presence and your thoughts have not only enriched this conference, but also deepened our collective resolve to embed responsible business conduct and sustainable transformation in the DNA of Indian enterprise. We now request Dr. Garima Dadish to kindly felicitate our distinguished speakers with a token of gratitude. Ms. Abanti Shankaranarayanan, ma'am, thank you. Mr. Ashok Sethi, sir. C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, sir. Dr. Harish K. Ahuja, sir. Last but not the least, Mr. Deepak Tandon. May I now request the panelists to come forward for a group photograph. A big round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. As we come to the close of the session, delegates, esteemed guests, the lunch has been arranged for all the guests and delegates at the dining area. We request you to kindly proceed towards the venue and enjoy the delicacies. We will reconvene sharp at 2:15 p.m. For the second half of the day, beginning with a high-level panel on sustainable finance, transforming capital for a green future. We request all delegates to be seated by 2 o'clock as the session will commence on time. Thank you and bon appetit. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct 2025 with the theme Integrating ESG for Viksit Bharat. We hope that you had a refreshing lunch break and meaningful conversations are still being heard during the next session's time. So requesting delegates to be seated and requesting decorum of the room to be respected. Thank you. As we resume our deliberations, we now convene for our second high-level panel titled Sustainable Finance, Transforming Capital for a Green Future. Sustainable finance is no longer a niche. It's a necessity, aligning markets with the ecological responsibility, inclusive growth, and intergenerational justice. As India strides toward net zero by 2070 and strengthen its commitments under the SDGs and NDCs, this distinguished panel explores how green capital, blended finance, and impact investment can serve as instruments of national transformation. It will also delve into the role of ESG matrix, transition pathways, and regulatory innovation in building a climate-aligned financial architecture. Now I will take the privilege to introduce the eminent panelist who will be leading this conversation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. M.S. Sahu, founder of Dr. Sahu Regulatory Chambers. He's a renowned expert in markets and regulation. Sir has led prominent roles including chairperson of IBBI, member of CCI, and whole-time member of SEBI. He played a pivotal role in shaping India's insolvency and securities market framework, leading major reforms like dematerialization and insolvency code. Dr. Sahu has chaired several high-level committees and served on boards of key institutions. A prolific writer and thought leader, Sir has contributed significantly to policy, education, and the integration of technology and regulation and professional exams. A very warm welcome, sir. Thank you. Now please join me in welcoming Shri Govardhan S. Rawat. Sir is a Deputy Managing Director of NABARD with around 30 years of experience in rural credit, infrastructure financing, and development banking. Sir has led key roles across several Indian states and at NABARD's head office, and served as a faculty member at BIRD and NBSC. He has been on the boards of Pithogarh Grameen Bank, AFC India, and NAB Samruddhi. Shri Rawat's extensive field and policy experience make him a key driver of rural and agricultural finance in India. Very warm welcome, sir. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gagan Sidhu, who is a director of the CEEW Green Finance Center, leading work on advancing clean energy finance in emerging economies. Previously, CFO at GMR Renewable Energy, Sir has deep experience in strategic and project finance. Mr. Sidhu also brings global investment banking expertise across Tokyo, London, and Delhi, focusing on capital markets and mergers and acquisitions. He writes regularly on renewable finance in publications like the Economic Times and Financial Express. At CEW, he plays a key role in shaping policy, finance strategies, and investor engagement for India's clean energy transition. A very warm welcome, sir. Now please join me in welcoming Shri Gopal Murli Bhagat. Sir is the Deputy Chief Executive of the Indian Banks Association, IBA, representing over 250 banks in India. With more than 35 years of banking experience, he began his career with Bank of India and held international roles, including in Singapore. At IBA, he has led key industry initiatives such as the Libor transition and is a regular speaker at major banking forums. His expertise lies in corporate banking, digital innovation, regulatory collaboration, making him a vital voice in shaping India's banking ecosystem. A very warm welcome, sir. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Vijay Krishnamurthy, who is the Managing Director and CEO of India Inc. at Gift City, leading the international exchange since 2024. With over 20 years of experience in investment research and financial markets, He previously shaped debt strategy at BSE and worked at CRISIL in HDFC Bank. Under his leadership, Indian Inks has launched innovative products like Sensex derivatives and evolved into a 24/7 platform. He's driving global investor access to Indian markets through strategic innovations and market development. A very warm welcome, sir. Please join me in welcoming CA Preeti Salva, a fellow member of ICAI and Central Council member. She has over 20 years of experience in strategic planning, internal audit, risk management, and business advisory. Ma'am is a certified insolvency professional, forensic auditor, and IS audit expert. She also serves as an independent director on listed company boards. She has mentored women professionals, taught as visiting faculty, and frequently lectures on finance topics. As a former chairperson of ICAI WIRC, she is known for her leadership and contribution to professional development. Very warm welcome, ma'am. Please join me in welcoming, last but not the least, Mr. Chirag Mehta, who is the Chief Investment Officer at Quantum Asset Management Company. With over 2 decades of experience in asset allocation, sustainable investing, and alternative strategies, Sir manages India's first ESG-focused fund and leads multiple equity and multi-asset strategies. A CAIA charter holder with a master's in finance, Mr. Chirag actively engages with regulators, investors, and policymakers to promote responsible investing. He's a sought-after speaker and media contributor, recognized as a thought leader in sustainable finance and ESG strategy in India. We now invite our esteemed panelists to deliberate on how sustainable finance can evolve from a policy narrative to a transformation capital movement, bridging markets and morality, balance sheets, and biodiversity. Over to the moderator. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shubhangi, and a very good afternoon to everybody who's here. I think I have the privilege of moderating a panel which is both distinguished and is wide-ranging in the skill set and experiences that they bring to this panel discussion. And of course, just to recap, the objective of the panel is to actually explore financial tools and strategies that drive sustainable investments, align corporate finance with ESG goals, and support India's green economic transition. Investment, as we all know, is the investment requirements with respect to India's sustainable green transition are immense. If we were to just narrow it down to mitigation, which is one part of sustainability, one part of green, the investment requirements for mitigation alone, for our own research at CW, tells us are in the range of $10 trillion for 2070 net zero, and of which about 70% are achievable through India's own or domestic resources, and about 30% are required from overseas. So clearly, the investment requirements are immense, and it's not just the domestic economic system that will have to, or financial system that will have to play a part, but even overseas capital will be needed to achieve this. Having said that, the high-level panel today will be discussing on aspects such as financial tools, strategies, and these strategies and tools or instruments can include green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, impact investing, and ultimately, how can businesses leverage sustainable finance to drive that capital flow that is required? So I'm very much looking forward to this interaction. I think we have about 75 minutes earmarked for this. I will try to leave a little bit of time afterwards to sort of allow the audience to ask some questions. But without much further ado, maybe I can just begin and begin with you, Vijay. So, as I mentioned, the investment requirements for any term that you want to use, mitigation, green, sustainability, are immense. And as I mentioned, specifically just for mitigation, per our own estimation at CW, 30% perhaps of the capital will be required from overseas. I'm sure that percentage changes or will be different for other sort of end uses within sustainability. But clearly, GIFT IFSC is at the front and center, or is a window of capital raising for India and perhaps even the wider global south, window to the world. So with that in mind, could you just walk us through some of the enabling measures that perhaps the regulator has taken at GIFT IFSC, and specifically, some things that the exchange is doing to actually get that capital to be mobilized?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here, IICA and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It's indeed a pleasure to be amongst you all and in this all-important panel discussing ESG. So I speak today as the MD and CEO of India International Exchange, which is a subsidiary of BSE located at GIFT IFSC. We were the first exchange to be established at GIFT IFSC. And having said that, we are happy to share that, we played a very significant role in terms of capital raising, especially on the debt side right now, as India INX, enabling a listing. So if you look at IFSC, just giving you a sense, if you look at IFSC, bonds worth 65 billion USD has already been listed there. And out of which it's close to about a little more than 15 billion USDs of ESG, green, social, sustainably linked bonds. So it's really, as really mentioned by Mr. Gagan, that we're looking for 10 trillion USD worth of money to be net zero. And in this very short period of time that there's been GIFT FSC has started really moving around, we've enabled about a little more than 15 billion, and India INX on that front has led it from the front with enabling more than 14 billion of worth USD of green, social and sustainable bonds being listed there. And this all is possible because as stakeholders at IFSC, we equally are responsible with what the vision of government is and the regulator IFSCA there is. And this all aligns with our Honorable PM's goal of a Viksit Bharat in 2047. And in that sense, IFSCA has played a major role. Very recently, they have come out with a framework for the transition finance bonds that will help the hard to abate sectors to really come and raise capital there. Plus there are other certain incentives which has been offered by IFSCA for some of the early bird ESG issuers who would come in the financial year to raise capital. So all of these things are being done, incentives have been created, because I think so there's a very clear vision of GIFT IFSC being the sustainable or global capital for raising sustainable finance. And the ecosystem of IFSC really is enabling each of these goals and the visions to be really fulfilled. So that's in a nutshell where we are, Gagan.
Thanks for that, Vijay. Yeah, and as Vijay was saying, transition finance, very, very important as we go forward. At least on a decarbonization, from a decarbonization perspective, so far, a lot of the efforts and investment that have taken place, and indeed will continue to take place, have been centered around the subject of complete mitigation, complete emissions avoidance, right? So how do you avoid emissions completely? Solar is zero emissions, wind is zero emissions, so on and so forth. But as we go forward, of course, that emissions avoidance will have to continue as well, but so will tapering down emissions by those sectors, by the hard-to-abate sectors that Vijay mentioned. So, transition finance, transition bonds are a very, very important element of at least the emissions part or the mitigation part of sustainability going forward. I'm going to turn my pose my next question to Mr. Rawat. NABARD is the premier agriculture or premier financing institution for agriculture, rural development. Could you share some insight into how NABARD is sort of shaping or reshaping perhaps its own rural financing strategies to integrate ESG principles? So to what extent and how is NABARD integrating those policies into its lending and other sort of financial operations?
Thank you. Good afternoon to all, and my fellow panelists and all the delegates present over here. In fact, if you talk about NABARD, we are into a varied sort of wide range of activities. While agri credit and refinance is one of our major area of function, other areas also include developmental activities and also supervision of rural financial institutions. So supervision and development of rural financial institutions also. And with a balance sheet of nearing almost 10 trillion, sustainability is a core part of our overall business idea. As far as sustainability aspect and how we are transforming the entire rural sustainability aspect is concerned, we have a dedicated department now to look at the entire climate finance strategy. We have a ESG policy across which our entire internal and external, while it is financing or while it is developmental activities, that is governed by our ESG policy. And as a matter of developing and focusing more on ESG and sustainable finance, what we have done is we have come across a 5-year strategy plan, 2030 for NABARD for ourselves. And there, it's a 4-pronged approach. What we are trying to see that how we can increase the entire green lending ecosystem. Second is how do you develop an entire market ecosystem for this entire sector. Third is our internalization of green financing and the climate strategy. And fourth is how do you mobilize various resources that are available from across within the country and also globally. So these are the 4-pronged approaches. Within that, if I talk about the market making role that we are trying to play from NABARD side, one is we have partnered with Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India for developing a voluntary carbon market framework. What we are seeing is that there is a lot of opportunity worldwide for accessing carbon credit as an additional source for our farmers through the activities they are doing without burdening them with any additional economic burden. So that is one area where we are working to try to see a voluntary carbon market framework for our country also. As we speak, we have already started the pilot in terms of introducing 11 projects across the country through ICR and other research institutions. They have been registered at the Vera platform. And as the results come, it will help us to see and design a voluntary carbon market framework for our country also. So that is one thing that we are doing. Second area that we are looking at is how do we, see that various resources that are available across the world. How do we raise those resources? So that is another area. And to ensure this voluntary carbon market framework and also to ensure that this green lending facility increases, we have created 2 funds for that. One is a Green Impact Fund and one is Carbon Development Fund. And we are trying to see through this Carbon Development Fund how we can approach such projects and help such projects which can generate carbon credit in our agriculture mainstreaming. So this is another area that we are doing in terms of market making. Third area that we are looking at is how do you strengthen the rural financial ecosystem as such? Because if we talk about the regional rural banks and the cooperative banks, in terms of agri finance, they are the major players. Maybe in terms of their share in the total agri credit, it may be very low at around 10 to 15%. But when it comes to coverage of numbers, in terms of numbers that they impact or they cover, it's very high. It's as high as around 35–40% is being done by these rural financial institutions. How do you ensure a very digital tech-driven capability for these rural financial institutions so that the outreach for these financial institutions increases. For that, we are doing two major activities. One is a shared services entity for cooperative banks, where entire platform will be developed in coordination with Ministry of Cooperation, Government of India. And this platform will provide all types of services which are required today in terms of digital or technological innovations that's happening across banking sector. Because individually, they don't have that sort of a financial resource or the human resource to take the technological and digital innovation. And as a combined entity, as a shared services entity, we'll be creating that platform, and they will be using this platform on a pay as they use basis. So this is another area where we are trying to create such an infrastructure, and this will help them in ensuring and releasing finance, and also under the sustainable finance, green finance, and not only release, also appraise it in a better way using technology. So this is the broader market making activity that we are doing. And apart from that, we are also trying to raise resources. For example, recently we raised a line of credit from ADB and on solar rooftop financing. And that line of credit we are providing to the rural financial institution at a concessional rate, so that, for example, a cooperative society at a remote village, they don't have a regular power supply. If they can set up a rural rooftop on their premises, they can have this entire seamless and uninterrupted power supply in their premises and run the business. So this is another area that we are looking at. How do we mobilize resources from different agencies and pass it on to the rural financial institutions so that they can also take part and participate in this entire green financing ecosystem?
Right. Thank you. So yeah, I think what we heard from Mr. Rao, very interesting. In general, how do you strengthen the green finance or the green lending ecosystem at a rural and agricultural level? And what's also interesting is the second pillar that I heard was, of course, on the mobilization of resources, and not just from domestic sources, but also from international sources. And some very interesting, one would typically think that, things such as carbon markets perhaps are being developed by certain types of institutions, but really heartening to see, NABARD's work in that direction as well, to sort of integrate those type of considerations. So really, I think, when you put all these three together, it seems to me that NABARD is also at the forefront for a lot of things that have touch points with sustainability. And just, staying with the bank sort of story here, I'm going to pose my next question to Mr. Bharat. And the question for you, sir, is that, so far from a debt product perspective, and when we talk about innovative green, let's say, debt products, a lot of the discourse has been dominated by things such as green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, basically anything with the word bond, affixed to it, which is, of course, linked to the debt capital markets. From a banking perspective, on the liability side, of course, we have the green deposit scheme. But on the asset side, if you can just share with us, what type of innovative financial products banks are developing, have developed, or should be developing going forward, as well as, what do you think should be the incentives, or what kind of incentives can we think about in terms of extending to corporates who perform better? So, for example, corporates with significantly good performance towards a net zero target. Do you think there's a case for giving them loans, or extending loans on concessional terms? So yeah, those two questions. So on the asset side, what are banks doing or should be doing to develop innovative products? Green loans perhaps, or some other kind of loans. And do you think the good performing corporates should be rewarded?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gaganji. Very good afternoon to all of you. Really very inspiring to know the way things are moving in our country. As you all know, around 49% of the installed capacity of power generation is now non-fossil based. Similarly, now IFSC going ahead with the number of $15 billion of green bonds. I think it's really appreciable. In all the corners of the country, NABARD reaching out to rural areas, farmers, cooperative societies. Very inspiring situation, I will say, as far as climate risk is concerned in our country. Like our people are alert, they know what is to be done right now. For banks, when they lend money, the money goes for commercial activities. And in the same economy, and since the markets are also integrated globally, corporates need to be very competitive to generate business and repay the cost of borrowing. So for such a big initiative, what was needed was, like liabilities you said, green deposits. We have sovereign green bonds. And then on the other side, we needed was taxonomy, like a kind of set of rules that how we are going to act and how we are going to behave, how we are going to measure the emissions and how to fix targets and achieve the same. Very happy to mention that recently in the month of May itself, Government of India has come out with a draft circular on taxonomy, and they invited suggestions from the stakeholders in the market. The issue was deliberated in Indian Banks Association also, and the recommendations, the feedback has been submitted. Friends, we are Association of Banks, and IBA was formed in 1946, 1 year before the independence. Happy to mention that almost all banks are members, and thankfully this issue of ESG caught attention in 2022-21 itself, when the managing committee of the IBA, where we have 30 managing directors and CEOs of the banks as members, they decided to come out with a standing committee on ESG. So this committee was formed where we have participation from all the banks, major banks, at very senior level, and they discuss about the challenges and the way forwards. At the same time, recognizing the efforts being taken by IBA, Reserve Bank of India had given the responsibility or the mandate for capacity building to IBA. So from that perspective also, we have been organizing seminars and webinars with the help of global bodies who have exposure and experience in other economies. I think banks on their own, members on their own, are extending products which are climate friendly. They are helping out the corporates with transition financing. But as of now, Gaganji, since taxonomy is still not in place, the efforts are not getting consolidated and accelerated. I'm very sure once this taxonomy is put in place, the products will definitely come out, and there will be no dearth of funding also. Of course, funding is needed, as you mentioned, we need some imported capital also. But given the situation of carbon credit, as Rawatji mentioned, if I think the program is that by mid-26, we will be having some carbon credit trading modules and integrating it with the global trading modules. In that case, this activity will definitely catch speed, and overall functioning will be, visible. We will be able to see in our day-to-day life that things are improving. So that is a state of affair at the IBA level. I can say very inspiring, and members are very active, participating, and there is a keen interest by all the banks in developing products which are environment friendly. Sustainable financing is what is being targeted. So I think it is very good to mention that things are really in place. Over to you,
Right.
Gagan.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So as Mr. As Mr. Bhagat mentioned, in a way, banks, and this is something I hear as well quite a bit, that banks have been waiting for quite some time to at least get some sort of taxonomy or have some taxonomy be put out there in the public domain, which would allow them to label, track, measure, the capital flows or lending, if you want to say it, for those sustainability linked not investments, but lending, for example. And I think Mr. Bhagat also mentioned that yes, there's been actually one of the bigger developments in this space has been the release of the discussion paper on India's climate finance taxonomy. And I think from my perspective, we were also had the privilege of having provided some inputs into that and at CW. And from my perspective, what stands out, and of course, just to clarify, the discussion paper right now is talking more about a framework, and the framework will be followed by sectoral pathways. And the sectoral pathways will be where the details, in a way, will be there on the type of technologies and end users. But having said that, the framework, I think, stands out from my perspective because it has three very, very interesting features. The first feature is that, in a discourse on climate, which to a large extent has been dominated by mitigation so far, the climate finance taxonomy, or climate taxonomy, actually addresses adaptation as well. So, while I've mentioned earlier that India needs $10 trillion till 2070 for net zero, that's mitigation. But India also needs hundreds of billions of dollars for adaptation. So by bringing adaptation to the front and center, that is one of the key things that stands out in that taxonomy. Secondly, what stands out in that taxonomy is that from a mitigation perspective, as I said earlier, that in a discourse which has been dominated by complete mitigation avoidance, it really brings in to the forefront transition or mitigation reduction. So that's the second distinguishing feature of that taxonomy. And I think third very interesting feature is in its grading. It's got 2-3 categories out there, but it envisages combinations of mitigation and adaptation as well. So that's the third element that really stands out in that taxonomy. So I think there's going to be some very, very interesting developments. And remember, the banks are big, the banking system is much bigger than the bond market in India. So I think if the taxonomy can help kickstart those flows, and as Mr. Bhagat said today, actually those flows are already happening. It's just that there was not any sort of menu or taxonomy to help label them. After all, India's renewable energy capacity on the ground has majority been funded by the domestic banking system. It's just that they didn't have a taxonomy which would allow them to label. So not only will it bring to the forefront what's happening already, but for which a taxonomy was missing, but it'll also drive additional flows. But having said that, I'm going to turn my next question to Mr. Sahu. As as the former chairperson of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, you've seen crisis in a way. You've seen financial crisis. And that old saying, is there a possibility to turn crisis into opportunity? So that's my first question to you, Mr. Sahu. Is there a play, or is there an angle, or perhaps there's not, in reviving distressed assets through a green or circularity pivot? So can some of these assets which are in crisis, distress, can we use a green or circularity pivot to bring them out of that?
Thank you so much. I think if you recall, in 1991, we had a severe crisis, and we converted that crisis to a big opportunity, which has been giving us 7.5% growth rate over the last 30 years. So it's possible to convert crisis to an opportunity. But market has two strengths or two weapons. One is it discovers the price, which is very powerful. And second is this is good in ensuring information symmetry. So we are in a market economy. We have financial market which works on risk return calculus, which discovers prices in goods market, discovers prices in financial market, and allocates resources to best possible uses. Market is good in discovering the price. Anything that can go through a pricing system, you can use a market for that purposes. Market can discover the price of negative price, positive price of a benign product, harmful product. It knows price today, it knows what will be price 5 years hence. So it is up to us how we use the price. We can use the price the risk, price the externality. The climate risk is the highest form of externality. Mr. Sidhu mentioned a few times about the carbon credits or carbon trading. There are several such instruments which are amenable to pricing in the market. If you can convert anything you wish to help, if you can convert that to a product which can be bought and sold in the market, there can be a price. The most rotten tomato can sell, and somebody making an IPO saying that I will never make a profit for next 30, 40 years or foreseeable futures, it still gets subscribed. So it all depends on the price, but do not expect the market to respond. Don't say that forget price, forget risks, forget returns, and you are here just to support the green initiatives. That does not really work. Market does not work like that. Because it starts from the point of the consumer, what consumer wants to consume, and then at what price producer is willing to sell, and then we come to the financier. So if we expect the financier to support a green project just for the sake of it, is very unlikely. Even if I support, you may not support, or all may not support. But if you can bring it to a pricing framework, there are ways to do this, including the competition authority also. We talk about, all of you may be familiar, we used to have development financial institution at one point of time. We used to have project appraisal, we used to have shadow pricing. We were capturing the full cost or economic cost of a product. But when the competition authority today looks at whether price to amount to be considered as a predatory pricing, it should be less than the financial cost. That does not work. But if you can convert the same thing to a define differently, that if the price is less than the economic cost or full cost, then it amounts to predatory pricing. So if you can do that, you will be able to achieve the objective. The second aspect I told you about the information symmetry. Financial market has moved to disclosure-based regulatory regime, where we expect that everyone participating in the market should disclose about himself, the products, services, truthfully. If he is not truthful, then law will follow up. Then the market will be enabled to take informed decisions. So the BRSR, what we have been talking about, there is an attempt to make the producers disclose about the taxonomy we are talking about, disclose all details about the climate impact they will have, and then they let market take the call. The reverse is that a company can also be subject to climate risks. One is company can create climate risk, other is it can be a victim of climate risks. If there is a huge storm you know how many telecom companies, they take time to restore the business. They kind of lost their support. So the disclosure should cover both the aspects, how much damage they do to the climate and how much they are affected by the climate. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. So I think in a way, and I think we were talking about this as well earlier before the panel started, that finance is an enabler in a way, right? In many cases, it can't lead. So it has to have the right conditions. In India's case, the right condition, the taxonomy is a sign of a right condition. Policy level target setting is a sign of a right condition. Regulatory measures such as the business responsibility and sustainability reporting for companies listed, for the top 1,000 listed companies in India is another sort of is another ecosystem level measure which can then help capital flow to a sector where obviously not enough of it is flowing to date. And on that note of capital, finance, money, I'm going to turn it over to you, Preeti, as chairperson of the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board at ICAI. You're at the forefront of dealing with the accounting community, the chartered accountant community, which has a pivotal role to play, because after all this money that is being extended, borrowed, mobilized, it has to be reflected somewhere or the other. So if you can just sort of share with us, some of the challenges that you think may be there or in front of the community, in front of chartered accountants when it comes to integrating ESG, and perhaps what you are doing as an association to help the chartered accountants to sort of deal with this impending, I would call it perhaps a big mountain of money that will inevitably have to flow.
So at the outset, let me compliment IICA, Gyaneshwarji, who is, I know this is a very, sustainability is a very near and dear topic to him, for taking lead in this kind of conference, and Garimaji, who is leading from the front for particularly this conference. And as the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is under the Act of Parliament, and we come under Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and we are 77 years old. Yesterday was our CA Foundation Day, 77th year. And as regards to Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, is the pioneer board, sustainability board in the world. So this is a 5 years old, and in across the world, all Chartered Accountants Institute, ICAI is the first one to have this board. We have a 3-tier approach over here. The first one is to interact with the regulators. The regulators, namely SEBI, specifically for this initiative of sustainability, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, then Reserve Bank of India, IFSCA. The second tier is actually supporting the regulators, bringing the standards, assurance standards, social audit standards in this space. And third one is capacity building for our members and awareness across the nation. As rightly and as actually it is driven, as you have rightly said, 2070 is a carbon neutral India, and as ICAI is a partner in nation building. So we are regularly in touch with SEBI. For BRSR, we have done various backtesting of various reports for BRSR, for SEBI. Specifically for sustainable finance, IFSC has brought one white paper, I remember about 2.5 years back, and we are interacting with them, and along with Reserve Bank of India, we have also given our inputs, how that policy should be there. Some of the banks have also come out with the green bonds. So when they come out with the green bonds, they should be actually as per the policy of the Reserve Bank of India. and they require a certificate from chartered accountants also. So we actually bring out what should be the format of the reporting. Even every quarterly also they require for the satisfaction of the investors ki whether what the monies have been deployed are actually being utilized for the purpose for which it has been deployed.
Use of proceeds and
Yes, so we actually provide these formats and we are the regulator. So this format, these certificates actually has the value and it has to, because if the certificate has to be like, it cannot be going wrong. So then otherwise they have certain disciplinary mechanism also we have. So we provide the formats of these certificates, what should be there. Actually we measure how the funds have been utilized. So the role of this chartered accountants is very, very important in the sustainable finance space, the green bonds and all this space. As regards, we are already interacting with all the regulators. I am giving just some glimpses specific to our subject of sustainable finance. As regards to capacity building of the members, we are already having some certificate courses. Some of them are like a certificate course on BRSR and sustainability and BRSR. We are on every Thursday, we have webinar. We already current year, starting from the month of March, we have completed 14 webinars. Out of these 14, 3 webinars were on sustainable finance. So every week we are having the webinars with the industry specific and industry specialist. Like for example, quantum is also, we have one panelist representing from quantum. So it is mandatory for them to have audit assurance for the company, the mutual funds who are having this particular sustainable specific fund. So that also we have the formats. Assurance standard, I am also representing India on International Sustainability Standard Board. So then we have BRSR, S1, S2, we are interacting with SEBI, how what are the gaps between those and how it can be, this gap can be bridged. Similarly, at SAFA, and let me tell you that at India what we are doing is one of the best thing in sustainability what we are doing. As I am also chairing the SAFA Sustainability Board that covers all South Asian countries. In that, the India I have observed and seen that India is actually doing the best of the things in sustainability as a ICI also, because again we have also come out with a carbon emission calculator which measures, and it is available free of cost to everyone, not only as a chartered accountant but to everyone, which will also compute some 14 indicators are there in that, 13 to 14 indicators, which will calculate how much carbon emission is one company is like SME is actually into it.
And this is at a corporate level or at an asset level?
At a corporate
At
level.
a corporate level.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay.
Corporate, non-corporate can
Right.
also follow, which is actually small and medium enterprises
Right,
can
right.
do, which is actually, it is a free of cost. And there are 13 indicators, for example, traveling or electricity consumption.
right.
If you put the numbers, it will automatically give how much actually the
I think
carbon
this is very
emission.
interesting because this is, I think, would be of interest, relevance, and practical use to a lot of us out here.
Exactly.
Right.
So these are certain initiatives for the nation at large, which will actually bring the awareness, and they will also think how actually we can reduce the carbon footprint and make India as overall as a carbon neutral.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. And keeping on this topic of money, but shifting it more to a capital markets perspective, Chirag, I'm going to turn it over to you. As an asset management company, one of your, if not the primary responsibility or fiduciary duty to your investors is to maximize their returns, right? Maximize returns for these investors. And returns for these investors who might be investing in, who might be entrusting capital to you to invest either in the equity market or debt market. I'm guessing in India's case, given the fact that our equity markets are so much bigger than our debt markets, a lot of particularly retail money is probably geared towards the equity market. So that's one of the big responsibilities that you have as an asset manager, maximization of shareholder returns. On the other hand, you have these investors, either institutional or retail, also trying to, or having an interest in sort of having an interest in allocating capital towards sustainable type of themes. So do you think that there is any sort of, balancing that's required, or you think these two things can go together? Do you think investing in sustainability can actually coincide quite nicely with maximization of returns?
Sure. So absolutely it's a myth, right? That if you want to do these things, you have to sacrifice returns when you do, say, look at environment, look at social, look at governance. But there is a piling evidence saying that, if you do it the right way, you don't have to sacrifice those returns. Evidence is our own fund. Our own fund has beaten all the indices out there and yet have a better credential on sustainability. If you look at the carbon metric or carbon intensity of our fund, it is 1/3 of the indices. If you look at the gender ratios of the fund, it is 10% higher than India Inc. average. So there is a fiduciary duty of maximizing returns, but I think you may lose a lot if you're not looking at these things. Governance, for example, has been around for a longer period than what ESG has been, but if you have not looked at governance, you would have lost significantly in Indian equity markets. To give you a case in example, anyone remember Satyam Computers, which went bankrupt, or there was a fraud that happened in that company, and Mr. Raju wrote a letter to the stock exchanges that I was riding a tiger, right? And the stock collapsed by 80% in one day, right? And it was there in most portfolios out in funds that were existing. It was part of the index, but lost heavily one single day. Index providers took it out of the index same day, and it went, but if you were a fund manager holding it, you had the impact in terms of selling it out in the when there were no buyers. So governance has always been a critical element in terms of how you look at things. ENS, if you add, it's more like a risk management tool. So there are risks when it comes to companies taking things for granted from an ENS perspective. There are companies who have paid a heavy price for not following environmental laws. Gone are the days when companies took the social license for granted, which is no longer tolerable by regulators, by the society, by the shareholders. So if you don't follow these things, probably you will lose out, maybe not in the short term, but in the long term. And there are hundreds of examples that have been there over the last 20, 30 years that says that if you have not invested in right companies, good governance companies, you have had to pay a price sometime or the later. So one is you don't have to sacrifice returns, A. Second is, if you are looking at ESG, sustainable investing, name it by the nomenclature you want, are we trying to address the wrong area of the market, is the question that I would ask. A lot of talks are going towards debt financing, how do we lend to these kind of companies. But when it comes to these kind of investment, for example, solar, we have seen the cost of solar have come down significantly over years. So if you were a debt investor and not had lock-ins in terms of back-to-back arrangements, you would have lost considerably when you invested in solar kind of investments. These kind of investments which are prone to disruptions need risk capital. And risk capital comes from equity investments that you can garner as opposed to debt investments. And hence, I think if you have the right approach to ESG, if you have that risk capital that you can attract, then it's a larger market that you have over time. And India in particular have shown that growth that we have in India translates to returns for investors, which is nowhere there in most of the markets that you see. Look at China, look at Russia, look at Turkey. India, if you were to map GDP and returns, they have moved hand in hand. So if you were able to showcase that relevance, showcase that sustainability leads to lower risk, better governance companies, no headline risk for investors who are coming in, probably you have a larger market to address. And hence, I think a lot of impetus or a lot of incentives and a lot of collaboration with foreign investors have to go towards selling these aspects, and you will see a flood of money come into Indian markets in a much larger way. So I think as a fiduciary manager, we think that it is our duty to look at these risks, and incorporate these risks, and that is what we have been doing. But I think if there is enough support from the ecosystem, from the government, from the policymakers, I think India can attract a lot of capital that we need for sustainable growth.
Thanks, Jack. So clear, example right in front of you all that maximization of value, returns, doesn't have to be at odds with investing in sustainability. And Chirag, if I could ask you, what is the size of what's the AUM of that fund?
So AUM of the entire ESG funds all combined is close to 11,000 crores only.
Wow, okay.
Whereas we are seeing about 26,000 crores come by SIPs in Indian markets every month.
Yeah, exactly.
Every month.
Yeah.
So that's a pity. I think we have not been able to market it very well in terms of, despite the evidence that you can maximize or gain more returns despite doing good.
Right, yeah. And I think in a way perhaps that's, I'm going to just take this a bit further, Chirag, and sort of say a lot of times, we read about the lack of a greenium. But perhaps we've been looking for greenium in the wrong place, right? I mean, we're looking for greeniums in the bond markets. And as a debt investor, you're just concerned about two things: getting your interest or coupon, whatever it is, on time, and getting your principal repaid, right? But it's the equity markets where and certainly so, it seems to me that there is some sort of greenium or ESGM, where a lot of these sustainable green stocks have really outperformed, their peers. So that is perhaps where we should be looking for this greenium or better performance. So what I think we have time for one more question each, perhaps a bit more after that for each of the panelists. So maybe I'll ask the panelists to keep their second interventions slightly more brief than the first. But I'll turn it over to you, Vijay, again. One of the things that we keep reading about is how sustainability or sustainable finance or capital flows need to de-risk or need to be de-risked. Which is again slightly different from what Chirag was saying, in the sense that returns don't necessarily need to be at odds with investing. But yeah, certainly so, it is the case that some portion, maybe a significant portion of investing towards sustainability does perhaps have risk perceptions associated with it. And in many cases, it could be risk perceptions which are actually not valid, shouldn't be there. So what kind of de-risking do you think INX can contribute to? And perhaps, the wider ecosystem that's being developed at GIFT IFSC, what type of products and mechanisms do you sort of hear about, such as, for example, blended finance, climate risk insurance? So those two questions, de-risking, innovative instruments, both at an INX level as well as at a wider GIFT IFSC level.
Yeah. So I'll just start or carry on from where I left last time. Speaking about innovation, actually, so the what is it that is going to be the going forward in terms of it's going to be things like trade finance. It's going to be hybrid, financing with respect to a combination of social and sustainably linked kind of papers. It's going to be SGRB, which is sovereign green bonds, which actually IFSCA has taken the initiative to also, be allowed to be invested by foreign investors in the IFSC regime itself. So of course, some operational work is on there, but I'm sure that would, with the next issuance coming in, I think so, the global investors will be able to participate and bid better, because that jurisdiction really allows a lot more flexibility for the foreign investors to really participate as compared to the domestic one. So that's again kind of an innovation which has taken place. I already spoke about, the first Indian regulator, IFSCA, being to come out of the framework for the trade finance. So that's also, one of the innovation or the innovative products that's going to be there. When we speak about IFSCA and INX, I don't think so we really need to talk differently or separately about the two, because I think so as an ecosystem at IFSC, we are all collaborating and working as one, because as an MII, as a responsible MII, we go back to the market, take the market feedback and then provide it to the regulator. And the regulator in turn is quite proactive and progressive in terms of having the ears to the ground, listening to what the really market wants and getting those things in place. So definitely, we at IFSC are very closely working with each other, let it be policy, let it be the innovative products and so on and so forth. Also from an IFSC, also from an India Annex perspective, we've also had a tie-up or an MOU with the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. So any kind of green issuance which gets listed on the India Annex GSM platform on the green listings is automatically or can be available on the SOL list of the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. So what this really does is it provides a lot of visibility for such entities, and in future when they come, it's a lot more investors who are wanting to invest in some of these papers. So coming to the point of, how do the companies really de-risk themselves, and, so de-risking would really happen in terms of to see how do they spread themselves, in a much better manner, in a much balanced manner by hitting various other geographies, getting in much more investor base, getting the, the disclosures right and correct. So all of these things is something that we, along with the regulator, are working to ensure that, there is innovation. At the same time, the issuers do come in and benefit. Just to give you all a flavor, I was just talking to Gagan some time back. India INX just finished 153, listings cumulatively in the last financial year. We have about 55, 56 issuers with us unique. The best part is about 40% of these issuers do come back and raise capital and list themselves at INX. So that's, the repeat issuance or the repeat, listings there gives a lot of confidence to the ecosystem as such, because then there is really an requirement, a need both from the investor as well as from the issuer perspective to really come back again and do the repeat of the issuance. So these are some of the things that is also very encouraging from an IFSC perspective. And given that the requirement is huge for us to become net zero, I think so IFSC does play a very, very important role in helping raise capital. And from a future outlook perspective, I think so we are well placed, given that we have a strong regulatory ecosystem and the policy momentum is perfectly there. India as such is got included in the global indices at JP Morgan and Bloomberg. So that again gives the country a lot of visibility in terms of where we are and what we do. There's also a lot of demand for the green capital globally, and IFSC or the GIFT City being able to tap into the global pool of capital and the global investors is going to pay well for this entire ecosystem to really develop and grow.
Thanks, Vijay. Yeah, and I think just to add to that, one of the very interesting features at GIFT IFSC is the mandates that the regulators put in place, right? So for example, banks or IBUs that are operating out of GIFT IFSC are mandated to allocate 5% of the incremental loan books to sustainability.
Yeah.
And it's, again, not just capital or international capital for India. Just a couple of weeks ago, we saw an issuance by Sri Lankan corporate. So looking to tap the international markets through a bond issuance, I think,
So what they've really come down is just for listing purpose. That's more from a visibility purpose, and it's not for a trading purpose because the capital was already raised some time back. It's just that they have come to IFSC from a listing purpose right now.
But maybe that's the first.
But that's the first step because, as I said, that's the first step is to gain the visibility. Because when they come there, there are many sort of investors who are there, watching IFSC, watching the things at India Annex very closely. And, that visibility will really help them, and in future they may either come out with an IPO or further debt listings. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Vijay. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Rawat. So, in your previous remarks, you gave a wonderful sort of overview of what NABARD is doing from a green lending ecosystem, or to develop the green lending ecosystem, mobilization of resources, both domestically, internationally, some really interesting initiatives, Green Impact Fund, carbon markets. So in this question, I want to drill down to something very specific, climate resilience. So how is NABARD, supporting MSMEs and social enterprises to equip them to be more resilient to the harsh impacts of climate change?
Yeah, in fact, NABARD has been working on this sustainability for last more than 25 years now. And as I speak, we have developed around more than 5,000 such projects around soil and water conservation, that is the watershed development, and also equal number of projects on tribal development, where the focus is on sustainability, soil and water conservation, and generating livelihood out of that. So, as a part of this project, the key thing is that in this entire process, the communities are involved. The communities are involved. They are involved not only in the planning process, but also they are involved in designing and also executing the projects. And this has led to a more wider participation and also ownership of those projects. And what it has done is, once the results out of these interventions started coming up, they started developing some enterprises, social enterprises around that. And they migrated to slowly these communities which were a part of those projects migrated to form farmers, producer companies or cooperative societies. And around that they developed various enterprises. And that is where they are sustainable, and even after maybe 10, 15 years of the project initiation also, completion also, they are still continuing. So I think that is one area where we right now we have promoted more than 6,000 farmers producer companies, and they are mostly out of these various sustainable developmental projects that we initiated. And most of them have now migrated to a social rural enterprise. So that is one piece. Similarly, we are working with more than 1 lakh primary cooperative credit societies across the country, with a membership of more than, say, around 130 million members. So it's a huge population, and apart from the credit facilities, they are also provided the sustainability aspect through our various literacy programs, financial inclusion programs. Apart from that, there are various other initiatives in terms of skill development, in terms of micro enterprise development, where we are targeting the women groups, women's self-help groups, the such farmers, producer companies, such credit societies, because we all know that our country is a country of small and marginal farmers. Almost 86% are small and marginal. So unless we develop communities, unless we develop large scale volumes across the communities through either the self-help groups or the farmers producer companies or the societies, it's not going to be a viable unit. So that is what we are focusing upon. And we have also developed one DICRA platform. DICRA is basically data in climate resilient agriculture with the support of UNDP, where about more than 20 different climate related parameters are captured. Right now, about 7 states are onboarded, where we have data related to 7 states in this DICRA platform. And as we speak, we are planning for 21 other states also to onboard, where the data has been started to be captured. And once this is available, different entities, different stakeholders can make use of this data to take appropriate decisions. So whether it is a MSME or whether it is a agri-MSME or it's a plain cropping activities or any plantation activities. So that platform has been created and we'll be onboarding all the states and with her parameters, almost more than 20 parameters around climate. So that is one. Another area that we are working on is we are a part of the social stock exchange also. We have partnered with SIDBI, BSC and NSC to create a fund for capacity building of the NPOs and also the investors, those who will be willing to participate in this social stock exchange. So that is one area which will also lead to creating social enterprises. As we speak, about I think 14 or 15 such social enterprises have already been listed in the stock exchanges in this SSC with an investment of I think around 40 odd crores. And another 14, 15 are in the pipeline with a investment horizon of around 60. So around almost about 100 crore of capital would come through the social stock exchange, which will lead to generation or formation of social enterprises at the bottom.
Thank you. So clearly, three pillars to this. One is it's community-led. Second is it's technology-enabled. And the third is, looking at innovative opportunities such as, the social stock exchange to tie it all together. And Mr. Bhagat, staying on the banking subject, as we mentioned earlier, or we discussed and pointed out, India has a 2070 net zero target. And of course, achieving that net zero target involves a whole lot of players, corporates, individuals, to come together, and corporates could be banks, could be real economy players. And indeed, there's 2 banks out there, State Bank of India, which has established a 2055 net zero target, the centenary. It's centenary year, and I believe Bank of Baroda has a 2057 net zero target. So 2 really big, or the largest bank and a very large bank, establishing or setting themselves targets which are well before India's 2070 target here. So, the question to you, sir, is, how can banks be encouraged, how can more banks be encouraged to set these net zero targets? Of course, disclosure is one part of the whole story, and from a disclosure perspective, for a bank, these are scope 3 emissions, and whilst BRSR comprehensive doesn't really have scope 3 mandated, and I'm saying this because many banks are listed, BRSR core does have, which will be applicable to top 150 companies will be there. Scope 3 is also mandated per RBI's various papers, on climate risk, but of course the year it's going to come into force is a bit unknown. But having said that, putting the emissions disclosure part aside for a second, or maybe it's part of it as well, what can be done to nudge other banks to come up with these targets, net zero targets?
Yes, it's very inspiring. Again, I will say that the organizations are taking the initiative and they are committing to become net zero earlier than the commitment of the government. Is really encouraging. And this is possible also. The way, if you look at the things, work is under process. Now, small scheme, solar rooftop, which has been implemented in the country, PM's, solar rooftop scheme. You look at the reach, it's able to reach to the corners in the rural areas where people are making use of it. So these panels are getting subsidies and financially viable for them. So like this, you know, the work is under process, and based on all their initiatives, smaller organizations, banks, individuals, work is in progress. So to my mind, after taxonomy is put in place, carbon credit trading facilities are provided, these activities will get more accelerated, and capital flow will also increase. Once we catch attention of the global market and we are able to attract the capital, I'm very sure the corporates, the manufacturers, industrialists will also be interested in transition financing if they're getting right kind of support by the regulators. Even for the green deposit scheme, you know, as of now, there are green deposit schemes and people are placing money in that. But in the absence of any encouragement in the financial terms, you know, as Sahu Saab said, that the price discovery matters, you know, pricing matters. So no corporate, no industrialist will go to invest money in climate-friendly the processes, unless he is able to get his cost back. And that is what the society has to pay back to him. And this can be done only with the help of regulations, some kind of subsidy, some kind of, the mandatory things to be done by the corporates. Otherwise, if you leave it to the society only, there will be work and it is under process, but the results will not be that encouraging. So I think I'm positive on this, in fact.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Turning to you, Mr. Sahu, and I'm coming from the perspective of the fact that a lot of past distress or corporate distress, maybe even insolvency, could have been, or one of the contributing factors could have been distortions in the market. As we move to a more sustainable India, and as a lot of us have pointed out, there's going to be a need for, and indeed already it's happening, creation of several kinds of new instruments which maybe did not exist 5-10 years ago. New instruments, new measures, perhaps carbon pricing. What about emissions trading? Is there going to be some particular tax that could emerge? So without getting into any one specifically, or perhaps by picking one, how can these new instruments, measures be optimized in India's federal structure without creating those distortions? Or will these instruments really lead, or they have a high likelihood of creating distortions? And if so, then how do we sort of mitigate that?
No, I think I just mentioned in my earlier part that there are two possible uses. In the earlier part, I mentioned that there are two possible uses of the financial market. One is through pricing, and the other is through information symmetry. So if you can create a product, we just talked about carbon trading, there can be several other products which can be priced. There is an externality, we want to price that externality, and there is a market who is willing to take that risk. If you can create a market environment, thereby practically you enable every producer and every consumer pay full cost at the stage of production as well as at the stage of consumption. If you can ensure that, I don't say there is any problem or there is any systemic risk, and for that only caveat is that make all information, relevant information available instantaneously, transparently and truthfully. But beyond that, expecting that this financial market can be used to help towards a greener future, but expecting financial market to be the key instrument, key tool to make a greener future, I have my own doubts. And there are several reasons actually. As I told you earlier, that if you do not address the problem at the stage of consumption and production, and you expect only the financial market to address it, then why not? There are other markets also, like the market for land, market for entrepreneur, market for labor. These are the four key elements of production. So if we expect financial market to do it, why not the other markets? The problem is there are several problems with the financial market. One is you have to get into the shadow pricing, externality, full recovery. But the other problems which we encounter in financial market is that, let's say there is an enterprise, and no enterprise or no company is a kind of monolith. It's a portfolio of products. It has a polluting product, it has a non-polluting product, it has just a benign product, and it produces a product, let's say some chemical. It is not doing any harm, but when you use the chemical, it could be harmful, it could be beneficial. So how does the market or the financial know upfront that the money he is giving to a firm, actually to a company, not to projects, and the finance is fungible. So how do I know that the money I am giving will not go to the production of tobacco and it will go to the production of inhalers? So it's not practically possible at the financial market. The second is that all that we are talking about is the new flow of funds. So today we wish to redirect the new flow of funds to certain purposes. But already the polluting industries are capitalized and they are operating at a sunk cost. They are having a huge internal surpluses. So they will continue, they will remain more competitive and will be able to sell at a lower price than the new ones which we are creating, which are being set up at the present cost, and we are saying that you take care of green aspects, still the cost is higher. So how do they become viable? So there are several constraints actually using financial markets to ensure a greener future. But having said that, there are ways to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I can see in the clock it's 9 minutes left. So two closing questions, one each to Preeti and to Chirag. Preeti, you mentioned earlier about how one of the ways in which chartered accountants come in is certification or end-use certification. So broadly in that sphere, let's call it audit, what can be done to refine or support capabilities to actually have stronger, more robust audit methodologies, specifically when it comes to some specialized things within this space, maybe transition finance, it could be impact investment validation. So clearly one of the things is, you already mentioned, there's a use of proceeds sort of certification utilization, yes, exactly, that comes in. Can you give us some examples of other things that maybe the chartered accounting community may be doing or should be doing? Because at the end of the day, this also speaks to what Mr. Sahu was saying, that in many cases you've thought you've given money for A, but because money in many cases tends to be fungible, how can, as a chartered accountant, how can they help in giving confidence on this aspect?
As regards to assurance, specifically in relation to the sustainability and impact assessment, it is a non-financial assurance, non-financial audit. As a chartered accountant, we are doing the financial audits. And as my dear co-panelist from NABARD has already said about the social stock exchange, so we have also, I'm giving an example, we have formed Institute of Social Auditors of India, which is 100% subsidiary of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And there are the board members from Institute as well as from NSE, BSE, from NABARD also we have one representative, because we have formulated, they have formulated capacity building fund, we have formulated Institute of Social Auditors of India, where there are this NPOs who are doing these activities in 16 thematic areas are being registered on the exchanges, listed on the exchanges. And for them, the audit and the impact assessment is required. And we have framed social audit framework and 16 social audit standards, where in each area we have depicted key, for example, there is a impact assessment for the activity which is in education. So how the education is actually being given. So it is not the financial one, but actually it is how is the school or the college, and how, say, smallest of the thing, whether the teachers are being trained, how the students, what are the results of the students. So all those are the KPIs which have been built, and actually what is the impact, how many students are actually getting promoted or passed to the next level, and if it is what is the objective of that particular entity, whether this social enterprise, whether it is been solved or not, and that is how the report. And again in the report also, it is a clean report, means whether all the actually the activities and the objectives are being served, or whether they are, it is not as per the requirement. So the disclaimer or the disclaimer of the opinion. So that kind of report is being given. And this is a requirement because we have the disciplinary mechanism also. And because this is a report to the stakeholders and it is available publicly. So it is very, very important for any assessor or the auditor to ensure that that report is correct.
And does this tie in some way with BRSR in a way?
Yes.
Or
So
does
impact,
it feed into BRSR?
yeah, so now there are two things. See, BRSR, it is like BRSR is reporting is mandatory for top 1,000 listed companies since last 3 years, right? And 3-4 years now. And now BRSR core, which is BRSR assurance, is mandatory at present for top 250 companies as per SEBI requirements, because they have started on glide path method. And for first year it was applicable to top 150 companies, and by 2027 it will be applicable to top 1,000 listed companies. And for BRSR core, we are working on the assurance standard. So IAASB has already come out with standard 5,000. We already have our GHG assurance standard, which was aligned with standard 3,000, and now this we are coming out with standard 5,000. We have already formed the group. SEBI representatives are also on the in this group, and we are coming out with assurance standard 5,000, which is mandatory required to apply for all the assurance providers.
Understood. Thank you. Thanks, Preeti. A closing question to you, Chirag. We've talked about net zero quite a bit. And I just want to sort of want to emphasize to the audience that sustainability is not just climate, right? Sustainability involves, you can actually break down sustainability into ESG. E is environment, environment is climate, plus other environmental sort of attributes or other environmental goals. Climate itself is mitigation, adaptation, and there's S and G. But yeah, within the whole ESG or sustainability paradigm, mitigation does tend to become a big player or a prominent part of it. So Chirag, on the net zero story, India's got that 2070 net zero target. We estimate $10 trillion. Yes, a lot of those assets that will mitigate, are hard physical assets, which will maybe majority be debt financed just because of that nature, right? Whether it's a solar plant, whether it's electric, you and I go and buy any kind of vehicle, we will be looking at an individual level, looking to borrow money, but there's no debt without equity, right? So even if it may be a smaller share in many of these cases, there would be absolutely no debt without equity. So what role can an AMC play in helping India achieve this net zero by 2070 target?
Yes, so from an AMC perspective, as a fund manager, there is huge scope to attract a lot of capital from India and overseas investors that are coming to India. So if you look at, say, large sovereign funds, large pension funds, etc., if you look at their allocation to India today, is about 0.5% of their portfolio. On a GDP weighted, it should be close to 3.5%. So they are very, very underallocated to India, and most of these care about a lot of these issues very, very closely. So they will care about how good governance, because no pension or sovereign fund investing in India will want to associate their name with a company who says is degrading the environment, is kind of putting waste into rivers, is having a bad governance in their company, or something, some fraud has happened in their company. None of those investors, large investors, would want to have that kind of reputation risk associated with their investments. Second is they also care about, how long, because when they come to India, they come with a 10, 15-year horizon. And they are not coming for, say, a 1 or 2 year horizon that, things can be a passe in that short time period. And hence, when they look at Indian markets, they will say which companies will survive the risk if it materializes. And hence, they will want to look at these factors very, very closely. Even for an Indian investor, the Gen Zs of the world do care about what's happening. Are there companies degrading the environment or not degrading the environment? Are they taking care of the society or harming the society? So they will want those traits. So if you kind of pitch it to the right audience in the right way, there is huge scope to attract a lot of equity capital, which is the need of the space that we are addressing at this point in time. So, so I think as an AMC, it's only what we can do is create a product, manage it well, take it to the audience saying that, you don't have to sacrifice returns while you're doing this. But there has to be an ecosystem that has to be supportive of it. Are you all familiar with ELSS funds, equity-linked saving schemes, which had an incentive? If you invested 1,50,000 rupees in an ELSS scheme, you had a tax rebate. You didn't have to pay tax on that money, right? Similarly, can a government design something to create a culture to invest into sustainable funds, which is missing? Right since ESG funds came into the picture or were introduced in India, I think right from that day, regular government had to mandate that ELSS will now shift to ESG. You would have seen this space grow significantly over the last 5 years. So we are trying to provide incentives. We are trying to create an ecosystem. But had it been the right regulatory approach, right policy making, right incentives by the government, I think this space will flourish. There is no looking back. There is a lot of international capital waiting, and there's a lot of domestic capital waiting. We just have to come together to unlock it.
Thanks, Jacques. So clearly, a role for AMCs, both in mopping up, mobilizing more domestic capital, but also to get capital from overseas, very important to fill that 30% gap that India needs to fill or bridge to be able to achieve net zero. So there's a timer here that says time's up. I am not sure if we have time for any questions. If not, then maybe, yeah, okay, we have time for a few questions, great. So I was going to say we could have it afterwards, but certainly, yeah, if there's any questions, happy to take them. If you could just very briefly introduce yourself and state which panelist you'd like to, gentleman there, yes, sir. Which panelist you'd like to address the question to? There's a question out there.
My name is Prashanta Kumar Ray. My question in general is that we are talking about the supply side of sustainable finance. Mostly covered all supply side of the finance. And except Nabat, he covered demand and supply side of sustainable finance. But considering the India's commitment to net zero by 2070, what is the picture of demand side? How we are progressing demand side to meet that net zero target of 2070. Second question is that to the banking, Mr. Bharat, once when we declare net zero for bank, I consider it is for scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And if we consider scope 3, especially, it covers almost all the industries. So if we cover all the banks, they can give some kind of a net zero target. That means we'll be achieving almost like net zero target for the country as a whole. Now, next question is to Mr. Sahu, that in case we are going for transition plan, in order to meet our net zero target, we may have to switch over from non-renewable to renewable energy mode. And there will be occasion of stranded assets. Then what will be the consequences of those stranded assets? And that may result as a increase in cost, especially in power sector. Especially nowadays, 52% is, sorry, I'm just finishing.
So actually, thank you for your questions. So basically, our panelists have to leave due to some arrangements. So that is why we would be skipping the Q&A for a while and just move forward to the felicitation. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, we express our heartfelt gratitude to each of our speakers for illuminating this complex yet crucial subject with clarity and conviction. We now request Dr. Garima Nadish to kindly felicitate the esteemed panelists with a token of heartfelt appreciation. And of course, with a round of applause, we request Dr. Garima to felicitate Dr. M.S. Sahu, sir. Thank you for your time and your valuable insights, sir. A big round of applause. Thank you. Shri Govardhan S. Rawat, sir. Shri Gopal Murli Bhagat, sir. Mr. Vijay Krishnamurthy, sir. C.A. Preeti Savla, ma'am. Mr. Chirag Mehta. Last but not least, Mr. Gagan Sidhu. We also invite all the panelists to please remain on stage briefly for a group photograph. A big round of applause for an extremely esteemed panelist for an insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly grab tea or coffee at the backside that have been served, and requesting you to be seated as we are about to resume the next high-level panel also. Your timely return will help us maintain the flow of the conference. Thank you for your understanding and kind cooperation. Thank you. Corporate Social Due Diligence Directive for Just Transition in India. Requesting all delegates to please be seated as we are about to close the tea break. Thank you.
We are now beginning with the third high-level panel. A requesting team to ensure the decorum of the House is maintained. We now come to our third panel of the day, where we step into the global policy landscape. This session, spotlighting the relevance of European Union Corporate Social Due Diligence Directive for Just Transition in India, addresses a key development that has wide implications for Indian exporters and global value chains. The European Union's proposed directive on corporate sustainability due diligence seeks to ensure that companies identify and mitigate human rights and environmental risk across their supply chains. For India, and especially for the electronics sector, poised to grow exports from $23 to $300 billion by 2030, CSDDD is both a compliance benchmark and a strategic opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing this, the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, through its School of Business Environment, undertook a compliance landscape study. Our objective was to map the challenges, identify the readiness, and chart a pathway for India's transition towards CSDDD-aligned value chains. I will now take this opportunity to briefly present the key findings and recommendations from this study, requesting the IT to put the presentations on the key findings. The electronics sector in India is vital to India's economic growth and digital ambitions, but it also faces serious vulnerabilities. There is over 80% dependence on imported critical minerals, risk of child and forced labor in upstream processes, and 90% of the e-waste being handled informally. Next slide. Through a multi-dimensional compliance mapping, covering sourcing to end of life, we analyzed disclosures from 50 companies across sectors. They were benchmarked against CSDDD, and the matrix such as emissions, energy mix, gender equity, and MSME inclusion were tracked. The findings revealed significant gaps. Next slide. The findings revealed significant gaps, especially at the production and end-of-life stages, but there are bright spots too. A 32% rise in renewable energy use and growing investments in worker well-being. Next slide. Yet, challenges remain, such as gender pay disparities stark, informal and SME sectors struggle with traceability. BRSR lacks disclosures on key human rights issues such as land rights and indigenous consent. So we recommend 3 critical steps. First is the industry action, a just transition matrix for emissions, water, wages, and MSME procurement. Policy measures, that is upgraded BRSR norms and extended reporting to large unlisted firms. Thirdly, MSME support, that is shared due diligence tools and blockchain traceability via sector consortia. These will enable compliance while ensuring equity and sustainability. Thank you for your kind attention. Now,
I take this opportunity also to welcome our esteemed panelists for this high-level panel. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vidya Tiko. Vidya Tiko, ma'am, is Senior Vice President Sustainability at Aditya Birla Group, with over 35 years of experience in environmental management and sustainability. At Aditya Birla Group, she leads sustainability governance, human rights integration, stakeholder engagement, and ESG strategy development. She serves on national advisory panels, including the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Business and Human Rights Initiative. Ma'am, very warm welcome. Mr. Bharat Devos, Vice President, Public Policy at the Responsible Business Alliance. Mr. Bharat is previously led sustainability efforts at Samsung Electronics Europe and has served in various public and non-profit roles, including advisor at the French National Assembly and UN Youth Representative for Sustainable Development. Bharat brings extensive experience in strategy, policy, and stakeholder engagement to global responsible business discourse. Mr. Bharat, we extend a very warm welcome to you. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Inderjeet Singh. He's a partner at Deloitte India, leading the ESG climate change and sustainability practice. With over 20 years of experience, Sir has advised multinational corporations, governments, and development institutions like the World Bank, ADB, and UNDP. A former member of the G20 B20 task force on climate and resource efficiency, Sir has played a key role in guiding organizations through their sustainability transitions. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ankur Sharma, who is a partner at Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys with extensive experience in trade law, supply chain compliance, and regulatory investigations. He advises clients on CBAM, BIS licensing, and technical barriers to trade. An expert in WTO law and trade remedies, he has led over 150 investigations involving anti-dumping, safeguards, and countervailing duties. Mr. Ankur has represented India and global clients before agencies like the DGTR India, European Commission, and US Department of Commerce, focusing on FTAs, origin rules, public procurement, and export controls. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Pradeep Narayanan. He's a director of Partners in Change. With over 25 years of experience across private and civil society sectors, he focuses on ethics, decolonization, and community-led monitoring. Mr. Pradeep is a member of key national bodies, including NHRC's Business and Human Rights Core Committee and IICA's NGRBC Garment Sector Committee. Mr. Pradeep is an honorary fellow at Durham University and a part of global initiatives like participate in Rethinking Research Collaborative. And last but not the least, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Garima Dadich, who will be moderating this session. Before we begin this session, may I now request the panelists to unveil the cover page of the upcoming report on the CSDDD and electronics sector and its relevance for Indian industry. The report will be published very soon on IISA website by end of this month. With that, we look forward to an engaging and insightful discussion that will dwell into the legal preparedness, strategic responses, and capacity building needs for Indian industry to effectively respond to this global policy shift. Dr. Garima, over to you.
Thank you, Shivangi. And once again, it is my pleasure to be here on the dais amongst the expert panel. And I really mean it that, I was thinking that it's my real privilege because they all are CSDDD experts having a deep hands-on experience. So welcome you all. I'll try to stick to the time, and I'm sure that with these experts, you will not feel sleepy. And as I can see, the energy level is going little down. So please remain focused, try to deliberate and enjoy the deliberations as well. From IICA perspective, or if I would say from a government think tank perspective, if we talk about CSDDD, we are scared, CSDDD is not just about ticking boxes. We understand that it promotes responsible business and the environmental concerns or address the human rights issues. But certainly the industries are also concerned about various associated challenges, I would say, be it a litigation risk, cost, or be it the expansion of its scope is a big challenge. So our intent is to deliberate all these issues, from different panels and see that how Indian framework is aligned with CSDDD, where we are good, share best practices, where we need to adopt certain specific, practices is what we will actually emphasize on this panel. As Shivangi has already presented that we have done a deep, we are already done, but still shaping the final report which will be ready. We have also, for the electronic sector, we have done some sort of an analysis to come up with some specific data and say that, okay, here we are and here we have to go. And as mentioned during the inaugural session, our focus would be to have the Indianized framework, which is well aligned with the global framework also. So with this, probably the first thing CSDDD, here comes the global. So let me first start with Bharat. Bharat, from your vantage point of this Responsible Business Alliance, how would you say that this global electronic supply chain is preparing for CSDDD, and India is having a largest supply chain? So your vantage point on this.
Thank you so much, Garima, and thank you also for the great collaboration on this theme with your institute. For context for the audience, people that are not aware of the Responsible Business Alliance, we are the world's biggest industry supply chain sustainability initiative. So we are a coalition created by the largest international global companies in the tech and automotive companies. Think of Samsung, Apple, Microsoft, Google, all those huge multinational companies came together, realizing that doing due diligence effectively alone is impossible, and that the only way to be effective in working on sustainability in their supply chains is by working together through harmonized standards, collectively developing risk assessments, and so forth. They've been doing this for 2 decades, long before there was even questions of CSDDD. They're operating in a sector, electronics, automotive, that is dominated by large companies. So to the question, how is this impacting our industries? Very much, because CSDDD in the first place applies to large companies, and that's exactly the companies we have in our supply chain. So CSDDD is very impactful and absolutely a headache for our companies. But we've been doing this for 2 decades. We know the recipe that this is based on, and we have the tools to do all of this. There is 3 good things about CSDDD for our industries. First of all is that what's being asked, what CSDDD practically asks from companies, is not newly invented by the EU. I know there's a lot of backlash against a lot of EU legislation, very emotional reactions sometimes by people against a lot of EU legislation. I think in many cases that's justified, certainly when talking about laws like CBAM. But CSDDD is actually a law that takes internationally recognized due diligence standards that many states, including India, have already ratified and adopted. And it asks companies to do due diligence in line with these existing standards for human rights standards and environmental treaties that many states, including India, have already ratified and adopted. So the EU is just making binding on companies standards that already have been adopted by the global international community. Second great thing for industry readiness is that what is concretely practically required in terms of like what specific actions, it's not rocket science. It's things like risk assessments, audits, supplier training, remediating impacts when you find forced labor in a factory. It's very difficult because of the scale at which the EU requests it and because of the resources you'll need to fix that. But what is asked in technical terms is not rocket science. It's difficult because of the size at which you need to do it, the scale, but the actual practical item is not rocket science. And third, CSDDD explicitly allows companies to do this in the collective. CSDDD does not ask companies to go clean up their supply chains alone. It literally says in the body of the text that companies can work together in industries, that companies are not supposed to risk assess a whole supply chain or provide remediation when they find an issue at a supplier alone as one customer. They can pool resources, work through industry schemes like RBA, and do this in the collective. So practically what we are doing to get ready is actually pretty simple. We created a CSDDD members task force where 300 of the world's largest companies come together. We identified the gaps. We measured what are the gaps between our current standards, the RBA Code of Conduct, one of the leading industry sustainability standards, and our current tools, and where we need to get for CSDDD compliance. There's a lot I can say about those gaps, but I'll perhaps just pick three. The number one biggest gap we see is in the environmental space. In our industries, most companies are relatively mature in addressing social issues in their supply chains, but it's in addressing things like biodiversity, climate that they have more difficulty. A second key gap is remediation. So a lot of companies are relatively confident that they can detect the forced labor, child labor issues that still exist in supply chains. They're less confident that they can always provide effective remediations to the victims of those cases. And the third gap is penetrating deep into supply chains. Many companies in our sectors manage to do this in their own operations, tier 1, but they are much less confident that they get to reach tier 2. But to conclude, the good news for those companies and what gives a relative degree of confidence in our industries is that CSDDD is a risk-based mandate. It doesn't ask companies to have issue-free supply chains. Almost every single RBA member company has still issues in their supply chains, same as almost any company in the world. What CSDDD asks as a compliance threshold is not that you have issue-free supply chains, but that you have the capacity as a company to find the problems, to gradually resolve the problems, and to provide remediation. And it's only if you fail to work on the most severe issues in your supply chain that you risk non-compliance. And it's because our members know what are the most severe issues and have in place progress plans to close those gaps that they feel relatively confident. Certainly now that CSDDD is getting simplified, as it's currently being negotiated in the EU, that over the next 3 years they can get at least close to a compliance.
Thank you, Bharat. So yes, as you're highlighting, it's more in terms of, risk mitigation or identification. Now, as you mentioned about all that UNGPs and all, and India being signatory, I move to Dr. Indrajit, to you now, that in your capacity, you are actively engaged in this, with the large corporates, and we do have our own framework, BRSR. We do have, India is also signatory of UNGP Business and Human Rights. And, with all that national framework, what is your opinion about the preparedness of Indian companies to adapt CSDDD?
Well, I would say the acceptance is fairly limited as of now, for the simple reason that BRSR core has already started cascading into the supply chain ecosystem, and companies are providing or gearing up for providing this information to their downstream value chain partners, those who have to in turn provide this as a consolidated response. In addition to this, if we look at, say, for example, CS-DDD requirements, which is predominantly focusing on two aspects. One is human rights, and second is the environmental principle. Obviously, on environmental side, people are fairly comfortable, because if we look at the principle number 6 of BRSR core itself, it typically goes in a fairly granulated manner, and those sets of informations are available with the companies, and they are more than happy to provide this information to their downstream value chain partners. The challenge that typically we are at least seeing with some of our clients is that, first of all, what happens when I'm making this disclosure? Because at the end of the day, there is a clear difference between how we look at BRSR vis-a-vis how we look at CS-DDD. BRSR is more of a disclosure ecosystem or an environment, whereas CS-DDD is targeting towards enforcement. So we have not reached at that level in case of BRSR, that it is more of an enforcement. It is more of a dialogue that will happen based upon the disclosures which are going out in public domain. There can be regulations which can be carved out for a particular sector which is not performing up to the mark based upon the disclosures which are happening through BRSR. But CS-DDD is going in a slightly different tangent. The second problem statement that companies do wish to, not in a fairly, I would say, upbeat manner, but what they say is that if we are making public disclosures around certain issues that we have identified, whether it is on the environmental front or on the human rights front, if they go in public domain, will this create any kind of ripple effect in terms of how we will get access to finance going forward? So that's the second thing which companies are talking about. And the third thing, which is more from the point of view of how they maintain confidentiality. So the whole idea is that any large organization will have a clear visibility on tier 1 suppliers, but when it comes to tier 1 suppliers, the tier 2 suppliers are to some extent visible or typically opaque also, and more so the tier 2 suppliers, we have also seen in few cases that they are fungible. So the tier 1 supplier will keep on moving from one tier 2 supplier to the other, depending upon changes in the demand, depending upon the availability of a particular raw material during particular time of the year, and so on and so forth. So say, for example, if any issue is identified and there is a remediation that is required to be carried out, 3 months down the line or 6 months down the line, the same supply chain partner is actually not working with that tier 1 supplier. So those are the kind of complexities that are coming out of this whole exercise wherein we are involved with few of the players in the market, and therefore they really want to be sitting on the fence when it comes to preparing the disclosure report which can be submitted to their value chain partners in the downstream. So that's the limited purpose with which the exercise is currently being carried out, and people really want to understand as to what could be the repercussion. Will it have the financial obligation, the way, say, for example, the penalty clauses are being written in terms of 5% of their global turnover? When we look at the remediation, how it will happen and what would be the repercussion of that, and third would be the access to finance.
Just 1 second. There's one secretary outside, so just go and receive the secretary skill development, please. Yeah. Sorry. So thank you, Dr. Indrajit. Now, saying that, now let's move to the corporate, because he was mentioning about the challenges and, you know, the comfort which the companies have in disclosing environment, but the human rights is still to be, you know, deliberated or more. So let me move to Dr. Vidya, representing Aditya Birla Group here. Dr. Vidya, Aditya Birla Group has already incorporated this international due diligence framework like CS-DDD into its ESG and risk management strategy. So can you please share that how you have done this integration, and also specify that what were the core issues, what challenges that you have faced while integration, and how you address that?
Thank you, Garima. So in Aditya Birla Group, what we have done is we have created our own internal human rights management. Since it's about human rights, we have got multiple standards under sustainability. One topic is human rights management, including separate standards for indigenous peoples management, cultural heritage, etc. So there are about 5 under it. Even land acquisition falls over there. So all our standards have followed from the beginning, and these were made about 9 years ago for the group. They follow the similar pattern of from the risk perspective and systems perspective. That is what exactly CSDDD is asking for. Okay, risk identification, prioritization, mitigation, governance, and then monitoring and disclosure. So all the standards have followed, the group standards have followed the same path when we wrote them about 9 years back. So there is an alignment there, Garima, that we didn't have to do something very different. But the challenge is, since this is, as was said, that environment is little easy because there were strong legislations, there were specific functions in the businesses who looked at environmental legal compliance, and also since we wanted improvement in various aspects of water consumption, optimization or waste disposal and different regulations that came. Beyond compliance, there were many projects that were being done. The customer push was already there for recycled material, so some of the businesses were doing it, but now there is more thrust on it. So overall environment is a little easy. However, yes, human rights was a totally new topic. Though we wrote the standards 9 years back, it is only since last 3 years that it is picking up, only because of especially the due diligence part. Compliance was always there, but the due diligence part is only now picking up because it started with the investors and customers demanding for it, and of late BRSR, which is being spoken about. And I agree that BRSR has not asked for a human rights due diligence or grievance mechanism that specifically which CSDDD is asking for. However, we have our own standards and process requirements and systems requirements. The fifth one was grievance redressal thing that we were saying. The overall challenge is, from a business perspective, is understanding why it is needed and what needs to be done, and who will do it. Will a function of human resource do it because it's about people when we talk of human rights? Procurement will do it because it talks about supply chain, then procurement doesn't have that competency. So the whole challenge was first a buy-in internally, that is this is required and who does what. And then secondly, so that was a huge amount of training, awareness, drive required. And next was the digital tools that we required. That when you conduct human rights due diligence, where is the expertise and how do I really monitor and show that transparently that what I have done. So digital tools was a challenge. We are facing it or we are sort of solving it one by one. We still don't have a digital tool for human rights due diligence, but we have developed a little in-house Excel-based tool, which is currently being used, giving good results. At least a huge pool of people are using it and understanding what is human rights due diligence. So that's how we have gone about it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. And see, when we are all talking about CSDDD helps in risk, identification and managing as well. The question which we hear from most of the company is primarily about its, the challenge is about its scope, its depth, and its enforceability, right? And particularly more about, the shift from voluntary to a mandatory compliance. So would you like to add something on that again, Dr. Vidya?
Yeah, so exactly, in terms of scope, we have focused on 5 key stakeholders in human rights due diligence, starting from our own employees. We can't say they are not, they are the key stakeholders. And then it goes to the contractors. So the contractor workmen are with whom the sites are supposed to engage. They are a second important stakeholder. Suppliers definitely, but we also have a separate supplier management framework where we have a group-wide supplier code of conduct, which includes 5 verticals. One is human rights and labor requirements. So that is what is implemented, or we have started, I wouldn't say completed, on implementing around. So suppliers is there, and then there is community and customer for certain aspects about human rights. Community, yes, since it's a business, sometimes there is land acquisition and joint ventures done, so then the community perspectives are different when different hands have started managing. So these are the 5 key stakeholders we have considered within the tool, and that has made the challenge. That's where I come from, saying who does it when it is coming. So we work like it should be a cross-functional team constituted or facilitated by human resource, but CSR people, the procurement, the legal people, when required the operations, and of course the sustainability person of each site of the group should be the cross-functional team who will conduct at least the human rights due diligence. It is like a risk assessment, and then identify which are critical or salient that you say in the terms of UNGP language, and then follow the next system. But yes, it's an uphill task because it's just the beginning.
Right. So thank you, Dr. Vidya. Moving to Ankur, the first thing CSDDD scares is about the legal risk. And so what legal risk the Indian exporters face if they are not actually aligning with CSDDD?
Thank you, Dr. Garima, for the question. It's always a pleasure to be involved in ISE activities and conferences. And grateful for the panelists for their initial comments. I think they have made my job a bit easier. So I'll just build on to what I've just heard so far. Dr. Vidya was speaking about stakeholders, and I was simultaneously checking the definition of stakeholders in CSDDD. And one link which I think we all need to remember is that stakeholders also mean employees of your business partners. And that, I believe, it's a big black hole. When you have too many tier 1 suppliers and their employees are also involved, that's a big question mark. How do you do diligence for them? And even when your tier 1 suppliers, will they even tell you how many employees they have? So here, another important question that comes to mind is employees. The definition of employees is very critical. Now here, how do you define employees? Employees as per CSDDD or employees as per the laws of India? Okay. We have our new labor codes notified in 2020, still not in effect, but hopefully they will be implemented soon. And I was just going through the definitions over there. Interestingly, there is a definition of contract labor also there, right? Now, what is the contract labor is something which is, all of us should read that. I've taken some bullet points here. A contract labor is deemed to be an employee. It is deemed to be an employee. Next part, regularly employed by a contractor. Regularity. Regularly employed by a contractor on mutually acceptable standards of employment. It should be mutually acceptable. So how much of a bargaining power does a contract labor have is a question mark. I'll leave it for the audience to deliberate on that, because even I don't have an answer. Then next, gets periodical increments. Will a contractor provide periodical increments? Next part, gets social security coverage and other welfare benefits in accordance with the law. This is contract labor as defined in our new labor codes. CSDDD talks about employees. So I get very interesting queries from my clients, and they make my job very tough. So a tier 1 supplier will approach me and say, look, I'll have everyone as contract laborers. So my new labor codes will allow me that. I will not meet the definition of CSDDD, which requires me to have employees. You see the creativity here. You meet the Indian law, I don't have to worry about CSDDD. Even if I get a questionnaire from my customer in the EU and they'll ask me how many employees I have, I'll disclose a few ones who are employees as per the labor codes, and that's it. So this is ingenuity at our end. Now, whether I'm making right disclosure as per law, as per Indian law, yes. Whether I'm trying to make a deliberate disclosure in a manner that I meet the CSDDD requirement and still there are some things under the carpet, It's for the verifier to see. So this is where the role of a verifier comes into the picture, right? Now a verifier is also defined under CSDDD. He should be an expert in human rights law. How many experts are there? Number one. How many of them would pursue a career of a verifier? Okay. Will a verifier be an Indian verifier or a European verifier? Then the cost of such verifier. Who will bear this cost? Okay. Will the customer in EU bear this cost? Will a tier 1 supplier bear this cost? Or will you share the cost? So it depends on your contractual dependence, on your business relationship with your customer. How big a supplier you are for them, and therefore they are dependent on you succeeding in meeting the requirements of CSDDD. So it's a collaborative exercise where both of you should be in a win-win situation. Now the question is on risks. Okay. Contractual risks between a supplier and a buyer. Okay. So contractual terms need to be met, and of course in the fine print there will be buried a number. The number will be on damages and disputes. So these are contractual remedies. Okay. Reputational harm. A reputational harm will also have a number attached to that. So how closely you negotiate your contracts is very important. 5% penalty as a net global turnover, Dr. Indrajit just mentioned. So that's also one part. Structuring your operations in a manner that it doesn't circumvent CSDDD. So there's Article 36 in CSDDD. Couched under that is a very peculiar clause. It says they will continue to monitor how businesses are structured, and they may bring in those structure also under the purview. So I'll give you an example of a structure that one of my clients proposed. Again, a very genius idea they had. They said, look, I am a tier 1 supplier. Maybe I am not so clean. There will be an entity incorporated in the EU. I'll sell to them. So who is a tier 1 supplier who has a direct agreement with the buyer? Okay. That entity in the EU will have a direct agreement with the buyer. I become tier 2 for them. So I am out. Okay. So tier 1 supplier in EU, of course they will meet all the local laws in the EU. And if you still want to do something wishy-washy, Poland is the answer, you incorporate there. Okay, they always object to whatever the European Commission wants to do. Hungary could be the new answer. Okay. So this is a structure which is devised in a manner to meet the CSDDD requirements, and still maybe there will be some problems. It's always going to be a catch-up game. The minute European Commission catches up, they'll plug the loophole. And Article 36 specifically provides for that. And I think I'll just stop here.
Wonderful. That's enough food for thought, I would say, and you know, the lawyer comes out of basically, you know, focusing on each word of it. But indeed, moving further to PIC, Partners in Change plays a critical role in translating these directives, you know, these requirements into effective action. And Pradeep, we would like to hear from you specifically, if we can ask, to be more specific, what are the 3 risks and 3 opportunities for CSDDD?
I think I'll add to what Ankur said. I think it's somewhere what we all were votaries of, you know, any national guideline, any guidelines to be mandatory, especially on the human rights, because that's what we feel is the best way to do it. And secondly, what CSDDD comes out with is definitely everything what is there in UN guiding principle, and probably NGRBC tells much more than even the CAC. So in that sense, it's nothing new about it. But what is problem is the mandatoriness is coming from outside the country, and that too in the global north. And even if you read the 1 year's trajectory of the dilution of the very law, that shows that there is some negotiation which is happening between the global European Union governments and the European Union businesses. So whatever we are going to get is after that negotiation. So therefore, if it were universally true, then there should not be any negotiation, right? It has to be just applied. So that means when there is a negotiation, that means there is something you are trying to choose. So that is one big risk which we have to look at it from our lens. So it's not automatically beneficial for us in that sense. Second, as Gyanendra ji yesterday told in one of our meetings, that there are three things which is business today. One is the access to market, and the second is the access to finance, and the third is the access to supply chain. And the supply chain is something which is a comparative advantage as of now with most of us. And what we feel is the CSDDD is trying to, I would say, shape that part of the access which is not with them, which is with the rest. So therefore, we have to be very worried about this value chain reductionism which is happening, as if everything is happening in the same country. All the jurisprudences are in the same country, and it is seen as if it is a one country's or one nice world's, things are happening. It's a value chain is in a very different place, and the jurisprudence of different things are getting applied. So our very second risk is that only in terms of how we are looking at it from that lens. Third is about the role of laws is always to create a level playing field, which is very important, and this is CSDDD is definitely doing it. But what it is doing is the level playing field among the companies in the global north. It is not trying to create the level playing field between the global north and global south. So therefore, the laws has an inherent thing which we have to be worried about. But at the same time, I'll definitely see that it is not, there are a lot of opportunities which we see in this particular CSDDD. So one is, thanks to a lot of us, a lot of people here and IACA, and somewhere the disclosure movement, if I say, started in India way back in 2011, 12 per se, in 12-13, SEBI made it mandatory. So the BRRs are in existence. The companies, at least top 100 companies have been prepared for this kind of a disclosure of non-finance. And to some extent, while many people say that there are lots of gaps in the BRSR templates, but there are many things good about BRSR templates which you don't see in global templates, because it is much more specific. I think there are many areas where metrics have not been created. Those are the bigger challenges, but there are many questions which are definitely and it is definitely BRSR has to catch up, but there is a good experience in the Indian corporates today to engage with the non-financial disclosure. Third is that while the access to the global supply chain is being commoditized, metrics are still being prepared. So in that sense, especially the human rights metrics are still being prepared. So it's a huge opportunity for us to engage in that preparation of the human rights metrics, because we know even in the carbon, the standardization of carbon, like we see how it is standards are being used. There is enough debate on decolonizing the carbon metrics. So therefore, it is important for us at this point of time itself to get into that thing, and it's actually the businesses which should invest on the metrics, because finally it has to be somewhere. So that is a big opportunity we have. And the last one which I see is an opportunity is about, if we look at it from yesterday also we had a discussion on double materiality, how to do double materiality. There are many views by which people are talking about the same framework. It is still not finalized. And there is a need to build the just transition framework within the double materiality, because we definitely feel that while CSDDD talks about human rights, it is in a very tokenistic way. It is still not in the way which we look at it from a decolonization perspective. For example, in a country in global south, when there is a development is about right to health, education, etc., which is all development right, and for that you need burning of carbon. It's not necessarily possible for you to create a development without burning carbons. And so carbon burning is also a human right? It should not be seen as something which is being, because many countries got developed by burning carbons, and now it is being said that you should not. So therefore, the carbon right has to be seen from a negotiated way. It is not. But at the same time, I'm not saying let us all go and burn carbons. It is important for us to build the debates on the ESG, but it is not. So therefore, there is going to be a conflict between the environment and people and planet, how your interventions are. And I think that's where the just transition framework is important. Like, for example, electric vehicles, you may have many of the mechanics will lose their job. So how do you build that thing? So a lot of things on the skill development, etc., is the responsibility in this. And finally, I always end with these things because at the end, businesses are to challenge, if they, for a transformative thing, it has to challenge patriarchy, caste system. Unless we bring those indicators into the just transition framework or the business framework, we may not see the transformative potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, a deep analysis comparing, going back to Dr. Indrajit, what are your thoughts for, the alignment between BRSR and CSDDD in terms of reporting, in terms of, our own framework towards responsible business conduct?
See, as I've stated earlier also, and I'll attempt it once again, that if we look at the requirement of CSDDD vis-a-vis, say, for example, the BRSR itself, predominantly the starting point are large corporations, though it has then gone into the supply chain, and therefore, in case of BRSR, we are now looking at the suppliers, those who are contributing to 2% or more, culminating at a bare minimum threshold of 75%. Similarly, in case of, if we look at CSDDD, there are these two aspects around human rights and the environmental performance. The challenges are somewhere in the supply chain. First, that I've identified in the previous opportunity itself, that companies are not very keen to give away on the confidentiality that they are maintaining with respect to their supply chain when it comes to tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. The second thing is, even if we are given access to those kinds of informations, and I can share one example without taking name of the company, that one of the tier 3 suppliers is operating out of an area wherein the access to coal is very much there at a throwaway price. Now, because of this access to coal is there, these companies or these small players which are part of the tier 2, tier 3 ecosystem, they are buying coal in cash. There are no transaction records whatsoever that you want to build up on which you can do the overall estimation of emissions that are going into atmosphere. Now, in those circumstances, when you talk to these companies, they are very clear that the whole parity of price point at which they are able to supply to the tier 1 suppliers is because the access to energy is coming to them at a fairly low price point. If there is no record of coal burning, you can actually never calculate how much emissions are going into atmosphere, except, say, for example, from the boilerplate estimations, that right when the time the project was implemented, or say, for example, a boiler or a furnace was implemented, what was the capacity and what was the consumption of energy that was by default there, and therefore some rough estimates can be carried out. So that's the first part of this whole exercise, that can we have a very transparent access to data when it comes to CSDDD disclosure requirements? And obviously, this will be there in case of BRSR also, but fortunately, in case of BRSR, those examples are far and few, because the threshold that we have kept is 2% to begin with, and the final number is 75%. More so, there has been given a breather that you don't need to go ahead with the assurance at this point of time. You can actually be done with the assessment part of it, and a lot of work around assurance and the allied assessment is currently being carried out. So one has to look at as to how this overall space pans out. That's the first thing, and obviously I've heard it from multiple avenues, and that's where I would like to conclude, that if we look at US is doing a lot of innovation, so you can call that US has championed innovation. When it comes to regulation, one can very clearly say that EU is championing regulations. When it comes to replication, we very clearly see China is acting as the factory to the world. So the replication part is given out to China. For us and maybe the rest of the world, those who have to now comply with various waves of regulations that are coming around non-financial disclosures, I believe it is the opportunity to integrate play to the gallery and make sure that we come out clean in order to make sure that we have access to all these three aspects, that the access to supply chain remains with us, the access to market remains with us, and obviously the access to finance remains with us.
But what is the global, what is the competitive advantage if the businesses are following CSDDD? Do you feel that the Indian companies who are present globally, if they follow CSDDD, there are some competitive advantage?
Yes, definitely there. So I have not had experience, say, for example, how Bharat is working with the electronics sector. I have had the experience of working with manufacturing sector players or IT sector players. And if you look at, for example, IT sector in India, almost 95% of their revenue comes from outside of India, and a significant chunk comes from US and European markets and other developed countries. And therefore, it is all the more a reason for them to comply to all these requirements to make sure that they have access to these markets. And access to finance as part of their growth is something which is obviously there in the minds of any organization.
Thank you. So coming to Bharat, what would you recommend to Indian stakeholders based on your experience of early adoption of due diligence, particularly for the tech and electronic sectors?
Well, I think if there's one most important lesson that the tech sector and the automotive sector have learned, is that the essence of good supply chain due diligence, it's really about genuinely and proactively daring to find out what the problems and what the issues are in your supply chain, and really understanding that due diligence is actually founded on the understanding that almost every single company has risks in the supply chain. It's unavoidable, and really what matters is that you do what you can as a company, use the leverage you have. Sometimes that's going to be little, sometimes a lot, to try and minimize the risk, remediate the risk when it materialized, and to an impact when there's a stakeholder that turns into a victim. But due diligence is really not a story of perfection. It's a story of gradual effort, continuous improvement in improving the situation in your supply chain. And it's the industries that have embraced that early on that actually are thriving in this space. And the second key element is that what due diligence asks you to do, and what you certainly should do if you care about impact, is risk-based prioritization. There's no one under any due diligence law or standard that expects any company to try and fix all the issues in their supply chain. What you're expected to do is prioritize, find out what's the most severe issues in your supply chain, and try to resolve those most priority issues. Actually, when we talk to regulators, we consistently hear the feedback. Regulators would like to see companies know what are the 5 main negative issues in their supply chains and fix those, rather than see companies try and do more. So it's not a story of trying to boil the ocean. And again, the good news is that CSDDD mandates exactly that. It asks risk-based due diligence that, again, embraces that supply chains will never be issue-free. The third recommendation I would really give is that the industries that are successful, and I think I may say tech electronics is relatively successful in this space, are the ones that have come together to do this in the collective, that have understood that this is a pre-competitive issue. We fully embrace that, as much as there are competition along the rest of the supply chain when it comes to due diligence. This is a pre-competitive space. It's nice to philosophically talk about a race to the top, competing between companies on being good at sustainability, but mainly this is a pre-competitive issue, setting harmonized standard, pushing down the same standards to your suppliers, collectively developing risk assessment, grievance mechanisms, collectively investing in the cost of developing that as the only efficient way to. And I think I can say that the only industries that have been successful in having impact with their due diligence are the ones that didn't only come together through industry coalitions to do this, but also the ones that came together across the whole industry to do so. There are examples of industries that have industry schemes, but they have 7 competing industry schemes. And I will not name the industries, but I think you all know what I'm talking about. So to be efficient and effective together as an industry, but also make sure you don't have industry schemes competing between each other. And then perhaps a few minor recommendations. One would really be to fully engage suppliers. Do not just see the supplier as a subject on which you dump your contractual requirements, a subject that you push into a training program, but fully empower the supplier, capacitate them, give them the resources that they need to do due diligence. And perhaps on a final note, and you have heard it already between the lines of all what I said before, my number one recommendation in terms of how you all can get ready for CSDDD and feel more confident is just read the law. It's very boring advice, it's nothing exciting. I'm sure you have nicer plans than reading a law, but if you're new to this and if you're scared by everything you're hearing of what's coming at you, just read the law, because there's a lot of, I will actually call it fake news out there by people that intentionally or unintentionally misrepresent what the law really is about. It comes often from lobbying associations, sometimes it even comes from law firms, but read the law to truly understand the spirit of the law, of the UNGPs, and you'll see that it's way more nuanced than what most people actually think.
Thank you for highlighting the competitive advantage, which again takes me back to Ankur. If we talk about compliance cost, because that's one of the challenge, what would you recommend for MSMEs who are at the base of supply chain?
To the MSMEs, I would first start with telling them about the opportunities. Yeah. So let's take a step back and look at the macro picture here. So how are India's and EU's trade relations developing over time? If you see in the last 1 to 2 years, EU has actually become India's biggest trading partner, and EU has also crossed the US. And if you look at the export distribution from India, you will see that textiles, agriculture, minerals and gems, they constitute a big share of India's exports to the EU, about to the tune of 35%. Yeah. So that's a huge number. And then of course we have steel and aluminium exports from India. That's again a huge number. Then we have the automotive sector. We have automotive parts, components, and there are huge synergies with some assemblies, sub-assemblies moving from Germany, Italy to India. They get further processed and they go back. So that kind of integration in the value chain has happened. And I believe the MSMEs are closely watching how trade relations between India and the EU grow further, deepen. We are about to enter into a free trade agreement. And yesterday, I think our Minister of Commerce announced that half of the work is done. Half of the chapters are ready. And in fact, he said that the goods chapter is almost about to close, which means that as far as goods trade is concerned, EU and India are mostly aligned. So we are looking in terms of Mr. Trump's vocabulary, we are looking for a deal with the EU soon. Yeah? In light of that deal, if you want to access the EU's market, you must also understand that in that deal or in the free trade agreement, there are some very unique chapters which will be there. Nobody is talking about that. There are 3 or 4 chapters that you must closely look at. One chapter will be on human rights. One chapter will be on gender equality and rights of women. Yeah? One chapter will be on environment. And the key underlying tone in all these 3-4 chapters will be that the day this deal or this FTA comes into force, neither EU nor India will deteriorate their laws or compromise their laws to increase trade with each other. What does that mean? That we have new labor codes coming in, but perhaps the compliance is such that our exporter becomes non-competitive. So let's amend the law and deteriorate it a bit further, make the compliance easier. So the compliance cost reduces, my exporter becomes competitive. That's what the FTA says you cannot do. Juxtapose this with CSDDD. What is this CSDDD that we are talking about? It's a monitoring mechanism to that FTA. That FTA says the Indian government cannot amend its laws, or you cannot deteriorate your law. How can you do that? You can do it in 2 ways. Amend the text of the law and make it easier, or don't enforce the law. Breaches, violations of law are happening. No labor inspector is bothered to catch it. So in broad daylight, violations are happening. It's called not in law, but in practice. Some things are going on, and we are becoming more competitive to access the EU market. Okay? So this is where CSDDD comes in. And if you look at the trend, how EU is aligning with the rest of the world, they are becoming more close to developing countries. So they are concluding an FTA with Indonesia, with India, and some other developing countries. But they don't want to compromise with their values. And they value human rights, they value gender equality, they value labor rights, they value that you give minimum wages, you give it on time, and there is no discrimination with what wage you pay to different labor in your organizations, be it a male or a female or another gender. So there's a gender equality chapter over there, which will recognize that there are more than two genders also. Okay. So with this nuance, we need to think about how our MSMEs, what they can do now. Okay. I think for every business opportunity, there will be a cost. We should be aware of that cost. What MSMEs can also think about is, there is a specific clause in CSSSD which says an SME is entitled to a support from an in-scope company. What is an in-scope company? Which has to do the due diligence as per CSSSD. So of course they'll come to their tier 1 supplier and say, look, you need to do these compliances. You are an SME, say, look, why don't you support me? You need to educate me first. What kind of compliances I need to do, how I should do my remediation, what kind of plan of action I need to address the problems I have, and don't ditch me. Today the problem is, the minute a difficulty is identified, nobody is bothered to bring the tier 1 supplier up to the level where they reach certain competence. They say, okay, just go to another one. So this change of mindset has to be both ways. So as a tier 1 supplier from India, you are responsible to build confidence in your customers in the EU that, look, I will work with you, but you need to support me, and the law provides for it. So even if you give me a low interest loan, and in fact the CSSSD talks about it, that to build competence in your suppliers, you can give low interest loans to your suppliers, to your business partners. Yeah. You can give education and trainings, etc., etc. So law allows it. So I would tell the MSMEs, look at the opportunities. If there are costs, it's okay. You need to think commercially what makes sense. If EU market makes sense, then go for it. There are estimates that compliance cost will increase by 30 to 35%. I think those are not estimates which will prevail over a long period of time. Right? These are probably initial estimates when you are at a learning stage for the first initial years. Then you build competence, and then compliance cost reduces because it becomes your second nature. Compliance becomes your second nature. So you reach certain scale where this compliance cost becomes second habit, right? So it won't be looking at as a cost at all. I'll pause here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now again, coming to Dr. Vidya, particularly your views on how well India's BRSR framework prepares companies for alignment with CSSSD.
It's a very big question. I just want to add on to what Ankur said on a few things about educating suppliers, compliance cost, etc. It is a big challenge since we are the practitioners in that area, that they want to know then how much will you increase the percent of business that you do with me. If I do this for you, you invest in me, but you give me guarantee long term that this is the set business that you are going to give me. And that becomes a challenge because you yourself don't know that because of these pressures what changes you will make in your product, in whether you will have a market for the same product. Again, then you end up doing another capability building. So they want this assurance. Okay, tell us that we will do all this. This is a cost for us, but give us long term. And nobody does that. Even for us, even when we say, and there are big brands who buy from us, they will, in spite of all that, only take 5 to 10% of their overall purchase from companies like us who do a lot of these standards implementation and everything. The rest comes from, they also buy from those who don't do anything. So that is how it is as of now happening. So I know it's very stringent. Another example is customers from US. They want, and even Europe, certain sectors where we are governed by US LME, etc., London LME, they want us that you show us evidence you are giving fair living wages, which are not defined here. Okay, we have minimum wages, and that too In each state they are different. So how can we tell them that we have minimum wages and this is uniform minimum wages, because the units that we manufacture are in different state and each state has a different minimum wage. And there is a thing that you have to pay fair living wages. We give you 1 year to work on it and come back to us and we will conduct an audit. We will see how you have worked out. Where is the formula for that? So there are a lot of these challenges also when you have to do business, and these were existing. Forget the this new directive. These were already there, because if you are exporting and you are governed by their metal exchange or then these things were already there. So somehow still it is not working in those terms. Same is for chemicals, because a lot of our chemicals go to European countries. Again, there also they came up saying there should be biological content in your chemical which should be X%. So now that calls for a total different R&D to say that how do I remove the chemical content in terms of organic chemicals and replace it with biological content. So we did that, we did have those chemicals, but then for that the supplier, we have to develop the supplier, and now that supplier have to follow all these things of human rights and a lot of these things. So maybe the biological content, understand it will come from some farm, some plantation. Then comes the question of child labor, giving wages, and in India there are not those huge plantations that you will have 1 or 2 big suppliers who will give you something. It would be small pockets from where you will procure. How do you then ensure there is no child labor or fair wages given? So on the ground there are a lot of these challenges, and when assurance or audit, whatever they come and do, it's very difficult to prove a lot of things. So I can go with a lot of such examples,
Yeah,
but
thank
fine.
you.
So BRSR, what you said is, put together it would be a good thing, because BRSR talks of disclosures and matrices, and CSDD talks about having the base system that it ensures that you will have proper transparent data for disclosure. So I would say it can be used as a stepping stone, but it never asks about how part of it. So that needs to be brought in. So that's the challenge.
Wonderful, yeah. So that's really great. Now, I would request Pradeep to have a closing brief comment because of the paucity of time, and I see again the energy level going down. So please stay interested, because let me tell you that this is a great opportunity, and it's a very great discussions happening. So yes, Pradeep, just a closing comment.
Yeah, I think just to close it, see the way CSDDD is coming, nobody is doubting that it is important today. That is not something which is being doubted. But the problem is CSDDD should not become what Dr. Sanyal said, that it should not become a non-tariff barrier in the global north, global south politics of the trade, which is what is a bigger challenge for us. So some of the things which we feel is important is NGRBC itself is something which we need to ground it at the various level. So we do work with more than 100 MSMEs where we have found that they are actually ready to travel much more faster than the bigger companies in terms of it, because for them it's a pure business, and for them there are only 2 avenues. Either they have to take money for solar panels from their profit, or they have to go for loans from the government to get some subsidy. And the third one is if there is a 5 years order from what you were saying. If we have an order from the top, we don't have to worry about it. Now the thing is, these are the 3 small things which they are not able to get either way, and if the global south government is supporting the subsidy and the credit is being taken at the global north level, it's a macro level, there is a challenge. Second is at the panchayat level, how to localize this entire ESG thing or the NGRBC thing at a ground level, which is very important in terms of building it we should have our own laws or collate all the laws which are related to CSDDD and bring it under a common law, so that we say that this is how implement, and how to expand the jurisprudence on the business side is something which we can look at. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being very brief. So we have one more panel, and I can't let the speakers wait for such a long time. And indeed, you are also waiting for the end of the day. So maybe the questions can be during some interactions post, once we complete, we have a tea. So feel free to interact with the speakers then. So over to you, Shivangi. Thank you very much to all the panelists. It's indeed a pleasure
big round of applause
discussing this.
for the esteemed panelists, and we would like to express our deepest appreciation to each of our eminent speakers for their valuable perspectives on aligning India's electronic sector and other allied sector with the European Union CSDDD. Your reflections have illuminated the path forward not only for industry readiness but also for ensuring that our growth narrative remains just, inclusive and sustainable. As a token of gratitude, may I request Dr. Garima to kindly come forward to felicitate Dr. Vidya Tigo. Thank you, ma'am, for your perspectives. Mr. Bharat Devos, thank you, sir, for your kind remarks. Dr. Inderjeet Singh, thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Mr. Ankur Sharma, thank you, sir, for your enlightening remarks. Last but not the least, Mr. Pradeep Narayanan, thank you, sir, for your insights. Requesting all the panelists to come forward for a group photograph. Once again, we thank each one of you for your presence and for contributing to this national effort towards sustainable and ethical value chains. As we draw day one to a close, we arrive at a conversation that touches every industry, every policy, and every home, our workforce. The next panel, envisioning workforce of the future in the age of disruptive trends, will explore how India can prepare its human capital for an age marked by disruption, automation, green transition, and evolving global demands. To meet these challenges, there is an urgent need to build future-ready skills ranging from digital and green competencies to critical thinking and adaptability, while also strengthening the support systems that enable continuous learning and social protection. At the same time, our institutions, businesses, and governance frameworks must evolve to promote equity, resilience, and inclusion at every level. Today's conversation brings together visionary leaders shaping this transformation. Their perspectives will help illuminate how we can create a workforce that is not just prepared for the future, but empowered to shape it. Let us listen in and reflect to the workforce India needs to build its vision for its Viksit Bharat 2047. To set the stage for this critical dialogue, we are extremely honored to welcome Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, to deliver the keynote address for this high-level panel. Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, sir, is an IS officer, Secretary of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, a 1990 batch IS officer of the Karnataka cadre. Before his current role, he served in various capacities within the ministry, including the Additional Secretary and Special Secretary. He has a diverse background with experience in both state and central government roles, particularly in areas like urban infrastructure development, rural development, and textile. Sir holds many degrees in history, economics, public policy, and law. Sir, we look forward to your insightful address, and I, on behalf of School of Business Environment, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, extend a warm welcome to you. Requesting Sir to please grace the stage for his keynote address.
requesting all the other panelists for this high-level panel to be also on the stage, and we are looking forward to a very differently structured panel, and I hope that the audience would enjoy it. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Bharat Wakluji and other fellow panelists. I'm very happy that I'm getting this opportunity to speak here. I just superannuated as the Secretary Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for having spent almost 5.5 years there. And I'm very happy that in this August gathering also, which is about the responsible business conduct, that there is a discussion on the future of the work and the skilling per se. I would very briefly describe before the panel speaks about what is the kind of ecosystem which has been created and how and when, in what manner the industries, corporates can align in the terms of reskilling their existing workforce as well as skilling the youth of the nation, which is very important for the ESG commitments. The present government, they established this ministry in 2015, and since then, last 10 years, there has been a slew of schemes and endeavors and initiatives. And since then, I would say that the skilling ecosystem, as we know it, has developed. Whether it is in terms of attention to the skilling per se in our education as well as skilling, and also creating the regulations, the job works, the national skill qualification, skilling maybe 1.7 crore of the people, youth, apprenticeship, ITIs, Jan Shikshan Sansthans, entrepreneurship schemes, and all that. So I can say that, I mean, there's so many things to talk about, but I would say that now it is the time is ripe for the corporates and the industries to come forward and collaborate with themselves, within themselves, and with the government and the academia. We have also heard a lot about the disruptions in the world of work, and this is something, whether we like it or not, is already there. And at the government level also, a lot of things have happened, but it is more important for the corporates and industries to look at it very closely, because they are there for the profits, they are there for the business, and whatever they do happens as a sum total of the human resources which they are there, and how skill, upskill they are, on that only they will be able to survive. Now the corporates also have a responsibility to the overall society in general, and we have always heard that the skilling is less aspirational, or skilling doesn't get premium and all that. That may be there, but the more important is that how we as the government and institutions, how do we view the skilling per se. I'm just giving the general point so that the panelists, without getting overburdened by the government framework, will be able to explain and understand and explain to you what are the things can be done under this theme of what we can do for the future of the work in the age of disruptions. From the skilling point of view, I can say very clearly that there are so many fundamental things are in place in our country under the leadership of the present Prime Minister and his government. One is the national education policy, whereby the skilling has to be mainstreamed with the education. And the skilling, if you're talking about the fresh skilling, it is a problem which is born out of the education system, and unless until we fix the education system, we will not get adequately skilled people with that cognitive and motor skills and other skill transverse skills. And that is why there is a national credit framework is there, which aligns the education in terms of the academic education, in terms of the practical knowledge and the skilling all put together in terms of credit. It allows for the transition from the education to skilling, skilling to education otherwise. Second thing very important happening is the national curriculum framework, and there the emphasis is that from class 6 to 8, the kids would be exposed to the world of the work, and in class 9, 10 and 11, 12, they will specialize in their chosen areas of skilling. This will allow that there is a greater appreciation of the skills vis-a-vis the degrees and the certificates. And in the higher education also, we have launched the apprenticeship embedded degree programs, whereby the normal degree programs will also have the element of skilling in that. So this is something which is fundamental, which is going to happen. Second thing which is happening is that every sector, they are trying to envision skilling as a separate point, as a separate variable, which is a factor of production, actually, I would say, which requires certain emphasis, funds, resources, and attention. And it is here that the Ministry of Skill Development, through their Skill India Digital Hub portal, and the NCVT, which has a lot of skilling courses available online and otherwise, that is they are trying to provide. We are aligning with the Ministry of MNRE, Jal Jeevan schemes, WCD, rural development, and so many other departments, whereby we are working with them so that we allow them to the youth and the people to transition either to skills or to entrepreneurship. The third thing which is happening is that in the common society also we find, if you look into the job portals, etc., there is more emphasis on the competencies rather than on the degrees and the colleges and institutions. And I am seeing it from my own children, and through them I see that there is a more and more emphasis on learning new skills. My daughters will come and teach me how to do the AI, ChatGPT. That's just a small example, but even in the areas of manufacturing, areas of other industrial activities, there is a lot of artificial intelligence and the other new technologies which are coming to the work, which are going to reduce the importance of the persons, but increase the level of sophistication and higher capabilities. We are also trying to put under the SWORD program, the AI part to be included in all parts of the school education. In our skilling also, we have emphasized on the employability skills, which has a part on the financial skills, digital skills, communication skills, integrity, ethics, and all that. It is a very, very important mandatory capsule in every skilling we are trying to do. And we have a level of AI for all, AI for few, AI for many. That kind of a system is also there. And the government is a continuous process of integrating that also in the education system. Now, when you're coming to the corporates, what is that they can do and create conditions for skilling? First thing I would say is that every company, whether small or big, have to put a premium on upskilling. You can see the example of the Singapore and other countries where the government enables or mandates that all the corporates, they will take some steps to the upskilling of their people. Now, the upskilling can happen online, unskilling can happen on many other ways. It is in this regard that we have a skill loan concept whereby we allow up to 6.5 lakh of rupees for people already in the workforce to get upskilled. And that can be taken advantage of, just as happens in the education loans. We have to create incentives so that the people, they are motivated to upskill themselves, maybe in terms of the pay rises, or maybe in terms of recognitions, maybe in terms of increments or something. Unless until this is inbuilt into the HR system, then the people will not be motivated, and at the end, the corporates and companies will be faced with the dearth of the people who are not motivated enough to upskill themselves. So the first thing is that they have to start the working in their in-house and start giving them incentives and the avenues and the facilities so that they can upskill themselves. Second thing I would say is that there is a lot of way that the corporates can also collaborate with the academia, so that in the ESG part, they can collaborate with the academia in terms of the apprenticeship embedded degree programs, which allows for a triangular relationship between academia, industry, and the youth. They can also work with the government in terms of teachers or trainers or the contents, and also allow for the assessments. But one of the most important part of the skilling is they can also allow for the companies should come forward to provide on-the-job training to the youth. Recently, the new schemes have been announced. One is the ITI scheme, which is around 60,000 crore scheme, under which 1,000 ITIs have to be modernized in a way the industry wants, and that will be led by the industries themselves. It was my proud privilege to have steered this scheme and got it clearance from the cabinet. And that scheme is now getting into operation, and we have been talking to a lot of industries, big and small, so that how they can take the clusters of hub and spoke ITIs and make them a modern, aspirational institutions of learning and skilling. We have also have the new scheme where the employment-based incentives have been announced. We have the apprenticeship scheme, which is the most useful scheme for all the corporates, where the government bears some part of the stipends. The companies take the youth, train them well, and it also improves not only the employability of the youth, but also the attrition rate in the companies themselves. And we have many, many examples of many good companies, the broad-minded and forward-looking companies who have taken big, big advantage of the apprenticeship scheme. Similar, I would say about the internship scheme, which has also been announced by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And this also, there's something which the corporates can do to improve the employability of our youth. In the end, I will say that it is a time for us to think collectively. This time is not something that what the government will do or what the industries do. There is a network which is available. There are avenues through which you can take advantage of. My friend from will also explain you how we are trying, Ravinder Singh will explain how we are trying to do for the people with disabilities. We can design special programs. We can have a program where you can get skilled people, and we also bear the expenses of the training part, provided they are given employment or some kind of placement. There are a lot of activities which are happening on the entrepreneurship side, and there is a method by which we give them employability skills, as well as the loans, as well as the marketing support and mentorization so that they can develop. Our institution, NISBERT and IIE have done a lot of work on that. In fact, the PM Vishwakarma scheme, which has been announced, in which we have already trained almost 30 lakh people, the scheme is premised on the basis of identification, skilling, credit, and marketing support. And I assume that in the coming years, this is the model which will be followed, with as many government schemes and as many collaborations with the corporate world as possible. So in the end, I would like to advise and and exhort all the leaders here that they have to, the skilling part or etc., or the future of the work part has to be taken not only as part of the overall HR work only. It is a part of the corporate strategy so that you have a full-fledged plan in place in which how you allow, incentivize your existing workforce to upskill themselves in the directions that you want. B, how do you use your ESG commitments and the CSR funds so that you can align with the government in different state governments and otherwise. So you also use your training centers, OJT, trainers, content, apprenticeship, internship, and all that. So you also serve a very useful social purpose itself. And third thing is that if you do all of that, ultimately, it is your company, your corporate world, your business which is going to profit. And as you profit, the society also profits. And that is where the salvation lies for all of us in India. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Vakru sir. I will end here and look forward for the good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul. Thank you very much for your very pointed and clear guidance to all of us as to how we can move ahead with the process of upskilling people, how we can make sure that they remain relevant. But before I get on to what I want to share with you, can we please put our hands together and give Atul a round of applause. He has just retired from the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship after 5 years there. So thank you very much for doing the good work that you've been doing in the ministry. We really can see that it's going to lay the foundation for what India needs to do in the coming years. But let's segue a little into something a little different. When I was reflecting on today's theme, which is envisioning the future of work in an age of disruption and disruptive tendencies, I thought to myself, I said, will there be work for people at all? Will humans be in the equation? Because quite frankly, we already are seeing factories and workplaces around the world which are completely run by robots. So my question or this thought that occurred to me is not outlandish at all. In China, the largest factory that BYD, the maker of the well-known electric vehicle, they already have a factory with 50 square kilometers in area, and everything there is automated, everything is run by AI, everything is done by robots, and there isn't a single human being anywhere in that factory. So when we talk about ESG, where E is about environment, S is about society, G is about governance, the first question that we need to ask ourselves is, how do we make sure that even as we pursue ESG, we don't forget the fundamental, entity that will make ESG happen, which is people. And if people are, optimized out of ESG, I'm sorry, we're going to be headed towards a sterile, absolutely peculiar world run by robots, something out of those movies like Ex Machina and so on. So today, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like this esteemed panel to discuss how do we make sure that even as we emphasize ESG, we keep humans at the heart of this whole equation. How do we make sure that human agency is preserved, and how do we design for inclusion? Because without that, we would not be in a position to make any headway in ESG. So that is how I'm going to start this discussion. I will start by asking my esteemed panelists, Samta Kapoor from the Dalmia Group, to share with us what are your experiences working in ESG in the Dalmia Group, and what have you been doing to make sure that without optimizing people out, how are you making sure that you ensure that the new technologies, the disruptive technologies that we talk about, AI, digitization, robotics, and a whole host of other things, how do you make sure that
you do all that is required to be done by inducting new technology, but in a manner which does not put people out of work. Samta.
Thank you. So within Dalmia, as you rightly said, we are using technology, we're using AI from the production to the last mile, to the entire cycle up to sales. That includes our marketing teams, our ESG, even everything at the factories. However, we are also upskilling our workforce. So we are making them technologically enabled, making them, let them know how to use this technology. So we're using the AI to increase the efficiency of our work, reduce the cost wherever it is possible. So we're using technology in that way. At this moment, we've not had any reduction in workforce, if I would say, where we are out, the humans are actually being out or have a complete process which is automated, not as of now. However, I understand that with the speed that the technology is going in, that could be a possibility which as a bigger society and also as Dalmia would have to look at.
So that Samta is the challenge, which means even as you adopt new technologies and productivities increase, there is bound to be some reduction of capability that humans can offer unless they upskill. So let me move to Setu. Setu, this is something which we know has been documented. There is no denying that in the coming months and years, AI, robotics, and a whole host of other disruptive technologies are going to make almost 40% of the workforce redundant. Some people say by 2030, but my esteemed panelist Anukul says much earlier. So be that as it may, the question that we need to ask then is, with you as somebody who is recruiting for very senior leadership positions and so on, what do you think are the kind of skills that will be required in the years to come so that people remain critical to the movement towards ESG?
Okay, this Chief Sustainability Officer and a lot of other new positions are now coming up, and we see a marked increase in the ESG and sustainability positions, over the last 3 years. The first requirement in terms of the corporates is how ESG or a CSO can merge or integrate seamlessly to the business. That's a very important question to answer. Here, I think the goal-orientedness is very important. Where do we want to arrive as ESG professionals, as CSOs, long-term, the next 5 to 10 years? I think ESG has to find its place, I would say, from a kind of a also doing or also running to a strategic positioning in the business. I think that's something which is very important. If ESG has to be successfully integrated to business, I think three skills I would like to highlight. The first is a very strong sense of management logic. I think ESG, CSOs, or all, the position itself is built on a very strong underlying management logic. What do I mean by management logic? Let me a little bit demystify. It's about the capability and the skills to integrate, understand first of all the various elements of the business, and then so many factors that are impacting the business. The political, economic, social, technology, right? The legal, and now geopolitics is becoming a new flux. So how, as a CEO of, I would say, integration, to call it even the Chief Integration Officer, the integration, orchestration, and a very holistic thinking capability is key. I think that's something which would be primarily essential for a successful placement, integration to business. The second would be, I would put it, a good understanding of technology. There's a lot of impact of technology, not just AI alone. For example, we are doing a placement for a pharma company in Hyderabad, and the consulting firms are very clearly saying there is absolutely no AI required in the pharma industry for now. It could be dangerous. It could run into litigations. You leave everything to the machines for manufacturing APIs? No, absolutely not. So to that extent, that dark factory or the concept of, human-less workforce is still quite away. I think as far as India is concerned, not considered a serious threat, at least as of now, when we need to look at how we evolve. I think it's about ESG or the sustainability applied to the business, applied to the specific context, the second aspect. The third would be more, on the, I would say, ethics, integrity, and a capability to emotionally integrate the organization towards ESG goals, and it's very important. Someone who is empathetic, not just from a transactional perspective, but able to, deliver a program, a holistic program, which integrates business, which integrates external factors, the people, and the ESG agenda all together. So to that extent, a very senior person who understands logic, who are able to integrate holistically, would be the key. I think that's
Wonderful.
my few thoughts.
Thank you, Setu. I think that's a great start to a very, very complex discussion. But what I heard you saying is that apart from emotional intelligence, ethical reasoning, business skills, technology competence, maybe cross-cultural sensitivity, and a host of things like that, we need to make sure that human-centric leadership is at top. And that brings me to the other point, because human-centric leadership is essential also from the perspective of having psychological safety, diversity, inclusion, and employee engagement. So I move to Ravindra now, because we've been talking about diversity and inclusion, but Ravinder has been working in the Skills Council for People with Disabilities. And frankly, ladies and gentlemen, one of my team members, Dr. Sonam Kapse, she is an expert on working with people with disabilities. She has actually created businesses where only those people are employed. But frankly, most of India Inc. is still not either comfortable or sufficiently caring to be able to take people with disabilities onto the workforce. So there is a huge space for that, and I'd love to hear, Ravinder, your perspectives on this, please.
Thank you, sir. So, right from the time in 2006 when India signed the UN Convention on Rights for Persons with Disability, in 2016, it took a dynamic turn when we enacted the Rights with Persons with Disability Act. Further, when Honorable Prime Minister termed the term Divyangjan, it gave a new meaning and purpose to the life of the differently abled individuals. There's a time when society did not look at them with the equal opportunity or a equal perspective as they would do with others. Government initiative played a significant role, right from forming policies, rolling out programs. Two programs that I can very quickly talk about is under the Ministry of Skill Development itself. One of the first programs that got rolled out globally anywhere was to identify a pool of skilled resources from the industry who are differently able and train them to become trainers. So now you have trainers who are differently able, training a pool of differently abled people. The second program, the result was 71% of the workforce after getting employment is continuing to work even after 3 months of being in the work. The average income, which was for persons with disability at about 9,800 rupees, jumped to 14,000 rupees plus. Significant impact. But a lot of gap is still left by the industry. Biggest challenge for the industry is to understand that this differently abled diaspora is not somebody that you look at only from the employment perspective. It's a business opportunity for you. You get a pool of resource which once it is set in the organization, the attrition is practically nil. I look at industries like hospitality, retail, where the average attrition is close to about 35%. The PWD attrition is below 2%. The industry feedback is that the differently abled diaspora, when they're working on the shop floor or wherever they are working, the process compliance is significantly higher. And as a result, the productivity is higher. Third, you send the right message to the stakeholders. You comply with the ESG guidelines. We work with organizations in the hospitality sector. We work with organizations in the petroleum sector. One of the surveys that we did at the petroleum outlets, we had customers willing to drive 8 to 10 kilometers extra and come to a petrol pump that hires a differently able team. Does that not make a business sense?
Absolutely.
And most important, please understand, the census says the PWD population is 2.68%. The UN studies say it's anything between 10 to 15% globally. It cannot be untrue for India. And you take a lower side, about 10%, 140 crore population, 10% persons with disability, that is the largest single consumer group that you have.
Correct.
The spending patterns, sir, have shown that PWD earners, once they get a job, the propensity to spend is as high as same as the early IT earners. So it actually makes business sense to engage with persons with disability. The industry has to wake up.
Thank you very much, Ravindra. I think that's very, very insightful. 14 crore people, a captive group, not only of consumers, but people who are dedicated, loyal, and whose attrition rates in employment are at rock bottom. I think that's an extraordinary piece of information. Let me move now to Anukul. Anukul, we've heard our expert panelists talk about various aspects about skilling, and I believe that while machines can optimize for efficiency and cost, only humans can optimize for empathy, which is a fundamental requirement for ESG. So from your experience in the banking industry, what do you think are the lessons that we can share with the audience about what it is that we need to do to make sure that the human-centric approach to skilling remains front and center in their strategic plans for the future?
Hello. Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Bharatji. So I was actually also HR head for State Bank of India, and I had held various assignments when I retired 2 years back. I was heading the largest team for about 24,000 people across 7-8 states. So I'll just start with another preface, the human angle. We were taught, we are hardcore financial people. Everything has to do with numbers. People don't matter sometimes. So that was sort of seeping in when I started my own finance company and advising company. So I pivoted a bit, went from the triple bottom line, people first, planet second, profit third. And then I met two very good gentlemen who changed my life. One is Mr. Sethi sitting there. Now we've got a LLP company on ESG with him as mentor. We are nail people. And during one of the trainings, Mr. Bharat, he asked me, I was in the workshop, he asked me, Bhatnagar, Anukul, what kind of future would you like 20 years from now? You know, that changed me a bit. So now we have made sure, I'm making sure that when I provide capital and debt to the consultants, as a consultant to companies, that if it's a hotel, it's a hospital, or if there are ladies' wings, they have to be designed differently. Notwithstanding the horizontal reservation, as you said, but they have to be designed differently. You know, the floor, the step size, the floor, you know, everything is actually different. The playgrounds. So that is working in. And the third thing is, I've heard sir also many times, and I think, sir, it must be your Secretary sir's brainchild, Pratibha Setu, right? You've just launched it. Have you heard of that, Pratibha Setu?
Tell us about it.
So, people study for 2-3 years, 10 years, and then they try to get into UPSC, right? So, the vacancy is around 1,000, and 2,000 people are finally called for the interview. So, the people who pass the mains are 2,000 plus. So, they said people who don't finally make it to the to the job, their biodata and CVs, if volunteered, would be available to the private sector for picking up. Because these are very intense and deeply knowledgeable people. So as luck would have it, I was helping out some of my retired IAS people who are running an academy out of Chandigarh. And I was doing the sector mentoring. And now this has come out as a challenge to us, that if we start training people, because UPSC, it's a monopoly. And for private sector, it's not a monopoly, it's a business. So how do we mentor these students now across the journey? And if we mentor them according to the industry, what will UPSC pass them or fail them? So out of 30 in the recent batch, we've got 4 people who have gone through. So this is another thing where, skilling comes in. Do we need to change a bit of skilling? How do we do these kind of things? So sir, let me come back. What you taught me was backcasting. Backcasting. So you design the future.
Backcasting.
And then you start casting backward, forecasting, backcasting. You design backwards and then you go through these SDGs or whichever, formula you like. Whichever formula you like. So it all works down to skill, somewhere or the other. So he was saying about finance, what kind of things would come in. I'll just deviate from there, sir, because sort of I've deviated from the original question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am also an investor and I represent a lot of investors also in India. And we have a large portfolio. We have 3-4 problems which would coming up, and these are from a social angle. And these will give us opportunities for society and for business, as you very well said. First is the US-India FTA. Maybe it will come on the 8th. That will be a big disruptor. We don't know how things will work. Tariffs, etc., etc. Second is next year census starts. Census results come immediately. Then comes delimitation. We have member of parliaments coming in according to that.
So these are disruptors.
These are disruptors in the social field.
Okay.
And this will affect all of ESG, sir.
Correct.
Everybody will have to reset. If the finance guys are saying that we have to reset, it has to be reset.
Correct.
These are number 1 in the risk paradigms of every bank, every recruiter. Then this knowledge is required with everywhere. Then it comes 2-3 points, sir. I'll go fast with it. Third is implementation of Women's Reservation Bill. 33% of women in parliament. Emphasis will be on childcare, wellness, schools, other things. You just see how it will change in a year. Opportunities and how it will affect society. DigiPin, digitalization of properties.
Correct.
End of this year. Then, sir, digital currency.
Absolutely.
How that would come in. And shift, I'll not talk about something, surveillance. Then it comes, sir, satellite internet is coming.
Yes.
In the next 3 months. It is not going to cost much. Starlink, 3,700 something per month. You will be mobile everywhere. It is an opportunity for society. It is an opportunity for business.
Thank you. Anukul, this is very, very insightful. In fact, what Anukul is saying is that behind every, disruption, there is also opportunity. Behind everything that seems to be turning the other way, there are new opportunities, new openings that are going to be coming up. So let me change tracks a little bit and come back to Atul. One thing is very, very clear. Atul, in your opening remarks also you mentioned that companies will have to strategically think about workforce planning. They'll have to start looking ahead in time. And what Anukul and the rest of the panels have said is that it's not as if skills won't be needed, but the kind of skills that are going to be required will be different. There will be a greater emphasis on creativity, on ethics for ESG, on technology, inclusion, on innovation and so on. Now, Atul, given your vast track record in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, what would be your advice to the company heads in the audience about what should they do today so that they are ready for many of these opportunities in the couple of years ahead? Specifically, what could they do now? Because at the end of the day, we have to take action starting now to build the future, as Anukul said, that we want to create, to co-create.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Waklu. This is a very, very pertinent question. Based on my limited experience of working in the government, I would like to compare what we have done in the government. There is something called I got.
Yeah.
And the IGOT system is there under the Mission Karma Yogi, where there are thousands of courses which are available, and we are persuading every government servant, including the secretary. I also did so many online courses, and you have to clear those courses so that you remain abreast of all that is happening here. And there are all kinds of technical as well as ESG as well as non-technical courses available.
Yeah.
As he was pointing out, that we have to be aware of what is happening, and the first emphasis should be to upskill the people who are already working. And this is being, I would say that government offices do not work. So there is some amount of mandatoriness, and we have gone to the extent of imagining that tomorrow a person's next promotion will not happen until he or she has cleared this many numbers of the courses available. So this is, what does it signify? It signifies that the government, central government, as an entity, is thinking of how to upskill their existing workforce. If you apply that analogy to the company concerned, ultimately the companies are here to make business, and whatever they are trying to do, whether it is ESG, etc., it should not impinge beyond a point on their profitability. But that will only happen if we see the interconnectedness of what we are doing for the, say, disabled or the women or, or the poor or the others, and how it is going to help everybody. And as Mr. Vaklu was saying, it makes the whole HR more inclusive.
Correct.
And we have found again and again that wherever in corporate worlds there is inclusiveness,
yes,
then the decision makings are faster.
Correct.
And they are more sustainable.
True.
And even though they may not prosper too high, but at least the level of well-beingness and happiness and the way the corporate world is thought of by the outside as a good working place, all of these are very intangible, but they have a great impact on the productivity of the people, and by the productivity of the employees, people working there, on the productivity of the firm per se. So my advice would be that you have to incentivize in a sense that, and many people are doing themselves. I see the young people, and they are such an expert.
Absolutely.
And I am taught that if you have to give a lecture or you have to do financial planning, go to the chat GPT and do this. So these are the one example.
Very true.
But the second point I would like to say, whatever the technology comes, at least for the near foreseeable future, there will be a role of the humans there. And it is in our self-interest that we do something for the people who may be left behind because of the socioeconomic and geographic and other reasons.
True.
So there will always be a work for the people with their normal skills, higher level skills, and if you have to grow as a knowledge economy, we should focus on the higher education part, highest level of skilling, upskilling of the existing workforce, and at the same time also take the people also aware.
Very, very relevant. Thank you, Atul.
That
this is
recipe is going to work.
Very, very pertinent. In fact, this is a very, very beautiful insight. Even as we're upskilling people who will be relevant, who will stay in the workplace, there will be some people who might lose out. And caring for them and making sure that they don't get left behind is as much a part of ESG as the first part. So let me come back to you on this, Samta. You're part of the Dalmia Group, which is into sugar mills and cement manufacturing, which typically tends to be very labor intensive. And from what you heard this esteemed panel mention, there is no denying that there will be a need to redesign roles as new technologies come in, as less carbon intensive technologies are, I wouldn't say forced on you, but where your management thinks that those need to be taken in because everybody wants to reduce their carbon footprint. So from a redesigning of roles perspective, what do you think would be the steps that your company would take? Because from what you might do, a lot of the people in the audience might derive inspiration and probably follow suit as well? Because redesigning roles is going to be critical. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so yes, the new technology would be coming in, and as you mentioned, Dalmia Cement is one of the lowest carbon cement manufacturing company globally. So the kind of technology we need is actually just, as I would say, in research phase right now. So that needs AI, that needs technology, that needs a lot of technological advancements, which would mean that, yes, the workforce currently would not be able to adapt to that. And because the norms are going globally as well as by the Indian government is going much more stricter, it's not just that management's decision, it would also be the decision or maybe also a requirement by the legislation as well as the stakeholders who would want us to have a lower and lower carbon footprint as we go ahead. So there would be a requirement to shift to newer technologies and much more efficient machinery, as we say. The worker role or the labor or employee role that we would need to do is, again, just as I had mentioned, is going into more of upskilling and, maybe technology, including technology wherever is possible, but making sure that whenever we do that, we still have, human angle to it. We still have our laborers. We still have those laborers trained on machines. I mean, one of the things is that new technology coming in and a labor-intensive company, safety of laborers is one of the things.
Of course, yes.
So one of the things that we've, increased in past 2 years within our company is the safety training, which means training not just on how to handle, also means training on new machines.
Absolutely.
Because we are changing our technology, we are expanding in a big way. So that means new machines are coming in every year. So we have upskilled, we have increased the training man hours per year for the the laborers, not the, employees is a different thing. They are not on the shop floor per se.
Right.
They're more as supervisors. But that's one of the things that we are doing. Hopefully that would be the plan, and that would, however we continue,
Excellent.
that we would not be able to, make anybody lose.
Thank you,
be,
Sapna. This is,
lose out to the
so at
workforce.
least the good news here is that you can, however advanced AI or robots can be, they can't match humans in empathy. So what you're saying is the management of your group obviously has its heart in the right place. They will make sure that the redesign of work happens in such a way that nobody is left behind. Very, very thoughtful perspective, Samta. Thank you very much. Let me move to Setu now. So one thing that we've been hearing consistently this evening is there is a need for technical fluency with empathy. There is a need for ESG being embedded in the way we manage our organizations. There is a need for people to collaborate with technology like a bionic human being or something like that. So given the fact that these trends are now more or less clear on the horizon, what does it mean, and what would be your advice to the audience, that how should they start looking at human resources, and how could your organization, Sheffield Haworth, add value to what the enterprises are doing? And in that context, I also want to draw your attention to the fact that all those leaders who have been through the ESG program certified by ISCA, they are now a part of an extraordinary catchment called the National Association of Impact Leaders, and that is a cohort of people available not only to guide organizations, but to also stimulate discussions and probably add further value to what we are talking about.
Absolutely. The human aspect is very important. I think coming back to what Samta said on the implementation of AI, while AI is there for different industries in its own slice or proportion of it, it's also important to have that kind of a discernment of where to use AI and where not. It's not AI for the sake of AI or the tech for the sake of tech. Like I gave the pharma example earlier, one of the big four consulting firms clearly does not recommend AI for, let's say, manufacturing, let's say, for certain industries, for example. So that's one. From a skilling aspect for ESG professionals, I would say one important, or rather two important things. One is, I think, replication of skills across industries. That's very important. Whatever skills we have acquired from sustainability, I would say, diversity, social inclusion, all the skills should be able to apply across industries. And I think that's industry agnostic approach would be a huge plus when we have to proliferate ESG to be a very successful venture. Secondly, I'd like to reiterate that ESG needs positioning in the Indian context. I think today ESG has to find its place in business as a strategic element. It's about how the CIO was, for example. I just draw the example of the CIO. Well, it was a cost center, and now CIOs and CTOs are merged together. We call CTIOs, right? So they are actually the engine of growth. They're actually engine of business, margins, development of margins, top line, bottom line growth. And another example, corollary I can take for the manufacturing, where manufacturing went on to lean manufacturing. Now there are very sophisticated techniques in manufacturing where a lot of statistical principles are applied to further improve. So the integration into the entire framework is the key, and that's where ESG has to play its part. I think from a timing perspective, see clearly another 1 to 2 years, this is our prediction, when the CSO, the Chief Sustainability Officer, would have really arrived, integrated to the business holistically. This is where we are moving towards. While I mentioned earlier that about 30 to 35% rise has been there in terms of the CSO requirements or demands from our clients, mostly from the international markets. And India is just starting as we talk. Yeah, thanks. Those were the few comments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Setu. I think these are insightful perspectives. Let me move on to Ravindra now. In the morning, we had a panel discussion on the role of boards in stimulating ESG. And obviously, I have been a big votary of the fact that everything that is transformational has to start from the very top of the organization. So Ravinder, I completely resonate with this idea that we need to look at the 14 crore people who are physically challenged or differently abled as a captive catchment area from the employment perspective. Do you think this ought to be at the agenda of boards going forward, also from an ESG perspective? Your thoughts?
Absolutely. So it has to flow both ways, forward and backward. One, there has to be a board level resolution that yes, we need to organize the organization in a manner that we are having a larger inclusive population into the workforce. And there are organizations. You have the cases of Mitti Cafe, you have another call center in Bangalore, which is 100% differently abled. You have a manufacturing unit, which is one of the OEMs for auto industry, employing close to about 1,200 people on the manufacturing shop floor. So it has to flow from the management. But there has to be a balance in understanding how. Because end of the day is the operational team that has to work with this differently abled diaspora. And if they do not have the buy-in into the entire process, you will have a case where we had a recommendation, a reference coming in from the Supreme Court, where they had hired a differently abled person, visually impaired person, and because that was mandatory for them to hire, and they did not know what to do with them. So we worked with the National Association of Blind, and we trained the person to be a dark person, which is carrying files from one room to another room, one table to another table. The feedback has come as this lady is one of the most proficient dark carriers in the Supreme Court premises.
Excellent,
so
excellent.
The repurposement of the management plan at the grassroots level has to be worked out with the operations team. Otherwise, we are designed to fail.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ravinder. And I'm going to request the audience to please pick up your pens and pads and keep your questions ready. We will have time for a few questions, but I'll come back to Anukul to give the final word of this round. So Anukul, one thing is very, very clear. I think Ravinder has also emphasized it, so has Atul, and so have the others. There are biases against doing things that are different And what would be your message to CHROs and leaders in business on how to get out of their comfort zone and do things differently that aligns with having a human-centric workforce and which is compliant with ESG? Your quick thoughts, and then we open the audience to questions. Yes.
Thank you, Bharatji. I'll just give two thoughts. I mean, two line of thoughts, and the earlier question which was skipped, that will also come in. So a part of that, Shivangi had just got a glass of water and a bottle here. If it was a drone which had brought it, you think how would it have looked? Right? I mean, this is the human angle. The work, the outcome is the same, right? So what happens with AI, you go to ChatGPT, you get everything. But with experience, you get plus, which adds on things. So when we say the human angle into a lot of industries, like take hospitals, would you like to go to a robot which says, I got to cut off your finger? Or would you like a doctor to say that? Outcome would be the same, right? Would you like to walk into a bank just as a machine which says, do that, do this, do that? No, you would like to meet somebody who's living. So, and you take your child to a machine, and would the machine set up a education plan for the rest of the child's life? No. You would like some human beings to come in. This is not going to go very fast. It's going to be there as long as human beings are there. So this is point one. Second is the type of delivery of message is definitely going to change, and there are no two ways about it. So you have the advent of Google Glass, Meta Glass, and AR, VR, and with satellite TV, then you have Neuralink. Whether you like it or not, it would be in India in a couple of years.
Anukul is a big fan of Elon Musk, it seems.
Sir, I mean, that's the technology. I've invested some money also there.
Okay, that's good to know. Anyway, thank you for the disclosure, because many people are here, otherwise would have thought otherwise.
So what happens is, it does not depend on the location. So like we are talking about disabled people who cannot walk maybe, but they can get done anything, learn anything, anywhere they sit.
Absolutely.
They don't have to travel somewhere to come here.
Wonderful.
So if Dr. Dadich wants to tell us something, she'll just say, put on your VR glasses, and this is your lesson for today.
That's a fascinating view of the future,
and
but
there is no way all the universities are getting this put.
yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Anukul. I'll just wrap up with a point from Setu. You know, you did want to talk about the National Association of Impact Leaders. A quick
very quick,
2 minutes on that, and then
this is a very effective pool, which it's very useful for executive search and leadership consultants, where we have an ESG certified ready pool, IICA certified pool of consultants, which not only gives a kind of the relevant context, but then the parent companies, the corporates, our clients are able to have a very fine and a highly qualified, business-driven, holistic, strategic thinking pool of individuals, and this has been quite useful in our executive search process. And of course, it has helped organizations, it is continuing to help organizations to future-proof their talent from an ESG and a sustainability perspective. Just thought I'll add that point as well. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Bharat, could I add one point? Samtaya.
Oh yeah, something. Yes, go ahead.
I would,
yeah.
Coming from the other side of it, I am part of the NAIL, I'm one of the NAIL member from the first HP IICA ESG batch. And I would like to thank IICA and School of Business Education for actually starting this course. This has been, even from me who's been a CSR and a sustainability professional, it was still a very educational and hands-on learning course. And I think it would be a very good platform for the Indian corporates and academia to take this forward. We have just like you mentioned, it's a ready pool of ESG practitioners who are always going to be also handheld by ISCA through lifelong learning and a place where we can, cross-functionally learn from each other from different sectors.
Wonderful.
So I would just like to...
Excellent. A round of applause for ISCA on that note. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've had to change my mind under duress from Shivangi. She came with a gun and said, no questions, you'll have to take them offline. So on that note, let me say thanks to my esteemed panelists, Atul, Ravinder, Setu Madhavan, Samta, and Anukul. Please give them a round of applause for an extraordinary set of insights, very relevant to envisioning the future of the workforce in an age of disruption. So with that, thank you very much, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being an extraordinary audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat sir, and I would say a big round of applause for our moderator, Mr.
please.
Bharat Vaklu, the man himself. Thank you for always rising up to the occasion, sir, and definitely on behalf of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to each of our eminent speakers for their valuable perspectives. I will now request Dr. Garima Nadish to kindly felicitate our distinguished dignitaries with a token of heartfelt appreciation. Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, sir, it's been a privilege for us to have you amongst us, sir. Thank you. Mr. Bharat Vaklu, sir. Mr. Ravendra Singh, sir, CEO of the Skill Council for Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Setu Madhavan, sir. Sir is the Executive Director, Consulting Technology and Services at Sheffield Harvard. Ms. Samta Kapoor. Mr. Anukul Bhatnagar. Sir is the former MD and CEO of Nepal SBI Bank Limited. Requesting all panelists to please come and join us at the front for a group picture. Last but not the least, I would like the audience and the esteemed delegates to please acknowledge and extend a heartfelt appreciation for your valuable participation. A big round of applause for all the delegates who have been actively participating since the morning. As we conclude the first day of the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct 2025, integrating ESG for Viksit Bharat, we take a moment to reflect on the richness of ideas, the diversity of voices, and the collective resolve demonstrated throughout today's proceedings. From the rise of ESG in boardrooms to deep dives into sustainable finance, due diligence, and the future of work, high-level panels of day one have set the tone for bold, actionable change in India's responsible business ecosystem. Your presence and participation have been invaluable in advancing this dialogue forward. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our knowledge partners, institutional collaborators, and supporting organizations who have unwavering support and thought leadership, have been instrumental in making this conference happen. Special thanks to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, UNICEF India, ACCA, United Nations, ACCA, ICAI, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, Access to Nutrition Initiative, ILO, and Responsible Business Alliance, and all our esteemed partners for working alongside us on this shared mission for sustainability and inclusive growth. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Partners in Change for their continued support and commitment from the first edition onwards also. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs and the School of Business Environment, we thank you once again for being part of this moment toward a Viksit Bharat. We look forward to welcoming you tomorrow for day 2, which will feature high-level deliberations on sectoral ESG adaptation, global reporting conversions, decarbonization strategies, and a special diplomatic dialogue on building resilient economies. With that, may I now request all of the delegates to join us for high tea. We wish you a pleasant evening and look forward to continued collaboration tomorrow. Thank you. Good night, and we close the proceedings for the day.
Just be on time tomorrow, please, 9:30. And there's a good news, I got today at least 30, 40 nominations, which I said, no, our hall is full. You know, the government ministries, just now I said that 10 people have been nominated from one of the ministry, and I said, I'm sorry, we have no space. So please, be on time, utilize the, this interaction. Thank you.